This amazing world is a fascinating fusion of games and reality, where the boundaries between them are erased. There are a variety of classes available, each with unique abilities and characteristics. Countless tombs and mysterious dungeons beckon adventurers, full of secrets and treasures, and also terrifying monsters that live in the darkest corners of this world. By defeating these monsters, each hero receives not only experience points, but also valuable materials, new equipment, and amazing artifacts. However, no matter how ferocious a monster is, it can never compare to the awe-inspiring, mystical, and rare dragon, possessing incomprehensible power and grandeur, capable of shocking even the bravest warriors. In front of the hero, on the horizon, his already native 3rd Academy was visible. In one of the classrooms, an urgent meeting of the 25th group of the 3rd grade was taking place. The teacher slammed his hand on the board and asked for attention. The man said that today's placement ceremony affects not only your chances of getting into university, but also your future development. You must be confident in yourself even though the results do not depend on you. If you are strong in spirit, then there will be a chance to get a combat class. This day has come. 3 years have passed since Phil came here from Blue Star. After 3 years of living here, he began to understand this world better. There are 3 main groups of classes. At the top are combat classes such as warriors, mages, archers, and others. This class has powerful abilities for exploring dungeons and collecting loot. Everyone dreams of being among them. In the middle are the enhancement classes, such as sorcerers, healers, and others of the same kind. They can create special items with powerful effects, but buying the materials will cost a pretty penny, so only the rich can afford to buy them. Finally, at the very bottom are the common people, cooks, herbalists, miners, and the like. They are forced to live an ordinary life, working hard to feed themselves. Aunt Phila, named Hannah, is an excellent cook who has to toil in a small bakery to pay for her nephew's education. Hannah is only 8 years older, but she supports Phil in every way. He sees how hard she tries to survive in this world, and provide her aunt with a good life. He must become a better warrior, the boy thought, his thoughts returning to the image of his radiant aunt, whose smile always lit up even the darkest days. The teacher's phone rang. He picked up the receiver, listened to the information, and answered the principal that he understood. Clenching his hand into a fist and raising it, he addressed the students and said that the sorting ceremony would begin very soon, and it was time to move out. All the students were delighted and ran towards the exit. Only Phil remained confused and frightened, remaining in his place. The teacher, seeing this, approached the young man and said, "You are the best in the class. Don't worry so much." The man's words encouraged the boy. Phil was shocked. A congratulatory notification appeared in front of him, saying that the super treasure card system had been successfully activated. The man saw the boy's confusion and began to cheer him up, asking if he could hear him. The boy replied yes. The boy jumped up and ran to the exit saying, "Sorry, teacher, I'm running now." As Phil walked down the stairs, he was glad about the news that had happened earlier. He said that finally, this world couldn't be explored without a system. He was wondering what the use of it was, but he decided that he would think about it later. Now he needed to go through the distribution, so he, without wasting time, rushed to the backyard of the academy. Having run to the place, the young man saw the distribution crystal. He was very excited. The older man on the stage asked to create silence. The students were talking among themselves. Many of them wanted to get into the combat class. Others were praying that they would get into any class, but not the 3rd, the lowest one. The man broke the silence and began to speak. He said that the ceremony was beginning and introduced everyone to the priest who would conduct this ceremony. While Phil was watching the events on stage, he received a new notification, which said that he had received a new skill, Identifying Eye. The guy, without thinking twice, decided to use it and opened information about the priest. It turns out he could see information about the person. The man shouted at the students because they were not following the rules and again asked for silence. He announced the rules that the students whose names he would call must come onto the stage and approach the crystal. Tom was the first to be called on stage. Everyone was wondering if he would be a combat class. Tom approached the crystal. He had high skills, although of course the distribution is random. But the better the characteristics, the higher the probability of getting into the combat class. The exciting process of class assignment began, and at that moment the stones suddenly began to shine, as if awakening from a long sleep. After a few seconds, it was already filled with a bright, dazzling light, as if immersed in a flame, the sparks of which danced around, creating a magical atmosphere. People from the crowd started shouting. Some suggested that he was a magician and it was a fireball. Some said that they envied him and that he was guaranteed a bright future. Tom transferred the ball of flame to his hand and looked at it with satisfaction, accompanied by a general chant from the audience. Phil hesitated for a second and thought that becoming a fighter meant saying goodbye to his normal life. Later, the students on the list approached the crystal and received their class. Most of them did not like it, but you can't help fate. It seems that only a few get into combat classes, thought the main character. He turned his attention to the students standing nearby. Being assigned to a combat class meant a bright future. The rest are forced to live a mediocre life and work until the end of their days. Phil saw Layla in the crowd. Her family was barely making ends meet, and she was assigned to the class with the highest expenses. The guy let his head down and thought, his family is also in financial trouble. What will happen if he gets an expensive class? Phil heard it was his turn and shouted that he was there. As he walked up on stage, the girls behind him were shouting that he was a handsome man. Just like Tom. Let's see what he will be like. The guy walked up to the crystal and exhaled. He was at the finish line. There was no point in him being nervous. Putting his hands on the crystal, everything around the guy lit up. The sky became heavy and gloomy. Somewhere a dragon of incredible beauty awakened. Everyone present raised their heads to the sky. It seemed an earthquake had begun. The boy was illuminated by a bright column of light from the sky itself, and the students watched with bated breath. A noble red dragon appeared above the young man, and the crowd gasped in amazement. The crowd screamed that it was a giant dragon. Phil had a dragon. It was some kind of hidden class. The girl screamed, "Teacher Mark, this is the first student in the history of our school who knocked out the hidden class, and he is one of yours." The man was stunned. He said that if the boy really got into the hidden class, became a dragon blood warrior or a mage, then he would become the strongest and go down in history. "It's been 10 years since anyone got a hidden class," the teacher added. The girl confirmed. "Now he's the best in the academy." The man was still breathing shallowly and unable to gather his thoughts together. He shouted to the guy, unbelievably, "Phil." The young man raised his head to the sky and saw his beautiful dragon. They looked into each other's eyes. The dragon soared into the sky and evaporated, leaving behind a powerful wave of wind. The sage approached Phil and shook him by the shoulders, shouting, "Well, boy, are you a warrior of dragon blood or a magician?" The question did not give him peace. The guy lowered his head and looked at his hands, and replied that he was a dragon tamer. The whole crowd gasped in surprise, but no one could understand whether the tamer was good or bad. The sage approached the young man and asked how this was possible, since there had been such a fight. The man screamed at the top of his lungs, "How could you get the most useless thing from the hidden class?" After being assigned, Phil went to the old city of Shanghai. Walking down the street, he carefully studied the acquired skill. When he went into the information, he saw that he was now a level 10 dragon tamer, and his skill was dragon taming. Phil recalled recent events. People were screaming. Apparently he would have to live a normal life. People cannot tame a powerful creature. Classmates were talking among themselves. One of the guys asked if this wasn't a hidden class along with the dragon blood warrior and the mage. They answered that of course it was, but where to look for the dragon? The sage approached Phil and said sympathetically, "It's okay. It's still a hidden class after all. Unlimited potential. Maybe you can tame the sub-dragons and become the strongest." Blue. How? The boy thought. Could a dragon tamer have limitless potential without a dragon? Sub-dragons. These ferocious beasts are simply nothing compared to dragons. But for the last 800 years, not a single one has been seen. Not a single tamer has tamed one. No matter how powerful people are, they are only ants. Trying to tame them is like believing in a miracle. Not to mention, without the dragon, Phil won't even be able to unlock his skills. After being assigned, the guy immediately rushed home and came to his aunt's bakery. He was upset that she worked so hard to provide him with a better future, and he could not repay her in the same way. When I went inside, the guy shouted, "Auntie," and I came back and smiled. Hannah threw her arms around his neck and hugged him tightly. She took his hand and said, "Today was an important day for you." Sitting down at the table, she asked her nephew, "Well, what grade did he get?" Phil told everything as if it were true. Hannah replied that there was nothing to worry about. She would be very worried if the guy went off to fight every day. The guy slammed his hands on the table, decisively saying, "No, auntie," and indicated that he was now a dragon tamer. His head dropped, and he said in disappointment that this was a class where you couldn't get far without a dragon. The girl approached her nephew and hugged him, supporting him. She said that this once again proves that Phil is very strong. Holding him close, she convinced the boy that if he went to university, she would support him. But if he didn't want to, he could continue selling buns with her. Phil came home and fell exhausted on his bed. He remembered his aunt. She was only 26 years old. She had worked and built a career all her life, and he just wanted to provide them with a good life. Something distracted the guy's attention. He looked up and saw a notification. It said that the first treasure map had already been generated. Sitting up straight, he began to read on. The notice spoke of divine-level treasures. Phil realized that it was time for him to open this map. By clicking on it, he realized that he had already tried the identification system, but he still hadn't figured out the treasures. There are 4 levels of treasure maps. 3 identical low-grade maps are combined into a higher-level treasure map. Dragon Tamer, the weakest class, because it is almost impossible to tame a dragon. But if Phil can use this system effectively, he can go from weakling to strong. In other words, this divine-level treasure map was his last hope. If he gives up now, he will live at the bottom for the rest of his life, and will not be able to repay his aunt. He needs to act. The rocky plain is not that far from Shanghai. Early in the morning, the guy went to the suburban bus. Hannah woke up feeling anxious and turned on the light in the apartment. she saw a mysterious note on the kitchen table. Entering her nephew's room, she called out to him, but it was empty, and she began to read the note. It said that he was going to go to the rocky plain and asked not to worry. Perhaps this is his chance to change his destiny as a dragon tamer. Everything will be fine. At this moment, the girl's heart sank. She began to read on. He will return soon and make our life better. Phil got off at the stop he needed, and a group of strangers got off with him. The guy walked up to the cliff and looked at the sky. He was on the very edge of the rocky valley. Phil felt like he was supported from behind. Turning around, he saw his familiar fellow travelers. The girl greeted him. The boy felt someone's hand on his back and turned around. In front of him stood an old man who said to him, "Brother, come with us." Phil shook his hand off and said no. The big man asked him to think again about his answer, and the old man added that it was too dangerous for such a young man to stay alone in the desert overnight, and laughed. The guy didn't answer, but just thought that they wanted to rob him. Of course, killing people and robbing them is easy, Phil thought. The old man asked again whether he had thought about it or not. The guy huddled up and grabbed his things tighter. It looks like they're going to attack the guy. The strangers came closer. The big guy asked again if Phil would go with them. The guy turned away and said no. Moving further away from the group, the old man said that the guy would not survive in the wild. And he added that this night would be more dangerous than he could think. Phil remembered that he didn't have any skills yet, so he had to avoid things like that, and said that he was a summoner, so he didn't need companions. The old man glanced at the boy and said that it looked like they were worrying about him for nothing, turned around and suggested that the group move on. An attractive girl approached the hero and said that maybe they would meet again. Finally, moving away from the guy, she turned around and blew him a kiss. Phil turned away from her, even though it wasn't as safe outside. It was still better than with these thugs, he thought. His strength was waning, and the road was long. It was pitch dark outside. The guy needed to go faster, and he opened his card. After walking a little further, Phil sat down in the bushes, with a herd of level 8 antelope visible in front of him. Of course, they don't just attack people, but the guy still couldn't handle it, so he had to go around it. The hero made a large circle for safety reasons, but it didn't make him any safer, and he went straight through the packs of level 7 wild horns. Quietly making his way through the animals, the boy realized that he needed to go faster and not attract attention. Suddenly, Phil stepped on the toad, which screamed at the top of its lungs and scared all the animals. The wild horns paid attention not only to the toad, but also to the boy. The guy had to break into a fast run to save his life. Phil was smart, and to avoid running against the herd, he jumped to the side, into the bushes. Having fallen to the ground, he came to his senses and saw that he had crushed the toad that had caused his night run. The guy squatted down. Now he can't even mess with the timid antelope, otherwise he'll end up like this toad. The hero received a notification that the location of the treasure map had been reached. He opened it and saw a red dot on it. The young man raised his head. He found the place on the map. In front of him, he could see 2 small mountains that were glowing from within. He came closer. This must be what would change his destiny as a dragon tamer. He knelt down and looked closer and saw a dragon egg in front of him. The shell cracked. The little dragon was about to emerge into the world. Phil heard some sounds around him and paid attention to them. Taking out his machete, the boy realized that he was in for a tough adventure because there were animals everywhere, and he struck the bloodthirsty gray fox with his weapon. But the animal had no plans to retreat. She grabbed the machete with her sharp teeth. Phil threw the fox back with all his might, and it fell to the ground. This fox's skill was triple strike and bloodthirsty recovery. The guy looked at the egg, checking its condition. It remains to wait until the dragon hatches, and then use the dragon tamer technique. It turns out that the fox will attack 3 times, cause bleeding, and then restore health, the guy realized. The animal was very fast. The guy had to decide quickly what to do next, but the fox hit him with its claws. The main thing in this competition is not to miss 3 hits, and not to let her recover. 2 blows were behind us, and there was only a little bit left to hold out. The fox wouldn't calm down. At first glance, she was so small, but so dangerous. Phil gathered all his strength into a fist and hit the animal. The bloodthirsty gray fox was defeated. The guy got to his feet and wiped the sweat from his face, but again heard sounds behind him. Turning his head, he saw the same group. The old man told him that he was good. Phil was angry that they were sitting behind him, even though he had previously said that he would not go anywhere with them. The girl looked at him, asking him not to be nervous, admitting that the guy had fooled them. In all his anger, the boy threw the fox skin at them, asking them not to bother him, and if they wanted it, they could take the skin. The fox's corpse fell at the old man's feet, and after examining it, he laughed loudly and said that the guy was very funny. The old man picked up the corpse and said that the skin was worth only 80 coins, and asked how many such skins he thought they would need to feed themselves. The man shouted that they wanted it and pointed to the testicle. Cold sweat ran down Phil's face. He realized that the impudent people wanted to steal his dragon egg. "Forward!" shouted the thug, and the 3 of them rushed towards the guy and the egg. With one powerful blow, the big guy knocked Phil to the ground. At that moment, a girl ran up and put a knife to his neck, ordering him not to move, otherwise she would scratch him. The old man ran closer and shouted that the guy was clearly underestimating the treasure hunter's sense of smell. The big guy took the egg out of the nest and stopped to watch everyone. The man, saying that he was a good man, ordered Phil to be killed. The girl leaned closer to the guy, saying that it was a pity that they would still have to say goodbye. The boy thought that this was his only chance, and he couldn't let them take the egg. The shell shattered right in the big guy's hands, and a dragon flew up from it. "What kind of creature is this?" one of the men shouted, seeing a black shadow in the sky. The dragon swooped down to attack the big guy. "Go away!" the old man shouted and threw a ball with green contents at the creature. The dragon quickly circled the ball, but this did not stop him and he continued to attack. "Take that!" the big guy shouted and swung his huge fist at the little dragon. This gesture provoked the baby. He opened his mouth and flew straight towards the man. The next second, the dragon dealt heavy damage to the man, blood splattering all around. The big guy fell to the ground without any signs of life, and the dragon chose a new target in the form of an old man. The old man, the only thing he managed to do before dying was to shout, "Save me, help me." Phil looked up at the sky. He didn't understand how newly hatched dragons could be like this. It became clear to him why no one could tame them. The girl got angry, holding a knife to the hero's throat. "What did you blurt out?" she asked. "Was it really a dragon's egg?" The kid dealt with the old man and sat down, carefully watching what was happening among the people. Phil stood up and pushed the girl away from him, saying that they had a bad nose for treasure, and this is what would happen if they tried to take his dragon. The dragon became wary when he saw the boy running straight towards him. "Come here," Phil shouted, and activated his skill to tame the dragon. The girl, raising her head, watched what was happening, asking who the guy was. The guy laughed and said that he was not a summoner. He was a dragon tamer. The girl got scared and screamed. She begged to let her go because she didn't know that it was a dragon's egg. Phil and his dragon hovered over the young lady. He asked how many people she had killed for the treasure. "So go to your friends." His words sounded like a sentence. The dragon rushed to attack the girl, who in turn screamed and tried to run away. While the newly made friends were dealing with their enemies, a stunning dawn broke, and they greeted it together. "I finally got them sorted out," Phil said as his dragon rummaged through his things. The boy couldn't believe his luck and grabbed the little dragon and lifted him up like a child. The boy told the dragon that he was just born, but already so powerful, he could not imagine what they would do when the dragon grew up. Hugging the little dragon tighter, the boy told him that very soon the dragon tamer would no longer be the weakest class. The boy took the little dragon in his arms very tightly and thought about what to name him, going through funny names in his head. The dragon began to lick the hero's bloody scars. The guy asked him what he was doing. The baby glowed red and broke free from the guy's hands, starting to turn into something. Phil watched the transformation closely and couldn't believe his eyes. His little dragon had turned into a beautiful girl. Standing in a daze, the guy looked at the girl again. He was amazed that she had the skill of transformation. Phil looked at their cards. Everything was as he suspected. After taming, all his skills were unlocked. The Dragon Impulse skill increases all characteristics and attack power of the owner and pet by 30%. The Dragon Bite skill is a high damage attack, and the Dragon Claw skill turns your hand into a dragon's paw. The Blood Bond doubled Phil's stats, so it's no wonder he felt stronger after being tamed. No matter how powerful the class was, they had no chance against a dragon tamer. Without a doubt, this class was the strongest, the hero thought. Phil looked at his dragon. She can take human form, but her habits are still animalistic. He began to think about what to name her. The guy started thinking. Remembering that she was born at dawn, he decided to give her the name Zarya. And it seems that she liked this name. Phil walked up to the dragon and stroked her head. He asked her if she was hungry. She nodded her head. The boy looked into the distance. It was time to hunt wild monsters to feed Zarya. The guy thought that he had to go back because very soon there would be a test that would determine whether he would be able to enter the university. Phil stood up and called Zarya with him, suggesting that they go deep into the rocky plain. After all, leveling up and mastering skills were a priority for him now. Showing Zarya the desert lit by the morning light, he told her that there were many tasty monsters here. The heroes heard some kind of pressing sound. Turning around, they saw a pack of plains hyenas approaching them. Plains hyenas, they are much more dangerous and resilient than the bloodthirsty fox. Although Phil defeated it, he suffered greatly. He could not engage in battle with them, otherwise he would be finished. Without waiting for a command, Zarya soared into the sky. The guy glanced at her and shouted for her to destroy them. Now this rocky plain is nothing for the strongest tamer and his dragon. There are no more dangers for them. The dawn hung over the hyenas. They turned their attention to it and howled. The dragon spewed out lava flames. Zarya continuously spewed flames in front of her, dealing damage and healing the owner at the same time. Phil saw the two of them's stats growing and realized that in order to level up faster, he needed to defeat a tough monster. The guy turned around to look at the crevice in the mountain. There was only one big guy left there, who had been waiting for them for a long time. Coming out of the cave, a three-headed bloody lion of an impressive level appeared before the heroes. In order to get close and engage in battle with him, an ordinary person would need a whole team, but Phil and Zarya were already a team and rushed into battle. The lion roared. When 3 heads roar at the same time, it increases its defense and attack power for a while. Immediately after the head, a triple flame is created. The flame from the 3 mouths gathers into a fireball, causing area damage. It takes some time to recharge. Phil told Zara that they needed to work together to interrupt his skill. The dragon was a smart girl and began to accumulate strength. The boy rushed to attack the lion with his blade, landing in front of him. He gave the command to Zara. Zarya activates her jaw attack, causing her to bite her target while moving at high speed, dealing continuous bleeding damage. The dragon attacked the lion and it fell, hitting one of its heads on the cobblestones. Zarya struck one blow after another until the lion fell dead. "Done!" Phil shouted. He thought the monster was cool because it raised so many levels for both Zara and the guy. Phil received a notification about a new map. He was happy and thought, I wonder if there will be something exclusive for the Tamer there too. The guy enthusiastically ran on and shouted to Zara, inviting her to look for treasures. The girl happily ran after him. Far away on the rocky plain stood 3 people, discussing something among themselves. One of the girls turned to Uncle Guest and asked him if they would really just miss such a rare opportunity. The man answered the lady that they could not do anything about it. Uncle Ghost was a warrior in the combat class. He said that to open the dungeon you need at least 5 people, but they didn't have that many. He suggested going back to the city and bringing a couple more people. His speech was interrupted by Eliza. She was a robber in the combat class. She was against it, because the trip there and back would take at least a day. Ms. Inga, knowing that the Dungeon of Possibilities was only open for 24 hours, added that if they wasted a day, it would be too late. The guest approached Mrs. Inga and asked her not to worry, because with her power she could open many more dungeons. She heard her uncle, but she was offended. The group heard some sounds. Ghost took out his sword and asked who was there. Phil came out from behind the tree and asked not to worry so much because he was just passing by. The guest came closer and addressed the young man, saying that this was no place for treasure hunters. The girl stopped the man and spoke herself, saying hello. She said that they came from the city of Shanghai, and her name was Inga, and asked the guy for a favor. She needed them to unite for a while and go into the Dungeon of Opportunities together, and offered Phil 100,000 dragon coins for this. 100,000, Phil was surprised. He knew that Inga's family was the richest in Shanghai, and now she was asking him to personally go with them to the dungeon. The girl continued that they just needed to gather the necessary number of people to enter there, and he wouldn't have to do anything. The guest headed towards the portal and said in conclusion that such an opportunity was not lying around on the road and urged them to go. The guy replied that he wasn't interested in money, so he wanted to cooperate according to the rules. The group turned to look at the guy, not understanding what he wanted from them. Eliza asked if Phil meant that the rewards would be distributed based on strength. Mrs. Inga thought. Their average level was about 20, and the guy looked weaker, so he was either so confident in himself or just arrogant. The girl extended her hand to the guy and said that if he insisted, they would form a team according to all the rules, but they would also pay the money they had promised earlier as a sign of their sincerity. Shake on it, the hero replied and shook Inga's hand in return. The girl stood forward and led the team, ordering them to move forward. Phil thought about his baby. He knew that if these strangers found out about Zara, there would be a lot of problems, so he decided to pity her and left her to sleep, and he confidently went to take all the rewards of this dungeon. The guy resolutely walked through the portal into the dungeon. A village of sorrow appeared in front of the group, and the limit on the number of people was 5, which was exactly how many there were. The guest looked around, saying that it was too quiet, and there were no sounds except their voices. Eliza added that the air around was very heavy, and there were no signs of life. The man looked at Phil and asked if he had any equipment or weapons. Phil laughed and immediately took out his black dragon sword. After defeating the lion, the treasure map gave him the opportunity to replace it with a machete. The guest saw this and said that at first he thought he was a treasure hunter, but it looks like the guy is just a student. A hand suddenly emerged from the ground, frightening the grown man. These were rotten zombies. They knew how to pounce on people, scratch and bite them. But any attack infects a person with cadaveric poison. Simon, a level 20 knight, activated his shield and began to push the corpses away from himself. Uncle Ghost shouted to the boy that he was a good boy, and he and Eliza began to attack. Phil saw that their team had a knight, a warrior, and a rogue. A very reasonable team composition, he thought, especially the level 28 ghost. Inga stood in the middle of the room and raised her staff above her head, and waves of light began to emerge from it. She activated her skill. It was a rain of divine light. This rain deals damage to enemy targets within its radius, and heals an equal amount of allies. The girl told Phil that this was her hidden class feature. She was a holy light mage, and it gave her the ability to combine attack with healing. The guy now understood. Another hidden class. Phil moved behind his allies while the girls actively fought. The rest of the monsters woke up, judging by the sounds. There were a lot of them. The bloody zombies came to life very quickly. It seemed that they would soon fill all the empty space. Ghost shouted to everyone that there was an elite monster ahead of them and ordered Eliza to protect the lady and Phil, and Simon to go with him. Simon took his shield and placed it in front of him, and Ghost soared upward. The man used the midnight execution skill and defeated the monster. The guy didn't retreat and used a thrusting blow, also clearly hitting the enemy with his sword. But this gave him absolutely nothing. The sword got stuck in the monster's body and couldn't be pulled out. Since he struck the monster, he immediately became infected with corpse poison. Inga explained that in order to get rid of it, the priest's skill clarity was needed, so even she would not be of any help to him here. The boy screamed at the top of his lungs, "Brother Ghost, help me," as his hand began to be sucked into the monster's body. Making his way through the remaining zombies, the man ordered him to quickly drop the sword and save himself. And then he ordered Eliza to move to the front row and protect against the zombies. Phil entered the fight, saying that there was no need to disturb the girl and asked her to leave it to him. Phil stood in front of the monster when the man grabbed him and asked if he was crazy. The guy did not listen to the stranger and continued the fight, waving his sword. No one present believed their eyes. The once timid student began to fight like a real warrior. "The boy!" fearfully shouted Uncle Ghost. Phil gave him the sword he had lost earlier on the battlefield, and said that that was it. It was time to move on. The man took the weapon in fear and asked the guy what his level was. He did not understand how a student who had just received a class could be so strong. Phil looked at him and said that he was just a level 14 student. He had no need to lie to them. Mrs. Inga tried to heal Simon, but after hearing this dialogue she became wary. Level 14. And the attack power is higher than that of Ghost at 28th, she thought. Suddenly a monster jumped out at the girl and was very close to her. Eliza intervened, and stood between Inga and the monster, shouted cautiously, and pushed the girl back. Phil was faster than lightning and outpaced Eliza before she could engage in battle. The guy started fighting the giant. His blows were accurate. At that moment, he realized that the level of each new zombie was getting higher, and proposed his candidacy for the role of the attacker in the front row, and asked if everyone agreed with this. Everyone silently agreed with him, and Eliza thought that maybe he was the one who was rumored in Shanghai. Inga stood in front of him and said that it would be as he wished. He and his uncle would lead the team, and she would take care of her brother Simon. The guy turned around and loudly told them to call him Phil. The hero waved his hand, turned around and said it was time to go. The team moved forward. The girl remembered the guy's name, and that everyone said that he received the Dragon Tamer class. Inga dismissed these thoughts, because this couldn't be. He couldn't be that strong with that class. The team advanced to the very center of the Village of Sorrow, killing all the monsters along the way. Phil looked at Simon. Inga's skills can't remove the corpse poison, and the portal will only appear after defeating the secret guard. He needs to act quickly, otherwise the boy will die here. Eliza said with irritation that there was no trace of the boss in the village. Something was fishy here. The exhausted guest approached Simon to check on him. The boy shouted, "Brother, brother Ghost," and warned him of the danger behind. Simon managed to tell his brother to hold on, and then fell exhausted to the ground. The team's heroes were distracted by loud footsteps. Turning towards the sound, they saw a huge iron zombie in front of them. Eliza was scared and screamed, and here was the boss she was looking for earlier. Simon's cadaveric poisoning was so severe that the piece of iron could swallow him. Phil gave the order that the monster must be defeated quickly, otherwise it might merge with Simon. Ghost entered the battle using his midnight execution skill, but it didn't help him. The monster didn't learn any lesson thanks to his iron armor. Phil took to the skies, thinking that if the beast swallowed Simon, there was no time for a slow attack. The hero struck the main zombie with all his might with his legendary sword. The zombie seemed to realize that he was facing an extremely strong opponent and activated his steel skin, thereby increasing his defense and endurance. In response, Phil activated his dragon blood armor and decided to deliver a couple more blows, but much faster. Noticing the barely alive Simon, the zombie boss headed towards him, activating the fusion. Having started to attack the opponent, Phil gave the order to Inga to help him, and to Ghost to protect Eliza and Simon. The armor activation was successful. Now the guy is partially transformed into a dragon. "I understand," Inga shouted and began to summon her healing rain. Phil used the dragon claw to attack. The guy's strength at that moment overshadowed Zarya's. Thanks to the combined attack of Phil and Inga, the monster begins to weaken, and it seems that its defeat is near. Everyone turned their attention to the huge zombie. Eliza told everyone that it was starting to fall apart. Ghost suggested that this iron giant needed to merge to maintain its form. Phil turned around and suggested finishing it off. Uncle looked at the boy. During all the years of staying in Inga's family, he had told many masters, but he was sure that Phil had a hidden class. The monster began to come closer, its only eye bloodshot. Phil activated the skill again. Inga saw it and sighed, realizing that his true form was appearing. The guy asked to leave the monster with him and soared into the air, aiming at that very one eye. Phil struck him down and, with all his anger, ordered him to fall to his knees. The monster shattered into a bunch of small pieces. Phil landed on the ground unharmed. Everyone was shocked. Eliza asked if the boss was defeated. Inga looked at the guy seriously and plunged into her thoughts. Such a powerful skill. She had never seen anything like it. He killed a level 20 boss with one blow. Who is this guy? After the dust cleared, the group saw the treasured chest. All the participants approached him, and Inga announced that, as they had agreed, the awards would be distributed according to the rules, and apologized for underestimating the guy. The guests supported the girl's speech, saying that Phil would definitely have been able to get through the dungeon alone, and laughed. Mrs. Inga approached the chest and easily opened it. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see its contents. The chest contained various potions and elixirs, and one mourning bracelet. Inga called Goss to her and asked him to quickly give the medicine to Simon, while Phil thought that there simply couldn't be such rewards in the hidden dungeon. While Uncle was giving Simon the medicine, Inga went up to Phil and gave him the bracelet, saying that he deserved it, and asked him to take it. The team moved on, but the girl voiced the thought that they had defeated the boss, but the portal was still nowhere to be seen. Eliza suggested that everyone look around. Something caught the guy's attention. Seeing the notification, he shouted, asking everyone to stop and not disperse, since the Iron Zombie was not the boss. The guest turned to the guy, cold sweat running down his forehead. He asked where the guy got that idea from and why he was so sure. Inga stretched out her hand into space and agreed. As a magician of divine light, she still felt the darkness. "Over there," she shouted, pointing to the shore of the lake in the village of Sorrow. Eliza confirmed that if the lady says so, then the real boss is somewhere nearby. Someone suggested that they missed this place when they entered the village. The dungeon is not small. The underwater monster woke up, its tentacles covered with eyes. "Here he is," Phil shouted to everyone and was ready for a new competition. The monster's multiple tentacles rose above the water and frightened the people. Ghost shouted that Phil was right. This must be the final boss. The man gave the order for everyone to take cover. The tentacles' hands grabbed Ghost, and I kept thinking that he would just crush him like a toy. But the monster let him go, throwing him from a great height. Inga got scared and shouted at the man, but he was already unconscious. While the girl was distracted, the monster began to hunt her and approached to take a closer look at her. Inga felt this and turned around sharply. The boss wanted to grab her just like he had grabbed Gosta earlier. The girl screamed in fear and held the staff in front of herself. Phil, seeing this, rushed to her with lightning speed, picked her up in his arms and saved her from the attack. They both tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. The whole team immediately ran up to the girl and found out if everything was okay with her. Before they could say a word, the boss appeared behind the heroes in his full size. He was hundreds of times larger than humans, and of course, his tentacle-like arms, strewn with eyes, were a big advantage. Coming closer, the heroes saw that it was a grieving corpse that could spread its breath and reduce the hero's stats, could whip with chains causing huge damage, spew out accumulated anger, and when attacking it with fire or a divine spell, it reduced damage and effects by a third. The monster was getting closer and closer. Eliza told everyone that this was the real boss. Ghost ordered Simon to stand behind him and wait for the command. The boy shouted back that he could fight and block blows. "Once you recover, then you can show off," his uncle shouted at him. Phil and Ghost rushed to attack. The boy gave them parting words, wishing them to be careful with the monster. The hero thought that Ghost and Simon were barely holding on. He had no choice but to defeat this boss. There is only one way out: destroy the monster's body. The monster's body released a corpse-like breath onto the people, which meant that the hero's stats were reduced by a quarter. Phil jumped up and began attacking the monster's tentacles, trying to reduce their numbers. The chains fell out of the monster, and Inga screamed warningly for Phil to beware of the whip. The boss began to swing his chains, whipping them, causing massive damage. The heroes tried to dodge and defend themselves, but they were already on the edge. Inga's team began to protect her, because her only skill would not help in any way, but only worsened the situation. Phil developed a tactic. He climbed up its chains and attacked the tentacles' arms, namely the eyes on them. Having hit another eye, the hero thought about what to do next, because there were no fewer of them. Phil turned to look at his new friends and thought that if he delayed any longer, it would definitely be the end of them all. Grabbing the chains, he began to descend, shouting for everyone to move out of the way. Once on the ground, the guy had a couple of minutes to catch his breath. Phil activated Dragon Bite, and the monster responded by lashing out with its whips again. In a second, the chains lifted the guy from the ground into the air. The only thing he managed to do was activate the dragon blood armor. Using the dragon claw, the boy began to cut the chains in the air. The links of the chains fell to the ground with a crash and the whole group was frightened. Guests shouted that they couldn't handle this boss and suggested retreating. Simon added that those present were not his opponents, and if they stayed here, they would be finished. Phil, without turning around, gave the order to Goss to take everyone to a safe place. When asked what he would do, the guy raised his hand and said that he would figure it out, and that they should run quickly. Eliza called the lady to leave. She turned to the guy and thought that he would have to rely only on himself, because she could not help in any way. Phil began to summon Zarya, thinking that he should let the one who could really stand up to the boss take over. He had very little time left because such a bright glow attracted the monster, and it was advancing on the guy. Phil shouted, "Zarya, get out and have some fun!" And unexpectedly for everyone, a huge black dragon appeared from the portal and sank its teeth into the monster's tentacles. The team stopped. They could not believe that they saw a dragon in front of them. One of them screamed, not understanding that this kid had summoned a giant dragon. Zari's attention was drawn to the monster's body. She looked at it carefully, and she began to attack. Making her way through the remains of the chains, she struck the body with the same chains, and the monster howled. The team was at a loss. Ghost summed up that it was scary to deal with the boss in 2 hits, and Simon was impressed that he saw the dragon with his own eyes. Tears appeared in Inga's eyes. She realized that this was the man about whom many rumors were circulating throughout Shanghai. A real dragon tamer stood before them and thanked his Zarya for the fight. 300 years ago, Inga was born and raised in Shanghai, far from danger. Before the plague destroyed everything, there were so many bodies that they didn't even have time to bury them. She desperately wanted to save everyone, to help these people somehow. But when she changed her class, she became a dark witch, which changed her life. She could not heal the dying. She could only summon their souls so that the living could say goodbye. The church that once protected them declared that Inga brought the plague. But why did they do this to her? She just wanted the living to see their dead loved ones one last time. The team looked at Phil and his dragon. The guy can actually summon a giant dragon, one of them asked. Can they leave here now? Phil looked at the water. If the portal didn't appear, then the boss was still alive, and told everyone that it was too early to leave. Immediately after these words, the lake overflowed its banks in a strong column of water. The monster created a funnel, thereby supporting itself in the air. The heroes carefully examined what they had encountered again. The grieving corpse has entered the 2nd stage, and the difficulty level has become hellish. Eliza warned everyone, saying that the boss was now in a new stage. You can't escape. The monster wheezed and created water spheres around itself, with which it began to attack. Zarya managed to spread her wings and protect her owner from attack. One of the spheres hit Eliza, and Inga was frightened when she saw this. The girl tried to attack the spheres, but later realized that no attacks worked. Eliza approached the lady and began to apologize, but Inga convinced her, saying that it was she who should apologize. Inga fell to the ground. She understood that it was she who insisted on coming here, and everything that was happening was only her fault. Phil heard this and asked. They had already been through so much, but she wanted to give up now. The ghost looked up and realized that the boss was immune to all physical attacks. They couldn't even defend themselves. The monster used a blast of malice, which dealt a large amount of damage. Phil said that although he couldn't stand up to the monster, his dragon could. Everyone was shocked by his answer. Eliza noted that the difference in levels between the dragon and the monster was simply huge. The monster screamed loudly and continued to attack. Phil looked at the team confidently and asked them not to worry, because the dragon's power was no match for the monster. The monster was silent for a few seconds, gathering strength and activating more and more of its skills. Phil ordered Zara to begin the attack. All of her stats nearly doubled, and she soared towards the monster. The guy ordered to use Raging Fire, which, while causing damage, healed the dragon itself. The boss was incinerated and damaged. Heat spread throughout the area. The team watched the events from the shore. The monster's body began to fall apart from the inside, and the monster screamed in pain. At the last moment, a terrifying funnel began to spin. Thereby, the monster activated an explosion that awakened all the dead on the map. The veil began to dissipate, and in its place a chest appeared. The dragon level increased to 10. Phil praised her and said that it was great. The guest saw the portal and was happy, but the fog that covered the entire map did not allow people to breathe freely. The man heard a crack and turned around. He saw that all the village corpses had risen. Raising his head to the sky, Ghost saw Zarya in the body of a girl, eager to attack all the zombies. The dragon began to spew out powerful flames, incinerating everything around it. Inga raised her head and thought that they had fought so hard with these zombies, and she had easily killed them all. Phil approached the girl from behind and said that she was a black dragon. Her name was Zarya. For her, these zombies were just a piece of cake. Having called Ghost, the guy said that the boss was finished and there was no need to worry, and urged them to leave. The portal had already opened, but they must not forget the rewards. Approaching the chest, Phil asked if anyone would mind if he opened the chest. Inga replied that they could not object. When I opened the lid of the chest, the contents lit up, and there was a lot of useful stuff in it. The first was the Scepter of Divine Light. The person using it is able to control light to bind the target. Then the Twilight Cloak, which allows you to use light to create a barrier to protect yourself. A Mourning Ring that allowed the user to cast an aura of sorrow on any target. And a Transfer Scroll that allows a representative of any class to move to a higher class. Phil chose the scroll and left the rest inside for everyone to enjoy. Inga cried out that the guy didn't have to take just one thing, because according to the rules, everything here was his. Phil replied that he was a gentleman, and some equipment would suit the girl better, and this scroll would be very useful to him. Inga sat down by the chest. If it weren't for the guy, they would all have died here, she thought. Taking the Mourning Ring, the girl turned to Phil and asked him to take at least this one, holding out her hand. Well, since you asked, said the guy and smiled, taking the ring for himself. All the team members approached the lady and said that they were ready to leave. 4 hours later, Phil was already in Hannah's bakery. From the entrance, his aunt threw herself on his neck and began to scold him, that it was too dangerous. The guy asked to let him go. He was all dirty. The girl burst into tears because the guy left without saying a word. She didn't sleep. She hoped that it was just a dream. She was afraid that she would wake up and he would not be there. Phil hugged her tighter and apologized for leaving without saying anything, and promised that she wouldn't have to worry about him anymore. Looking at her, he asked her to stop crying and wiped away her tears with his hand. Hannah turned to Zara, stroking her head. She said that she was surprised at the first meeting, but in fact, she turned out to be such a cutie in the body of a powerful dragon. The girl was asking the dragon if she was hungry when Phil took out a scroll and showed it to his aunt, saying that it was his gift to her. Hannah was extremely surprised and could not accept. Because it was very expensive, she offered to sell it in order to buy her nephew weapons and equipment with the proceeds. Phil silently took out his phone and went into online banking, showing his account to his aunt and saying that he didn't need the money. Hannah asked him where he got that kind of money from. The guy replied that he sold the materials he got during his journey, and Inga also gave him 100,000 coins as a reward, so they wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Phil insisted and handed the scroll to Hannah. It was best to use it now, the girl agreed. Upon opening the scroll, the room was filled with a bright light that could even blind. Hannah floated in the air, and a pleasant aura formed around her. Phil couldn't wait. He asked his aunt if she had succeeded. The girl looked at herself and replied that she had been promoted. Now she was an enchanted cook. The guy was happy for the girl, but lost Zarya. She had just been here. Zarya was actually in the kitchen, and out of sheer hunger she ate everything she could. Night. The study in the villa of Inga's family. Her father asks her that after all this, Phil the Tamer summoned a powerful dragon and saved you all. The girl guiltily lowered her eyes and replied that it was all because of her. They almost died there. But Phil was very strong and had a hidden class. The man looked at the city mysteriously and asked his daughter if she had told anyone about the dragon yet. The girl answered in surprise that no one, because she had promised Phil that his dragon would remain a secret. Robert turned away from the window and said that she had done a good job, and when it became known, many would be delighted. Inga suddenly stood up from her seat and shouted to her father that the boy had saved all of their lives, and she asked if he would tell her anything about the guy's dragon. Robert burst out laughing and asked how his daughter was going to repay Phil for saving her life. The girl replied that before the test she promised him 100,000 coins. The man exhaled and ordered to go to the guy tomorrow with a postcard and thank him personally. Inga naively clarified that if her father was so interested in the guy, then maybe they would go together. Robert leaned back in his chair and said he would be happy to, but he had things to do. The next morning, Princess Teresa arrived in Shanghai to study, and as she walked down the street with her bodyguard, she said that their relationship was purely business, but that they still needed to say hello. Approaching Hannah's bakery, the princess's guard thought that the girl was not only here to study. At the door they saw Hannah, who was carrying something to the kitchen. She allowed them to go inside. Approaching the kitchen, the Hannah stuck her head out the door and asked for forgiveness, saying that if the guests were for buns, then they were not working today. Princess Teresa approached the security guard and asked what kind of dump it was, and the man replied that he had been informed that this was the exact location. Hannah asked who they were, but without answering, the man pushed the girl away with force, and the heroes went inside. The girl stood in the middle of the room and shouted that the princess had come to pick up someone, and asked Hannah if she knew a dragon tamer named Phil. The guy approached the stairs and found out if they were asking about him. Hannah stood holding her hand. It hurt. Phil saw it and ran straight to her. Coming closer, the guy asked what happened and what was happening. The aunt answered that everything was fine. The girl arrogantly said that she was a princess and had come here especially for him. Phil looked back and asked again who these people were and which princess was looking for him. The guard pointed to the girl and said that she was the princess of the kingdom, Teresa, and he was her faithful servant William. William explained that the princess had come to him to give him a chance to get ahead. Teresa laughed and asked if it wasn't easy being a dragon tamer. The servant brought out a large case and opened it. Phil saw the contents. There was a dragon egg in it. Teresa said that if the guy agreed to her conditions, it would be his. And she continued, the conditions are incredibly simple. She wants Phil to become her slave and do what she says. She said that it was a reward that fell to her from the lair of the armored dragon, and it was the only egg in the world. The princess turned around and asked if Phil was speechless. The guy laughed and said that the characteristics are not bad, but he thought that this is a type of earth dragon, and only its endurance is high, but they call it powerful. The princess turned to William. Do they even understand what a dragon egg means to a tamer? The girl, without waiting for an answer, shouted that a tamer without a dragon is useless, and if the guy becomes her slave, he will become the most powerful. Doesn't he care about that? Phil looked sympathetically at the sarcastic princess and calmly said that he was flattered, but had to refuse. Teresa looked at him in horror and asked what he had just said. She screamed again that the boy refused to be her slave, the tamer who would make history. Phil looked irritably at the uninvited guests and replied that if they came only for this, then let them go. He was not interested in this egg. and even less in being a slave. William entered the dialogue, saying that the princess personally gives him a chance to reach heights, and he speaks so rudely to her and does not appreciate it. The guy confidently asked him not to make fun of him. He wasn't going to be anyone's slave. Teresa gave orders to William to teach Phil a lesson. Hannah jumped out in front of her nephew and asked him not to touch him. William came closer and said that it was the princess's order and hit Hannah hard in the face. Phil immediately began to lift his aunt to her feet. She replied that everything was fine and she was okay. William clenched his fist. Some commoner dared to disobey a noble princess. The servant shouted that the boy would pay and attacked him from behind. This gesture made Phil very angry, and he took out his dragon sword. Putting his sword between the man's eyes, the boy said that he had attacked his family, which meant he would kill them. The servant moved away further. Teresa screamed that she wanted the servant to teach him a lesson. Phil walked up to the arrogant princess and addressed her. He didn't care that she was some kind of princess. The guy hit the girl with all his might and ordered her to shut up, take her scum, and get out of here. The servant then attacked, declaring that the boy had dared to attack the princess. Their swords clashed and Phil knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. William ran up to the girl and asked if she was okay. Teresa swung at the servant and screamed that he was a loser and ordered him to go and kill Phil. Even if she didn't have a dragon tamer, she only wanted him dead. The guy took the sword more firmly and prepared for the servant's attack. In Phil's room, his phone was left and it rang, waking up Zarya. Inga called him, but didn't wait for an answer, and went to look for his house herself. She thought that she had written down the guy's number incorrectly. As she approached the house, she was blown away by a shockwave, which left the girl confused. William fell out of the room, and Inga realized that a fight had just broken out there. Leaving the room, the princess ordered everyone to get out of here and not look. William sat on the ground, telling the girl that the guy was very strong. She was not satisfied with the answer. She called the servant trash. Her eyes flashed with vulnerability, and she decided that now was the time to intervene in the fight. Phil saw this and realized that she also had a hidden class because this spell was the complete opposite of Inga's spell. Mrs. Inga ran up to the guy, intending to find out what was going on here. Turning around, the heroes saw that William had turned into a monster. It was hard to look at him because he began to glow and gain strength. The servant had become a level 30 warrior defender, while the princess was only a level 15 mage. Inga stood in front of Phil and asked him to let her help him. The huge monster soared into the air. The guy shouted that he didn't need help and sent Inga to her aunt's shop. William landed right in front of the boy, the ground beneath him collapsing, unable to support his weight. Phil realized that his attack power had increased greatly. Now he would need to use Dragon Pulse and Claw. The princess heated up the temperature and shouted at the servant to kill the guy and calm her anger. The servant began to attack, but Zarya unexpectedly stopped him, defending her master. The dragon surrounded himself with fire and was ready to attack, waiting for the attack. The princess opened her mouth in surprise. It seemed she had never seen real dragons. Phil stood in front of his opponent. Zarya was behind him. The guy said loudly that now it was his turn to calm his anger. Zarya picked up high speed and headed straight towards the princess's servant. The next second she crashed into him, holding him, dragging him along the ground with her paw. Teresa fell. It seemed impossible to her. How could the guy defeat William with one blow? The servant begged to help him. The princess grabbed her staff and began charging the skill, shouting, "Hold on, bitch!" Zarya growled and interrupted her charge, her blood reducing all damage taken by half. The dragon continued to crush the servant with its paw. He begged to let him go. Zarya grabbed him and threw him with all her might. William flew far away. Teresa looked at the servant and thought that this was such a force, a giant dragon. It turns out that someone still has eggs and dragons. Phil came forward and called the princess, asking if she wanted to kill him. The girl fell to the ground and screamed not to come near her. She began to cry and continued to scream that he had attacked his servant and seriously injured him, and that he had also insulted and threatened her. She continued to scream at the top of her lungs, asking if the guy understood what this was all leading to, that he was now an enemy of the kingdom. Phil came closer, took out his sword and asked again if she had been threatened. Standing over her, the guy continued to say that she ordered her man to attack him and his family. He screamed that he didn't care what kind of princess she was, and Zarya began to assemble a ball of fire to finish off the ulcer. Phil swung his sword at Teresa. She was very scared and couldn't move. The guy hung over her. The dragon's fireball was already ready to attack. The hero drowned, that he would still take revenge on the girl. Somewhere far away a voice was heard calling his name. Looking up at the sky, Phil saw Robert sitting right on the eagle. The man asked to let the princess go. Inga saw her father and was very surprised, because earlier he said that he would have things to do at this time. Zarya saw the bird approaching her and was ready to attack. Phil ordered her to stop. The boy cut off part of the princess's staff, and looking at his dragon, said that was enough. Robert was able to fly past the dragon calmly, examining it with caution. The man and the eagle landed safely on the ground. Robert looked at the dragon again, and thought that he was so unusual and different from his subspecies. Even from the ground his power could be felt, and asked the guy to take the dragon away because there were a lot of people around. Inga came up behind Phil and asked him to listen to her father and trust him. The hero called the dragon and ordered it to stop all attacks and turn around. Inga took Phil away, and Robert went up to Teresa and asked if she was okay, as he hadn't expected to see her there. Robert beamed and said that his family's driver would be there soon to take them to the hospital. The heroes entered the room. Phil explained to Hannah that Inga said that her father knew this princess. Hannah suggested that Inga's family would help resolve this conflict, but the guy had a feeling that Teresa would not leave it like that. Robert approached the heroes and immediately said that he knew the whole story, but to arrange a smashing of the city at the first meeting was something. Hannah approached Robert and asked him to explain to them what had happened. The man lit a cigarette and said that he could now explain. He began the story. Teresa's family has great influence in the highest leadership of the kingdom. Phil boldly replied that he didn't care what power she had, and he wouldn't sell his dignity for some dragon egg. Robert laughed and called the guy a good boy. He appreciated that, and said that they had nothing to worry about. He would help sort everything out. The man continued that in this case he would not be able to cope alone, so he had a condition. All the heroes gasped. Phil asked decisively what the man was offering. Robert asked to take first place in the entrance exams, in exchange for which he would do everything possible to detain the princess during the exam. Inga warned that it would not be easy. There were many talented students in the kingdom. The man repeated again that he could only help if the guy beat everyone else and took first place. Phil looked at Robert and answered decisively that he understood everything and accepted his conditions. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the princess was screaming into the phone that something needed to be done about this guy as soon as possible. Grinning, she ended the conversation by saying again that she only wanted him dead. The next day, in the main square of the 3rd Academy, before the big exam, the students gathered and discussed their skills. A guy in the crowd shouted out, calling everyone to look because it was Phil. The students around started to mock him, saying that the best student got a terrible class and became a loser. Phil turned around to look at this farce. The thought flashed through his head that he missed this gossip. Now he would show what he had achieved. The sage came up on stage and ordered everyone to create silence, adding that the exam was about to start. Phil thought, ever since he reached level 15, he had never used the treasure maps he received every day. It was a pity that they were all mid-rank. He thought that if he combined all the cards into one, it could help him prepare for the exam. Phil saw his teacher. He asked him if he came to take the exam. The guy answered that he trained a lot. The teacher gave him a teleportation stone. The man added that he believed that Phil was no worse than members of other classes, and he reminded the boy that one mistake could lead to death, and suggested that he try to team up with his classmates for the test. Phil thought about the teacher's words. He understood that if he took the test with someone, then the points would be divided between the team members. The guy turned around and saw his girlfriend in the company of a girl. She said that this was her best friend named Sky, and she was very strong. A friend invited the guy to join their team. Phil apologized and said he planned to go alone and wished the girls luck. The girl was upset, knowing that everyone who would be on the hero's team would, on the contrary, drag him down. Sky asked her friend why she invited a guy from the weakest class to join their team. The girl firmly answered that he was very strong and would definitely take first place. Sky thought that her friend was saying this because she had fallen in love with the dragon tamer. But the girl asked her not to bother her head, and they proceeded to the test. Phil walked through the portal into the unknown. It was the examination dungeon where all the students gathered. A huge screen appeared in the sky, and on it was the director of the academy. He called on the candidates to pay attention to the fact that the test was divided into 4 levels. Normal level tests are controlled and do not result in fatal injuries. The difficult level contains various monsters. Points are saved when exiting using the teleportation stone. Monsters in the terrifying level are more ferocious. It is not recommended to challenge them alone. Victor shouted out from the crowd of students and asked the director if he could see him, because the guy would get the highest score. Victor was the best student of the 1st Academy and was among the top 5 in the province. He had a universal class. The students conferred. Some thought that this was the end and their rating would fall because of Victor. The judges gathered in the director's office. They watched what was happening on the monitors. It was the director of the 1st Academy, the director of the 3rd Academy, and Robert. The director of the 1st Academy looked at Victor and laughed, saying that victory would be his. The director of the 3rd Academy thought about it. He felt sorry for Phil. If he had received a different class, he might have taken first place. Robert interrupted and turned to the respected directors. This time he was in a very optimistic mood. They asked him who they were talking about. The man pointed to the monitor where Phil was standing and said that he was talking about the dragon tamer. The director of the 1st Academy laughed, saying that all the students had already left for the test, and he still hadn't come in. What could you expect from a tamer? The director of the 3rd Academy looked at the screen with horror. He realized that Phil was waiting for the door to the most difficult level to appear. The guy chose a nightmare level test, but there is no way out of it. He is too self-confident. No one who has braved the nightmarish test has ever returned alive. The clouds began to thicken and the sky turned scarlet. The last student took this test 8 years ago and died a horrible death. The director of the first academy shouted, "What nonsense! Didn't they explain the rules to the guy? Mr. Robert should reconsider his views. He can't compare to Victor." Robert settled himself more comfortably in his chair and asked the directors not to jump to conclusions so early, but to observe first. The director of the third academy looked at the man and asked why he was so confident in the boy. Phil walked through the portal to the first floor of the nightmare test. As he moved forward, he realized that this was only the first floor, and there were at least 10 of them. The first danger appeared before him. It was a pack of black-maned wolves of the 10th level. The wolf growled and pounced on the guy. Phil remained calm. He was confident in himself and his skills. Taking his sword, he used Dragon Bite and killed the wolf with one blow. The first floor of the nightmare test was passed. The door to the second floor opened and Phil was awarded 990 points. The director of the first academy jumped up, shouting, "What's wrong with this guy? He's incredibly strong." The director of the third academy seemed to understand that the boy had found a legendary hero. An unfamiliar man in a cloak entered the academy premises. Boldly and noisily, he opened the doors of the office where the directors were and asked for forgiveness. The man introduced himself, saying that he was the Imperial Ambassador and his name was Gordon. Again apologizing for the disturbance, he said that he needed to bring Phil for investigation. Walking forward on the map, the guy found the location of the treasure map and was very happy about it. He thought how lucky it was that the location of the high-level treasure from the map he had just synchronized was right here. Cutting the stems of plants with his sword, the hero moved closer and closer to the treasure. He found a rare skill book that could trigger accelerated growth. After opening the book, he obtained this skill and thought that this skill was perfect for Zarya. After the Village of Sorrow, her level rose very slowly, and this skill would be very useful to her. Approaching the screens, Gordon addressed Principal Bruce, since Phil was a student at his academy. The man turned around and said that he needed to interrupt his test immediately and tell him to come here. Principal Bruce stood behind Gordon and said that even if the matter was important, it would have to be postponed until after the exam, and he could handle it on Phil's behalf. Robert walked up to Gordon and grabbed his hand, asking him to listen since they were former classmates. The man pushed the hand away and asked not to interfere with his work and not to touch him. He continued, "I don't know why you are covering for this Tamer," and reminded that if he interferes, the Imperial Court will be displeased. Gordon pushed Robert away from him and told Director Bruce to bring the boy right away. "Mr. Gordon," the man said, and he turned to look at him. Lighting a cigarette, Robert said that the relationship between officials was indeed complicated. But once Phil's secret was revealed, no one would matter anymore. And he added harshly that no one would take Phil away today. Gordon looked at the man and said, "Insubordination. This is a crime. What a secret. What nonsense." Robert silently and forcefully grabbed the ambassador's hand. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he said that let them blame him, he would admit everything. But the ambassador threatened to tell everything to his superiors. Principal Bruce approached the men and asked them to calm down and not interfere with the important exam. Gordon asked again why they would do such a thing for some boy. Robert asked in surprise if the man wasn't interested in Phil's secret, which could make him disobey his superiors. Gordon looked up at the monitor and saw that Phil had selected the nightmare level. The guy knew what he was doing and moved further through all the floors. He wanted to see what floor he could reach alone with such skills. But he decided that it would be better for him to summon Zarya so that she could gain more experience. The director of the first academy approached Gordon and said that he had never seen Phil deal with everyone with one blow. A loud roar drew the attention of all the men to the monitor. Phil called for Zarya. The men were confused. "What is this dragon?" they said in one voice. Robert looked up at the monitor too. Even though he had already seen the dragon, he still got goosebumps. The man turned to the others and asked, "Gentlemen, have you all now seen Phil's secret?" Pointing to the dragon, he added that the guy was the only dragon tamer in history who was able to tame a dragon. Director Bruce was shocked. Phil actually managed to tame the dragon. The team of the hero and the dragon easily passed the second floor of the map. The director of the first academy clarified that no class could beat the power of this dragon. So Phil and Zarya had already reached the 13th level. All the obstacles on the map were within their reach. Director Bruce noted that it was not just the dragon, but also Phil's power. All of his stats should be above 100. The guy would be the best, even if he didn't summon the dragon. The man turned to the ambassador. "Mr. Gordon, do you still want to take Phil to your leadership?" The man firmly replied that today Robert opened his eyes, and he finally understood why he resisted. Robert turned away and said that in that case, he would take the video recording of Phil's exam and send it to the teacher. From now on, their relationship with the guy should not be anyone's business. The hero and the dragon had already reached the 20th level, and at the end of the corridor they noticed a bright glow. From the darkness appeared a dark priestess of the 15th level in the company of 3 giants. With Zarya's growth accelerating, she was probably about to level up. Phil ordered the lava flame to be activated. The dragon continued to continuously spew flames in front of itself and deal damage to the enemy. The 20th floor of the nightmare level was passed. The enemy was incinerated. At the same time, Zarya's level increased to 11, and Phil's level to 16. The guy was already in first place in the tournament table. but his principle was to reach the end of the test. Looking at the dragon, he said, "Let's raise this test to the ground." An hour later, the guy had already moved to the 50th floor of the terrifying level. Victor passed the 50th floor and was very exhausted. It was difficult to go further. He thought that the exam this year was just terrible. There were at least 70 monsters here. How difficult. Gathering all his will into a fist, he decided that he would be the best in this exam. Victor looked up at the sky and laughed, ordering that the top 10 universities be contacted immediately and told to prepare for his admission. The directors watched Phil's progress through the tests closely. Director Bruce said that the 50th floor is the nightmare level. The place where all the previous ones failed is here. The director of the first academy added that this level would be a turning point. Even if Phil passed the test, he would progress more slowly after that. On the 50th floor of the nightmare level, Zarya gained a new transformation skill after leveling up. Moving further along the map, the heroes heard a sharp crack. Looking up, they saw that the mountain was turning into a monster. It was an amethyst mountain giant. Director Bruce, seeing this, asked how he would fight, since there were 3 nightmarish bosses. The giant activated a mountain wrist that deals massive damage in front of him. Phil knew it would get tougher halfway through, but not for him and Zarya. She joined the fight. The boy ordered the dragon to try out his new form as a world destroyer. Zarya began to transform, bathing everything around her in a scarlet glow. Director Bruce, seeing this, could not believe his eyes. What was he going to do? The dragon, however, was still going through the transformation process, and it turned out to be slow. Having taken on a new form, Zarya was ready to attack, her stats having doubled. The men didn't understand what was happening, how the dragon could change its fighting form. Robert said that if such a thing were possible, the whole world would tremble from it. The giant began to attack Phil, but he managed to dodge and jumped back. Pausing in the air, the boy gave the command to the dragon to launch an attack with its jaws. The director of the first academy watched in horror as the dragon easily broke through the level 20 boss. Director Bruce thought that Phil's dragon was able to break through the defense of the amethyst mountain giant. The attack power must be over 2,000. The next boss reached for the guy and wanted to squeeze him into a fist, but he didn't succeed. Phil expertly dodged another attack. While in the air, the guy used his skills to avoid remaining indifferent. Using the Dragon Claw skill, he transformed his hand into a dragon paw, its strength depending on the pet's strength. Robert turned to the ambassador, Mr. Gordon now, looking at Phil's strength. Is he offended that the man prevented him from taking the boy? The hero flew closer to the giant and was ready to attack him. Zarya came closer and roared with all her might. The monster flew high into the air from the force of the blow. The final blow fell to Phil, and he stopped the dragon. Zarya used the Earth Rip skill, which slams the ground, dealing massive damage to all targets hit. Phil saw that their levels had gone up again, and thought that he had chosen the nightmare level very well. Looking around, he realized that these tests were not an obstacle for him. He passed floor after floor. The hero was delighted with the huge amount of experience. The 50th floor was passed, and they went to the next one. Robert looked at the director, saying that it seemed that for Phil, this so-called turning point floor was just nothing. The director of the first academy replied that the power of his dragon was far beyond his understanding. Director Bruce approached Robert, saying that he knew a lot about dragons. So could he tell how much the giant dragon's strength stat increased after it changed form? Robert replied that he had seen the city's most powerful bigwigs fight. And if you compare their strength, this dragon had the strength of at least 2,500. The director of the first academy, hearing this, shouted that this was above all their characteristics. Director Bruce thought that this was about what he expected. He was afraid that there would only be more to come. The man bowed his head and said that now that he had passed the 50th floor, the X+1 pattern would gradually become apparent. And he said that the X+1 pattern was formulated by the first scientist who designed this test. After passing the 50th floor, every X floors with a large number of monsters you will encounter at least one boss. This makes the trials more like a real dungeon, where players can lose their lives at any moment. However, in the trial, be it X or 1, the bosses will be of a nightmare level. Director Bruce explained to Gordon that in Nightmare X+1 mode, you can face more than one boss and increase your stats exponentially. Robert replied that it only sounded difficult and urged everyone to see how Phil handled it. But the guy and the dragon didn't care at all about this blood-chilling formula. After passing the 70th floor, the dragon's level rose to 13, and Phil's level to 18. The guy could see that starting from the 50th floor, it became much more difficult. But thanks to Zara, this exam would be much easier. Director Bruce indicated that a little more than 10 minutes had passed, and Phil had already reached the 70th floor. The director of the first academy added that, to be honest, the tower this year was much more difficult than in previous years. The director of the first academy narrowed his eyes slyly, and said that he doubted that anyone would be able to go above the 80th floor. At this point, Phil and Zarya have already climbed 76 floors. On the 83rd floor, they were met by a huge worm with many teeth and a gigantic size. Phil used his skills skillfully, the blood of the black dragon helping him in this. Zarya grabbed the worm with one paw and destroyed it at the same moment. The the hero's levels increased by one more. Director Bruce voiced that in previous years, many geniuses spent all their energy going through the floors, but ultimately died due to their own fatigue. And he added that he believed that Phil was the first in the last 10 years who would be able to reach the 100th floor. But the director of the first academy grimaced and asked his colleague not to rush, because one should not forget about the difficulty of the 99th level. Gordon called everyone to see that Phil had reached level 99. After passing through the portal, the guy saw some kind of crumbling room. Moving further forward, he saw in front of him a throne, to which a staircase led, and dark silhouettes around it. The throne seemed to be guarded by headless knights. They stood motionless. Phil felt a gust of wind that caused all the candelabra in the room to light up. The figures came to life. They turned out to be headless horsemen and, advancing on the guy, they shouted at him that he was a murderer. All the stories from the Secret Kingdom are real. They originate from real history, like the Village of Sorrow. The ruined kingdom was formed as a result of the undead invasion hundreds of years ago, and the ruler was killed. The horseman approached the boy and shouted louder and louder that the murderer should remain without a head. Phil decided that exchanging health was the safest way to pass through the Secret Kingdom. But since he didn't have that ability, he had no choice but to deal with all four. The boy rose into the air and took out his sword, and began to attack the horseman. One of the monsters shouted again that murder was a grave crime. Phil fought off attacks one after another, which exhausted him even more. His speed was increasing, but his fatigue was growing just as quickly. There were 4 of them, and the guy was left alone. The hero noticed that after so much time, the rider continued to chop just as before. Hovering over Phil, the rider repeated that it was a crime, his voice sounding like a sentence. The guy started a counterattack. In case the rider takes damage, he immediately strikes back. Phil realized that he couldn't do it alone, but he had a plan. In an instant, he summoned his dragon. Zarya struck with all her might with her tail, and one of the knights fell. Blow after blow, she attacked more and more powerfully, destroying everything in her path. Left alone, Phil thought it was all over and praised the dragon. But it was too early to rejoice. A knight attacked him from behind, who did this for the sake of the master. This knight had a thunder skill that increased the speed of his attacks and dealt additional lightning damage. Phil put his sword in front of him in time to repel the onslaught. Raising his head up, the boy saw that all the riders remained alive, but now they had become angrier. Swinging their weapons, they dealt damage to everything around them. Phil flew into the air and assessed the situation, thinking that this couldn't go on like this. The boy gave the order to the dragon to get ready, and Zarya began to recharge her skills, forming a fireball in front of her. Zarya was ready to attack and released a lava flame that continuously erupted at the enemies. All opponents fell to inevitable death. No one could resist such a force and burned alive. Level 99 was passed. The hero levels rose even higher, and Zarya received a new skill, Cataclysm. The director of the first academy was scared. He understood that the last floor had opened. Robert grinned and told everyone that it looked like they were going to witness something legendary today. Director Bruce said, was it the 100th floor he was afraid? It was because of him that he did not want the candidates to pass the selection. The door to the 100th floor opened and Phil walked in boldly. One last push remained. Walking to the center of the map, the guy saw a red glow around him and Zarya. Looking at his sword, he saw that it was simply dissolving in his hands. Seeing the same throne as the floors before, Phil realized that this was it, the ruined kingdom. The army of the undead numbered more than 500, and included all those whom the hero had met earlier. At their head was a level 60 emperor who could destroy worlds. Phil knew that for this floor, he would have to try out a new destruction skill. The guy got ready and said, it's time to go through the floor and get a well-deserved grade. The hero held his sword in front of him and ordered Zara to switch to the form of a destroyer dragon. When switching, the dragon increased its main characteristics and additional skills were unlocked. Principal Bruce was very surprised by the 3 forms of the dragon. Robert added that Phil still had some aces up his sleeve. The Emperor ordered his army to go on the offensive and the undead began to attack. Phil entered the battle decisively and ordered Zara to prepare for the attack. The skill was loaded and ready to be activated. The hero only had to give the order. The guy didn't hesitate and shouted to the dragon to activate the cataclysm. The dawn was covered in flames. Its impenetrable light of fire made it possible to see only the outline of a face. The cataclysm devastated the area, causing the undead to suffer heavy damage and their numbers to rapidly decline. The director of the first academy asked if a candidate could have such skills. Robert added in surprise that he and the dragon had destroyed an entire army of undead. The Emperor and his servants surrounded Phil and aimed their weapons at him. The boy was unable to fight an opponent of such a level, and he fell to the ground. Phil called the dragon closer to him, and Zarya activated the second cataclysm. Director Bruce summed up that Phil killed the 4 horsemen, so he managed even the highest level. This year the exam was not easy, so the rewards should be appropriate. The guy said that they got rid of the bugs. It's time to move on to the boss. The final boss was the Emperor of the destroyed world. The army of the undead fell. Phil walked up close to him and activated his Dragon Claw skill. ordering Zara to prepare for an attack. The boy's hands became dragon paws. The Emperor attacked, but Phil could only defend himself with his hands. Having thrown the boss aside, the guy shouted, "Let it all burn to the ground," and ordered the dragon to activate the lava flame. The Emperor looked at his hands. His strength was leaving him. He was not prepared for such an outcome. Phil asked him if he noticed that he had become weaker and showed him a mourning ring that cast an aura of sorrow. Falling down exhausted, the boss told him it was a terrible trick. Phil summoned the dragon and ordered the second part of the lava volley to be activated. The Emperor fell down exhausted near his throne, his strength leaving him faster and faster. The guy ran up and thrust his legendary sword into the undead, piercing it right through. The test was over, the hero's levels increased again, and Phil pulled the sword out of the Emperor's corpse. Principal Bruce confidently said that no one had scored so many points in 30 years. The hero went to the exit from the test and asked the dragon if she wanted to go home and have a bite to eat. Zarya nodded cheerfully. The guy finished the test and trophies appeared in front of him. The first one he saw was the skill book of the Wrath of the Patrons of the Ice Dragons. But the chest also contained a ring of the Wind of Spirits, which could add agility, and an epic cloak of frost, which reduces damage from water techniques and increases damage from fire ones. After taking the rewards, Phil looked at his dragon and said that it was time for them to rest. Having taken out the teleportation stone, the guy ate through the portal. He was glad to finally return. As soon as he crossed the threshold of the room, everyone present pounced on the guy. Director Bruce said that Phil was so capable, and from now on his photo would hang on the wall in the academy. The director of the first academy added that only photos of tragically deceased students were hanging on this wall, to which Director Bruce scolded him and said that it was not worth talking about here. Robert approached Phil and said that despite the fact that he was mentally prepared for the results of the exam, the guy still amazed him. Phil looked up at the man and said that he had fulfilled the conditions, so their agreement regarding Inga must be fulfilled. The man laughed, remembering his recent conversation with Gordon, and said that he keeps his word and will decide everything in the near future. Robert put his hand on the guy's shoulder, telling him not to worry about anything and to think about choosing a university. Gordon heard their conversation. The men began asking the guy questions one after another. Most likely, all 10 top universities would fight for him. Meanwhile, in the Land of Dragons, in the far north, in an unexplored area of the 60th level, the man watched Phil and his dragon perform during the exam. The man leaned back in his chair and laughed. It was the Chief Alfred. Someone knocked on his door, and in a serious tone he ordered them to come in. A guy came into the room and apologized for disturbing us, and said that he had a report. Putting the documents on the table, he added that here Alfred could see all the data that Robert had provided. Thanks to his report, information about the conspiracy of the families reached them. The man angrily put the bottle on the table and said that Boris was to blame for everything. The guy continued to say that Robert's family and Mr. Boris maintain close ties and enjoy privileges from each other. Alfred laughed nervously. No wonder they sent a man to deal with the dragon tamer and smashed a bottle on the table with his fist. Overwhelmed by anger, Alfred stood up and shouted that Boris was taking on too much and that they needed to free Princess Teresa's hands, let her do what she pleased. And he added that it was time to put them all in their place and strip them of all their positions in case of disobedience. And he called on the guy to carry out the order. Finally, Alfred said that if he had any complaints, he should discuss everything with him personally. And as for Robert's family, if they tried to contact Boris again, he should send a detachment of snow lions to them. After cooling down, the man added that the guy should pay attention to what choice the dragon tamer would make. Phil should get the best resources. Alfred walked to the window and looked at the sky, thinking that this boy would become a living legend. And when his mission is completed, the man will finally be able to meet Phil in person. Meanwhile in Shanghai, Princess Teresa asks on the phone what they are telling her. Alfred fired Boris. The voice on the phone asks her to calm down, because there is also good news. The princess, straining her voice, asks who will now catch the tamer for her instead of him. The voice on the phone asks her not to waste her time on this, because they have discovered another tamer besides Phil. The girl was happy. She said that this was great news, and she hoped that this time everything would go much smoother. Victor passed the exam while on the 72nd floor and used the teleportation stone to return back. The guy believed in his victory. He thought that he would definitely become a champion. Looking at the number of people in the hall, he did not understand what this excitement was about. In his head, he imagined his director telling him that he was a true champion and had shown himself to be the best, and that everyone must be cheering for him. Approaching his director, Victor greeted him. The man asked him inquiringly whether he had finished yet. The guy proudly declared that he had finished and scored almost 90,000 points. He didn't think anyone could beat him and laughed. The director turned to Victor, saying that everything was fine, and that he too would have the opportunity to choose any of the top 10 universities. Victor looked nervously at the director. He thought what the director wanted to say with all this. He was probably in shock, because he had never seen such a number of points scored before. He must be very proud of me, the boy thought, and thanked the director. 7 days later, the results were announced, and Phil came to it with Aunt Hannah. From the doorway, they were attacked by people. Some offered to join their academy. Some asked questions regarding admission. Robert approached the heroes and said that the results had been announced. Everyone was in shock, and they decided to see the champion in person. Hannah responded by suggesting that they talk inside, since it was very lively outside. Robert added that the 6 boxes contained a prize fund of 50 million, which the city of Shanghai would award to the winner, and in addition, Phil received an additional bonus. The first bonus was the Blue Dragon Lord's Roar skill book. After using it, he will have access to a new magic skill. The second bonus was the Elixir of Thunder. After using it, the power of lightning increases by a quarter. The director carefully selected all the rewards, especially the third bonus, boots that recharge in literally 30 seconds. Taking the briefcase, Phil said that he would definitely need all of this. Inga entered the room, saying that representatives from 10 universities had already arrived in Shanghai, and her father had invited them to their home, and she had been sent to see Phil off. The guy was surprised and asked why so early. After all, he had just gotten to first place. Robert replied that such results are shown quite rarely, so everyone wants to see him sooner. He added that the recording of his exam and the result were hidden on purpose. No one except the top 10 universities saw them, and Inga established contact with the teacher who wants to meet him in person. Phil smiled broadly. He also really wanted to see him in person. But Robert said that it was not time yet, and there was no need to worry. Sooner or later they would meet. Inga approached Phil and asked to accept. In her hands was a purple judge card, which was worth about 10 million. Robert came up behind him in a fatherly manner and said that the boy deserved it and was worth taking. And he added that they were being taken to an event in the evening, so the map could be very useful to them. Inga shouted back to her father that the guy would relax like that. The man laughed. Grabbing Phil by the hand, Inga dragged him towards the exit, saying that it was time to say hello. At this time, Princess Teresa arrived in a forest outside the city of Shanghai. Getting out of the car and walking through the forest, she asked William what level the guy they had come to was. The servant replied that he was at 19, and his dragon was at 14. Teresa gave a sarcastic look and said that dragon tamers are so different. Moving on, they saw Oswald and his dragon. Teresa, seeing them, said that very soon they would be able to fight the boss of the 30th level. An ice lion appeared out of nowhere and began to attack Oswald. The boy gave his dragon the command to attack with its tail, and it knocked the lion off his feet, after which the guy used the dragon strike, which accumulates the dragon's energy and deals a powerful blow to enemies. The lion was defeated. The guy and the dragon's levels increased by 1, and their stats increased. Teresa cried out, "Not bad." The dragon egg was not given away in vain. Oswald bowed before her and replied that he was glad that he did not let her down. The princess turned to the servant, asking if he would mind handing over his weapon to Oswald. William replied that the subordinate was acting in accordance with the princess's orders. The guy approached Teresa and thanked her. With her help, he could very well become the next champion. The princess became angry and said, "Phil, remember this name until you finish him off and take the black dragon." She continued to shout that she would help Oswald become the strongest dragon tamer in history, and he would become her personal servant. And as for Phil, he needed to be dealt with. Oswald turned to Teresa and asked her not to worry. It was a great honor for him. The princess turned around excitedly and said that he was much better than Phil, and told him that she gave him a chance, but he did not appreciate it. The girl went further and ordered William to go to Shanghai and find out which university Phil had chosen. And she added that if the servant couldn't cope, she might not show up again. William replied with disappointment that he understood her. Teresa's eyes filled with a thirst for revenge. She was sure that very soon Phil would regret how he treated her. Outside the living room at Inga and Robert's estate, a girl approached Phil and asked him if he had already decided where he would apply. Inga blushed and began to justify herself by saying that it was her father who asked her to find out, and said that it would be better if she went to the same place as the guy. Phil turned around and said that they said that teamwork was very important in college, so they had to work together. And if they went to the Secret Kingdom together, they would definitely win. And he added that he had not yet made a final decision, so he would tell her a little later. The girl thought that she did not know how many points Phil scored, and was afraid that they had too big a gap. Inga shouted at the end that she would do everything possible to enroll with him. Phil said okay, and headed towards the door where university representatives were waiting for him. Opening the door in front of him, he saw people sitting in a semicircle and waiting for him. The guy greeted loudly and began to introduce himself. A large man interrupted him, saying that they had seen the recording of his exam and it was amazing. But another girl began to interrupt the man. The stout man looked down on her and asked her not to interrupt as he began to talk about the advantages of his university. The girl looked at him aggressively and asked if he thought he could win her over with all this junk. The man was very angry, and the girl continued to talk about the advantages of her university. The bacchanalia began. The representatives began to quarrel among themselves and shout at each other. Phil did not expect that this was a greeting to this. The girl sitting on the edge addressed Phil in a calm tone, saying that she was Kate, and represented Lund University, and told him that this year the university was providing a quota for national testing, and invited the guy to come to her place. All the other representatives turned on the girl, saying that he had just finished the exam. How could he cope with the national level? The guy was very touched by the words about national testing, and he began to think about them. Kate added that national testing is a secret kingdom created all over the world. Testing will exalt the country of the winner, and the reward will be a treasure that the world has never seen before. The other representatives pounced on Kate again, saying that it was too dangerous and risky. Kate relaxed in her chair and replied that those who pass this test become truly honorable persons. Phil's words echoed in his head, and he was offered what he really wanted. The hero received a notification with congratulations and a new treasure map. The second divine level map impressed him. The previous treasure map gave him the opportunity to find a dragon egg. Kate asked again what decision Phil had made for himself. The university had not previously provided such an opportunity. The guy decided that he would go to Lund University, but he asked Kate for help so that she could help him submit his application for him. 4 days later, Hannah and Phil were leaving their bakery. Auntie saying that she never thought that one day they would have to leave this place. She felt heavy at heart considering the fact that they had lived there for so many years. Phil told her that now they had money and could afford to live anywhere else. Auntie plunged into memories. She remembered when the guy first came to her, how quickly time flies. A car stopped in front of the heroes. Inga shouted that they had come for them. Sky added that they had also entered Lund University and a plane had been reserved for them, so they had to hurry. Phil turned to Sky and asked if she had also been accepted to Lund University. Sky replied that she and Inga had the same grades, but she wanted to study with you. Inga blushed and interrupted her friend. The girls were unaware that Phil had arranged for them to enroll with Kate, and Hannah apologized for making the girls worry so much about Phil. Hannah cried and remembered the past. The guy always dreamed of going to a university with a pleasant atmosphere. How she missed the past. Inga shouted that there wasn't much time left and called everyone to get into the car. The heroes stood by the plane. Phil looked at the girls. His aunt tried to raise him to be a good person, and he really appreciates it. He said that he would definitely make her life better. And it begins. The heroes arrived in the land of the moons. The aunt noticed that it was very lively there. They saw a university in front of them. Phil heard a very familiar voice and turned his head to see who was speaking. Princess Teresa emerged from the luxurious car, accompanied by William and Oswald. The princess and the servant were not at all happy about this meeting. Phil could not expect to meet Teresa at all. He wondered what she was doing here. Oswald asked, "So this is the dragon tamer from Shanghai?" He didn't even have to look and laughed. William stopped him and asked him to be calm. Princess Teresa added that the boy would be sent back if he did anything now. Oswald understood everything and apologized. Inga told the team that her father said that the princess was going to come to the country of Lung. But why to Lundu University? Kate came out of the university and was glad that they were all together, telling them that Oswald and Phil were two representatives of the dragon tamers from the southern province, so at the university they were called twins. Phil couldn't believe his ears. A second dragon tamer, that's it, he thought. A vein appeared on Oswald's face and he said through gritted teeth that he had heard a lot about the guy. Phil said that they had literally just met and asked Kate to walk them home. Princess Teresa said that they could handle it themselves, although no one offered to help them. Kate walked the heroes home, telling them that all the first-year students lived there and there were only 30 apartments. Kate said that Oswald came in second in the ranking, and in the overall ranking he became 18th, so his house will be at number 18. Phil thought it looked like Oswald had agreed to all of Teresa's conditions, one of which was to kill him or something like that. Inga asked how they would live, because her and Sky's results did not allow them to enter the top 30. Kate said that the three of them would have to go to another area. Hannah walked up to her nephew and snuggled up to him, asking if maybe they could live together with Phil then. Kate replied that the rules did not prohibit it, as long as Phil himself did not mind. Hannah looked at the guy with puppy eyes and asked if she wanted to try her aunt's food, and if he minded. The guy replied that he agreed. Hannah grabbed the girls by the arms and said, "In that case, we will live together and strengthen the bond between us, so that in the future we can safely pass through the secret kingdom." Phil laughed and told his friends that they had better listen to their aunt, because the hostel was very far from here, and he would have to look for them for a long time. Sky replied that in that case they would stay, and Inga also agreed. Hannah was very happy that they would be eating together, and Sky went up to Phil and told him what he would get if he tried to do anything. The hero received a notification about the availability of something new. He realized that it was about a treasure and it was somewhere nearby. Phil decided to ask Kate who lived in house number 2. The girl replied that she was responsible for another province, and was not familiar with first-year students from other regions. And she added that she only knows that a girl lives in house number 2. Phil asked his aunt to go to the house for now, and he went to greet the new neighbors. The aunt laughed and asked her not to forget to give him a gift. The guy replied that she was thinking about it, and he was just interested in finding out who took second place. Hannah laughed, thinking that Phil was going to the girl for romantic purposes. The guy walked up to the house, rang the bell, and waited, holding his aunt's cake in his hands. The door opened, Phil greeted the girl and introduced himself, saying that he now lived in house number 1. The girl was pretty and taciturn, without saying anything. She simply looked him over from top to bottom. Phil smiled and handed her the cake, adding that he hoped for their friendship since they were now neighbors. The girl accepted the cake and went home, saying only that her name was Barbara. Phil smiled again and asked if he could come in. His throat was dry. If Barbara could offer him a glass of water. The girl silently opened the door for him, and the guy thanked her. Phil couldn't stand the anticipation of the treasure any longer and rushed past Barbara into the house. He didn't want to linger here. He needed to find the treasure as soon as possible. Looking into all the doors, he first got into her bedroom, and then into the toilet. But that was not it. Opening another door, he found a valuable emerald dragon egg, and thought that this was the room that Barbara had not yet been in. As Phil left the room, he saw Barbara with 2 glasses of water. Rushing past her, he said that he had suddenly remembered something, and that he no longer wanted to drink. The girl was left alone, at a loss, with 2 glasses of water. When she entered her room, she saw the things that had been left behind, and immediately thought that Phil was a pervert. The guy came home. It was already evening outside. He went up to his room and turned on the light. Zarya was very interested in the new egg, and she began to examine it. The egg glowed brightly. It could be activated. Zarya was in anticipation, but Phil was also waiting to meet a new friend. The egg began to crack. A bright glow appeared around it. The baby was about to be born. The shell collapsed. Zarya didn't make a sound from anticipation. Phil was also extremely intrigued. A beautiful emerald dragon hatched from the egg, and at birth it received very good skills that could interact with both Phil and Zarya. Phil looked at his new friend with awe and thought that now he had another dragon. Now Zarya would be able to receive additional support. The guy remembered that during the exams, Zarya's powers increased by 1/3, and during the cataclysm by 70%. If he combined her characteristics with the new dragon, they would increase by at least 60%, and the power would reach 12,000. Zarya was playing with the baby. Phil looked at them and thought that if he put equipment on the emerald dragon, he would become very strong. He was afraid to imagine how strong he would be. The hero sank even deeper into his thoughts. He needed to think everything through. But at that moment, he saw how the little dragon was biting Zarya and ordered him to stop. It was time to choose a name for the baby. Taking him in his arms, the boy thought that it would be best to name the dragon Emerald. Raising it above his head, the boy laughed and said that the name suited him, and from now on he would be Zarya's friend. Zarya and Emerald played the rest of the night, and the little one needed a lot of attention from his older friend. The next day, there was an organizational meeting of the first-year students. The heroes were going to the meeting, and Sky asked why it was so noisy in Phil's room yesterday. The guy smiled and wanted to tell, but after a few words he was interrupted. On the way, the heroes met university students. They shouted that 2 beauties had arrived again. A swordswoman and a divine light mage. They would definitely be the first beauties of the university. Seeing Inga, one of the guys said that he would like to be alone with her in the secret kingdom. Another guy noticed Sky and asked if he thought she had a boyfriend, to which the friend replied that there were 2 girls and they couldn't date that guy at the same time. The heroes entered the hall. Inga shouted to Sky that yesterday she asked Kate to sit in the front, but her friend replied that she would sit in the back. Walking deeper into the hall, Phil saw a familiar face. The guy was looking at him very aggressively. Here the hero remembered that this was the same noisy guy from the exam from the first academy. Phil smiled good-naturedly as he passed him, and Victor's veins on his face bulged with anger. He thought he had embarrassed himself because of Phil in front of the principal. After the exam, the man told him not to think that he had become a champion, and asked him to look at the lists and make sure of the difference in points with Phil. Sky walked to the end of the hall and thought that it would be a good idea to separate Phil and Inga. She couldn't allow them to be together for long. Approaching his seat, the guy saw Barbara and greeted her. Inga jealously asked if they knew each other. Phil explained that this was his neighbor. She lives in house number 2 and her name is Barbara. Inga was surprised, thinking that she was not only beautiful, but also strong. The guys sitting in the back started whispering again. They were jealous of Phil, that all the beautiful girls of Lundu were next to him. A man came onto the stage and asked for silence. He introduced himself. His name is Edward, and he is the deputy director of Lundu University, a professor of the Department of Combat Magic, and a Thunder Mage. The man greeted everyone and asked to let him tell them about some rules. Kate walked down the rows and handed out cards. Edward explained that this was identification, and that this was the only thing they would need in Lund. The certificate will store students' points, which are currency. Points are needed to open secret kingdoms, as well as to purchase weapons, potions, and the like. Students will be awarded their first points based on the exam scores they receive. Some guy stood up and shouted from the hall, turning to the deputy. He said that the difficulty of the entrance exams of the provinces was different. This is not fair. The man replied that he had taken this into account and subtracted the coefficient he considered necessary, so that everyone's scores would be equal. Phil looked at the certificate and thought that the points would be very useful to him. Edward added that the points were temporary, and they would be able to get full ones after the exam, which would take place in a month. The top 30 students will be given the right to enter the upper class and will receive a number of privileges. Phil thought, for now he can be considered a potential member of the upper class, but everything can change radically. He can lose his primacy. Edward laughed, but was quick to point out that even if admitted, any student could challenge the upper class students for a place. If a high school student loses, he must give up his place to the winner. Moreover, the student cannot refuse the challenge. Currently, the top class includes 30 people who occupy the first places in the ranking. In first place was Phil. He stood up from his seat. Everyone around began to whisper about him and his dragon. Turning to the audience, the guy waved. No one ever found a recording of his performance. Oswald turned to Teresa, asking when it would be possible to remove Phil. The princess replied that they did not yet have the details of his power and needed to find out everything. Inga asked Phil if since the deputy had called his name first, it meant that now everyone would run to challenge him. After the freshmen's meeting, everyone howled into the courtyard. Finally, everything was over, and it was possible to do other things. Phil suggested that his friends go to the Hall of the Dark Kingdoms and look around. Hearing someone shout his name, Phil turned around and saw Victor. The guy shouted that he wanted to challenge the hero, and those around him waited for the events to develop. Phil confidently asked again if Victor was challenging him. The guy confirmed, recalling the deputy's words that high-class students do not have the right to refuse to fight. Victor couldn't watch the video of the hero's exam, so in order for him to win, he had to make a careful battle plan. Phil responded by accepting his challenge, and Victor responded by betting 200 points on victory. Inga was against it because that amount of points was too much. Phil pushed her away with his hand and agreed to 200. Princess Teresa folded her arms across her chest. This was a great opportunity for her to see Phil's abilities. Victor clenched his fists and warned that he would count to 3, and they began. Sky asked her friend if Phil would lose. Inga laughed and said that apparently the girl had not seen him in battle. Very soon, all the students will know everything. At that time, Victor has already counted to 1. At that very moment, Victor flew at Phil, trying to attack first and keep the advantage for himself. Victor used the skill of the accumulated energy strike. Phil in turn stood in one place. He didn't care much about it. But as he tried to strike, the guy saw that the hero had disappeared right in front of his hand. Victor knew that this was a skill of the second transformation mage. He did not understand where Phil got such a resistance technique from. The hero appeared in another place and said that he heard that masters like Victor were good at both close and long-range combat. Phil asked provocatively if this was all the boy could do, his trump card being the shiny boots he had received earlier. Victor began to activate his skill. The hero made him very angry. The guy gritted his teeth and asked the guy to die. Victor screamed and attacked with an enveloping wave and released sound waves. Phil, using his boots, was able to run through the waves without taking any damage. Victor was sure that while the hero was inactive, he would be able to win, without having time to say anything. The guy fell silent. The guy was interrupted by Phil's actions, and suddenly he was already flying with both feet into Victor's body. The guy thought that no one could beat his technique and built a dome around himself. But Phil easily broke through it with his feet. Blood gushed from Victor's mouth. He could not come to terms with his defeat. Phil defeated Victor before he even summoned the dragon. He didn't even use any skills. He knocked him out with just one kick. The students were horrified. They thought that Victor would cope. Seeing the blood, they wondered if everything was okay. Phil hovered over Victor's body and said that he still had a lot to learn. Teresa turned to Oswald, asking if the guy was sure that he could defeat Phil. The guy replied that he did not summon the dragon, so it is difficult to assess the strength. The princess looked after Phil and realized that he was not a weakling. Phil swiped his card at Victor's ID to claim the promised reward. After taking the points, Phil said that as a result of the bet, he wins 200 points and looked at his balance. Victor looked at Phil's current points and realized that if converted to the Southern Province system, his points were about 1.5 million. But doesn't Oswald, who took second place, have 210,000 points? Victor wondered. The boy remained sitting on the ground, bowing his head. It was too bold for him to try to defeat Phil. The heroes came to the secret hall of Lundu University. Hannah ran up to Phil and found out if he was okay. The guy replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. Sky told her friend that Phil defeated Victor so easily, she was afraid to imagine how strong his dragon is. Inga confirmed that the guy is very strong, and his power is beyond their imagination. Phil interrupted the girls and asked them to look at the tablet screen since they were all here. The guy said that he had just checked the secret kingdom provided by the university, and that he could try to pass it, assuring that he would be able to master it. Phil approached Inga and asked who else could be invited to their team. Inga urged him to look somewhere. Turning around, the guy saw Barbara. She had the second highest overall score. Inga thought that she could handle the secret kingdom. Phil approached the girl and greeted her. Barbara paid attention to him. The girl made a disgusted face. The guy realized that she had misunderstood him, and he was behaving rather strangely. He continued talking, asking if she had seen the kingdom and invited Barbara to join them. All the heroes stood and gave an answer from the girl. It was difficult to communicate with her. She was not very talkative. Barbara looked at Phil again and said in front of everyone that he was a pervert. His girlfriends pounced on him, asking what he had done. But Phil insisted that it was a mistake, and that they had all misunderstood. Phil turned to Barbara. He knew he had acted strangely at their first meeting, but he assured her he was normal and added that they were one person short on the team. Why shouldn't she join? Barbara looked at the tablet. She saw a forest of poisonous spiders and answered, "Okay." Phil was delighted. He managed to form a team. Number 2 only needed to say a few words. The girl stood up and went to the teleporter. Phil shouted after her that he could tell her the plan of action. Barbara refused. The girl applied her ID to the teleporter, and 45 points were debited from her account. The portal opened instantly, and the girl walked into it, calling everyone else. Phil caught a glimpse of her glasses balance. Barbara's strength was 8,000. Don't underestimate her, he thought. The heroes passed through the portal. Hannah clarified that it was even hard to breathe here. The portal closed. A majestic forest opened up before the heroes. Phil confidently said that they had arrived. Walking through the forest, Sky decided to ask the guy why he chose the secret kingdom of the 45th level. Phil looked at her and replied that he had long been eyeing the secret kingdoms. They gave more experience here than anywhere else. Hannah stopped the group and handed them her traveler's cookies, which would help you gain a third more experience for 3 hours after eating them. Hannah added that this recipe is only available at a high level, but fortunately her skills increased the chances of successful preparation. Auntie called Barbara and began to treat her. The girl looked at the cookies in surprise and asked if the cake was hers to make. Hannah laughed and replied that of course it was hers, and if she liked it, she could make it again. Inga added that her aunt cooks very well, and they live not far from Barbara and are always happy to have guests. The girl smiled, and Phil heard strange sounds and noticed the crawling body. He managed to shout, warning of danger, and they were noticed by a black scaly python with poisonous fangs. Sky rushed into battle. Inga tried to stop her. The girl took out her sword and attacked the snake repeatedly, but to no avail. His level was higher than hers. Hannah suggested that Inga prepare food to increase her defense. The girl replied that all the monsters here were at least level 40, it would be difficult. Phil asked no one to worry, and said that he could handle everything, and began to summon the dragon. During the fight, Sky asked the guy what he was doing. Barbara immediately realized that Phil wanted to summon a dragon. A small green dragon emerged from the clouds of light. Sky saw the baby and was very surprised. She asked if this was a dragon. Phil laughed and asked not to worry. Emerald was just a little naughty. Inga noted that it was not Zarya. It turns out the guy has 2 dragons. Hannah also asked where he got this little dragon from. She had not seen it before. All this time, Sky continued to fight, but it seemed more and more that her strength was about to run out. The python opened its mouth and wanted to attack. Phil ordered the dragon to activate the emerald light, and it immediately complied. A reliable shield formed in front of Sky, which saved her from the onslaught of the python. Having fallen to the ground, Inga ran up to her friend and said that she would heal her now. Sky examined herself and said that there was no wound. The emerald light withstood the damage and gave the girl an increase in all characteristics. Emerald sat on Phil's head and laughed. The guy said that as long as the baby was here, everything would be fine with them all and they would not get hurt. Inga examined Sky. Her indicators were better than those of the second transformation master. Sky assumed that the dragon clan was very strong, since this baby was so capable. While the girls were distracted, the python decided to make a second attack and came very close. Hannah shouted to watch out because he was attacking. Phil took his sword and said that he would deal with it now. Something flew past them very quickly. Even Emerald was shocked. A beam of light cut through the python's mouth with one blow, and the enemy was defeated. While the heroes were looking at what was happening, Barbara raised her sword above her head and said that there was no need to waste time. Barbara specialized in sneak attacks and was a level 21 swordswoman. She indicated that they were all being ambushed. Phil noticed the girl and thought that her strength was truly amazing. Barbara heard something not far from her and threw her weapon in the direction of the sound. Phil saw the danger and ordered his aunt to run, rushing towards her. Behind Hannah stood a spider of inhuman size. It was huge and had sharp legs. Phil managed to push his aunt away from the spider, and then the girl's sword hit him and bounced off. The silver-armored spiders were immune to Barbara's blade. The spiders had poisonous fangs and armor that increased defense. While Phil calmed Hannah down, the girl soared into the air. The spider began to attack Barbara with punctures. He was able to swing his front limbs to pierce 2 targets, but all his attempts were unsuccessful. Phil saw that the girl needed help and soared upward, warning her. The next second, the guy pierced the spider's head with his sword. The monster fell to the ground. Phil looked towards Barbara. She asked him not to worry. Looking down, the heroes saw that the mutant was far from alone. There were a bunch of others just like him. Barbara confidently said that they would be able to deal with them too, having taken out 3 powerful swords from the arsenal. Far from the army of spiders, a black widow was located, which was hard to miss. She had poisonous fangs and the ability to create webs. Phil and Barbara rushed into battle. The guy noted that the girl had a wonderful weapon, and her skills were at their best. Barbara explained that, starting from level 1, swordsmen are able to create their own weapons and gradually improve them. But now is not the time for talking, she said, and threw a frost sword that slowed the movement speed of the price. Phil thought that her class was a bit like a tamer, where you can both raise dragons and improve weapons. The huge spider saw the girl and ran towards her, its eyes glowing red. Phil began to attack him and ordered Emerald to cast Emerald Light on Barbara. The girl took another mountain-crushing weapon and threw it straight at the target. Her skill dealt massive physical damage to the target, with some of it distributed to nearby enemies. Her blade had been upgraded to level 15 thanks to Hannah's liver, and she thanked her. And Emerald's level also increased. Phil noticed Barbara's weapons and assessed them. Hearing a loud cry, the heroes turned to look at him and headed in his direction. The girl and the boy saw how the spiders surrounded Sky, Inga, and Hannah. Inga ordered Sky to protect her aunt. Phil rushed to help without hesitation, saying that there weren't that many spiders in armor, so he could deal with them himself, and asked Barbara to deal with the Black Widow. The guy burst into the circle and began the attack, warning everyone to beware of the web. Otherwise, if they got caught in it, there was a risk of death. While Barbara was watching the heroes, cobwebs rained down on her from above. The girl managed to get her sword out, but she was saved by a shield of emerald glow, preventing her from falling into the web. Barbara ran into the forest in terror. One of the girls asked her not to run away alone. Phil ordered Emerald to heal Barbara. Inga shouted to the guy to follow the girl, and they would manage on their own. The dragon's light would help them a lot. The hero ran deep into the forest after Barbara, but asked the girls not to forget about their aunt. She needed their protection more than ever. The boy and the dragon made their way through a dark forest, with cobwebs all around. Phil saw a wounded Barbara heading towards the Black Widow and shouted to her that he would help. The guy rushed to the girl's aid and ordered the dragon to release the emerald light. Barbara confidently shouted that she could handle it herself. The spider began to throw her web onto the girl, and then Barbara realized that things were bad. Like an arrow, Phil flew past the girl and asked her not to be afraid. He advised the girl to rely on him and activated the dragon claw. With one powerful blow, Phil struck the spider, and it fell down dead. Barbara, seeing this, was impressed by the guy's strength and his skills. The girl thought that there shouldn't be a big difference in strength between them. But why was the guy stronger when using Mountain Crush? Phil suggested hitting Barbara together and use the words of the wind spirits, thanks to which his agility increased. The girl released the mountain crushing blade and the bloodshed blade, while the boy used the dragon bite. Barbara still didn't understand where such a difference in strength came from. In the fight, Emerald managed to get the 3rd level. Phil assured him that the 5th was just around the corner. Barbara walked away from them, dropped her head and said that for the first time she was being treated like a weakling. Phil heard familiar voices and turned his head. His friends and aunt were there. Inga said that the spiders were over, and Hannah boasted about her level increase. The guy approached Barbara and said that she was very strong, but he could not abandon his friend to his fate. The girls approached Phil and asked him to use the emerald's light to heal. The dragon raised its head and glowed. It used the life source skill, which restores health. Inga screamed that she was now full of energy, and Sky laughed at the guy for turning green in the head. Barbara looked at their team and smiled. She thought that for the first time her comrades did not irritate her. The team moved on and stopped at a cliff. Sky looked at the tablet and said that the map ended there. She walked closer to the edge where Phil stood and saw that there was still a large area ahead. Inga glanced down and was speechless for a moment. She saw an abyss below them that looked like the lair of the boss of the Secret Kingdom. The devourer and leader of the pack leads all the spiders. It was the screeching mother of spiders of the 45th level. Inga asked not to look down at Hannah. Sky added that such scenes could be traumatic for her. Hannah vomited in fright against a tree. Phil looked at her and thought it was a common fear. Barbara suggested that in any case, before the boss, his subordinates need to be killed. Sky said that a strategy was needed. Hannah, hearing their conversation, said that there would only be enough food for a day, then they would have to eat spiders. Inga got goosebumps and replied that she didn't want to eat them. Phil raised his hand to speak up and said that they definitely needed to stick to some kind of strategy. Barbara asked what he had come up with, and then all the girls watched what he was doing. Phil moved further away, raised his hand and shouted, "Come out, Zaraya!" In a second, everything around was filled with fire and a dragon appeared. Sky had never seen a dragon before and was very surprised. Barbara noticed that the dragon was giving off a very powerful aura. The ground vibrated, and a giant-sized boss began to emerge from its lair. Standing on the cliff, Zarya was ready to attack and looked at her prey. "You can rely on me," said Phil and ordered Zara to attack. Phil shouted after the dragon to activate a cataclysm that would blow up the area, causing the target to receive heavy damage. All the girls looked at the dragon. Hannah was surprised that Zarya could be like that. Phil called Emerald and told him it was time to apply the buff to Zarya. The dragon hung over the abyss and activated his light. He gave Zarya a dragon impulse, emerald light, and the bloodline of the emerald dragon. Light tongues engulfed Zarya, and with each passing second she became more powerful. Her stats doubled and she descended into that dark abyss. All the spiders began to rise upward at high speed. Phil asked Sky and Inga for help, and they responded by telling him not to worry. They would protect his aunt. The guy approached Barbara and offered to kill the spiders. "Let's get going," Phil shouted, and they flew into the abyss at high speed. There were many small spiders around them, rising to the surface. Finally, the heroes got the earth and landed at the bottom of the pit. Phil called Zarya to him. She paid attention to him and began to prepare a cataclysm. The dragon activated a 3rd-level cataclysm, and Emerald's level at that moment increased to 4th. Barbara was shocked. 3 levels of damage. Unbelievable. She was afraid that she was about to burn from the dragon's heat. Phil took out his sword and asked Barbara if everything was okay. Inga and Sky came to the rescue from above. They fought off the spiders. Inga called on the guy and the girl to go to the boss, and they will cope. Phil agreed, and ordered all participants in the battle to descend. Approaching the boss, he used a poison spit, which impregnates the target within the radius of action with poison. The heroes managed to jump back. Phil looked at Barbara and ordered Emerald to give her the Emerald Light. The boss used a skill where he released a sticky web, and when it hits, the target dies within a minute. Phil began to cut through the web with his sword. The guy ordered Zara to attack. Emerald also wanted to take part and tried to spew flames out of himself. The hero ordered to use the skill All on Fire, thanks to which the dragon flaps its wings, releasing burning fires 4 times. Barbara never ceased to be amazed by the dragon's skills. She understood that this ability could even destroy a city. The heroes continued to move forward. Zarya incinerated everything around. The girl realized that the dragon was capable of destroying opponents with just 1 blow. Thanks to this attack, Emerald received the 5th level and new skills. Phil offered to show them to him. The dragon's chest began to glow, and Phil didn't quite understand what was happening. The dragon glowed very brightly and hovered in the air. Phil wondered if this was a transformation. Emerald became just like Zarya. She also turned out to be a girl and received a new form. Emerald was a noble green color. Her wings were unusual, multi-layered. Barbara heard something behind her and turned to see a spider attacking them, but they all managed to jump away. The girl activated the skill and launched several swords at the spider. Barbara thought that it was all over, before her sword could not hurt a simple spider. But now it kills the boss with ease. Phil walked up to Emerald and patted her on the head, saying that at level 5 she had access to new skills and a form. The guy thought, Emerald helped Barbara deal with the spider, increasing the necessary characteristics. And what will happen if you apply her skills to Zara? The spider did not die. It again splashed out poison, causing great damage to those who fell into it. Phil ordered Emerald to use the Emerald Dragon's Blessing on Zarya. The Emerald Dragon's Blessing applied 3 effects, increasing damage dealt for the next 3 attacks. The little dragon gave strength and protection to the big dragon. Against the background of Zarya, Emerald was very small. Zarya began to attack, flapping her wings. She released burning flames 4 times, which caused great damage to the spider. Barbara, noticing this, was shocked, and thought that Zara had been given additional effects from Emerald, causing the damage to become even greater. The spider fell on its back and hissed, its skin tightened from the high temperature, and its paws were burning with fire. Phil ordered to prepare for the final blow. Barbara and the dragon ran to help Phil, catching up with the spider. The boy gripped his sword tightly in his hand, and soared into the sky to deliver a crushing blow. The spider began to activate the Dragon Fang strike skill, thanks to which it accumulates dragon energy, and delivers a powerful blow with its fangs. Emerald cast a dragon's blessing on Barbara to protect the girl. While Phil was fighting the spider, Barbara came to his aid and threw her swords at the boss. The heroes' levels began to increase. Zarya reached level 18, Emerald 7th, and Phil 23rd. Barbara approached the guy and asked how many points he scored on the exam. Phil replied that it was about 1.5 million. The girl noticed that the guy definitely didn't have enough strength for that number of points. Phil sighed and replied that he couldn't do anything about it since that was the maximum in his province. Emerald rushed to hug her owner. Zarya was in the throes of jealousy, and Phil called Inga, Sky, and Aunt Hannah. Barbara looked after Phil and realized that she had half as many points. But in terms of strength, there was a huge gap between them that could not be overcome. Thanks to the joint work to exterminate spiders, everyone received appropriate awards. Thanks to the team's close work, everyone remained safe. And for the first time, Barbara was glad to be working with someone. To celebrate the success and the creation of the team, Auntie treated everyone to dinner. The hungriest were, of course, the dragons, who ate a hearty meal and fell asleep. In the following days, the boy gradually became familiar with the local rules of living, constantly striving to improve his level and studying the theory of combat every day. So half a month passed, and there were only a couple of days left before the first-year exam. Their levels had increased significantly. Emerald was at 14, Zarya at 19, and Phil at 25. The girls' levels also rose. Sky was in 22nd, Inga was also in 22nd, and Hannah was in 18th. Barbara didn't go unnoticed either. Her blade rose to level 24, as did her personal level. Sky opened the chest. Now she has fully collected the necessary equipment. Now her rating will increase. Hannah suggested going back. Inga agreed. Phil added that they still needed to prepare for the freshman conference and needed to rest. The hero passed through the portal and heard Kate's voice, who called him to come with him. The girl said that in fact the deputy was looking for the guy. He wanted to tell him something. Phil was worried about what important thing he wanted to say right before the conference. The guy approached Kate and asked the same question. The girl took the guy to the deputy and said that he would soon find out everything himself. In the corridor, the guys were talking about some Huns. Kate saw that the guy was interested in the conversation of other students. Phil laughed and replied that he had been studying constantly lately. He didn't even have time to chat. The girl said that it was because of Phil that Victor was so eager to get into the class. Now the first years are betting on each other, calling it a new assessment. Beginners fight each other, gaining points. The losers get everything. The losers can't even eat, the girl explained. Phil asked what Huns were. She said that it was a unit of measurement, where Phil has 100 Huns, and Victor has 1. The thing is that Victor lost all his points, so now all he can do is scrub the floors so as not to die of hunger. In the meantime, they came to the door. Kate said that Phil was already expected there. The guy opened the door and turned to the man, saying that he had been told that the deputy was looking for him, and the man asked him to come inside. Edward said the much talked about national testing was about to begin. Initially, it was supposed to take place in a few months, but recently it was announced that the date was being moved up. A new candidate was nominated. His name is Carl. He is expected to reach level 60 within a month. Phil suggested that was why they were in such a hurry to start testing. The man hit the table and confirmed the guy's guess. Most candidates had not yet achieved such results. Phil realized that once Carl reached level 60, the third transformation would become available to him. But he only had the second. The man said he was sorry. In 2 months, Phil would only be able to reach level 30, and everyone else would be at least level 50. He could die. In all the previous years, their university won, but now there is less time to prepare. Edward asked the guy to think carefully about participating. Phil replied that he would not miss the opportunity for career advancement. He would not only take part, but would also take first place. Oswald agreed and said that he would not dissuade him since the student had already made such a decision. The deputy asked him to try hard. The guy replied that he would give it his all. The next day, a conference of first-year students took place, at which the deputy announced that there would be a battle before the certification. A 2-on-2 battle. The students began to whisper about who would be tested and with whom. Inga whispered to Phil that they wouldn't have any problems. But the guy reminded her that Hannah wasn't a combat class, so they could split into 2 teams. Edward said that now was the time to create teams, and then they could register if they had already chosen a partner. After the conference, the heroes met Barbara in the courtyard and greeted her. A guy came up to the girl from behind and offered to form a team with him, to which Barbara refused without thinking. Barbara approached the team and suggested that they go and sign up. Inga said that many people wanted to create a team with Barbara, but she knew that the girl would not leave them. Phil concluded that he and Barbara would be on the water team, and Sky and Inga would be on the other. The next day, the preliminary round of newcomers took place in Lundu. Oswald's dragon used a slash of its giant tail to deal area of effect damage to targets. Oswald himself used the Dragon Strike, which accumulates the dragon's energy and deals a powerful blow to the target. Oswald won his 28th victory in a row, and Teresa came up to him and said that these victories would help the guy get into the top 16. The guy thanked the princess and said that their team had reached 7th place, and that they would soon be able to fight with the first. Teresa said that her brother Carl would come to visit her soon. She would definitely introduce the guys. But then Oswald would have to take first place. There was no other way. The commentator announced that the next fight was about to begin. Both sides approached. Oswald saw a familiar face. The heroes entered the arena. The commentator announced that Oswald and Teresa number 18 were fighting against Phil and Barbara number 1. The crowd started chanting. Teresa was surprised that Barbara and Phil were on the same team. The guy remembered a recent conversation with Inga, when he told her that he would be with Barbara, and Inga and Sky would be on another team, and everyone would be able to achieve good results. Inga added that she and Barbara should take first place, so the top 2 should work together. Sky added that they don't want to drag them down. Today their girlfriends were sitting in the stands and supporting them, which gave the boy and girl incentive. While warming up, the guy asked Barbara, "There won't be any problems." The girl gave a clear answer that it goes without saying. While in the waiting room, Phil opened his treasure maps. He has several of them. He wanted to see what was what. He managed to combine the cards into one, and the location of a high-level dragon's nest appeared in front of him. The host called the teams to participate in the tournament. Phil looked at the exit and said that it was their turn, and he added that they must not lose under any circumstances. Entering the arena, Barbara told Phil that the enemy team also had a dragon tamer. Was it true? The guy asked her if the girl wanted to compare them. Before the test, the girl managed to ask whether Phil would call assistance, to which he replied that of course he would. And he added that in the forest, he discovered that they had similar abilities. Phil turned around and said that if he won, he would reveal all his characteristics. The battle began, and Oswald was the first to attack. He had been waiting for a long time for the opportunity to fight Phil. He was sure that now there would be only one tamer left, and with complete confidence he struck the guy with a spear, but he disappeared right in front of him. Oswald couldn't believe his eyes. Phil, who had just been standing in front of him, simply disappeared. Phil avoided the guy's subsequent attacks in the same way as he had done with Victor earlier. His boots were a great help to him. The hero struck the dragon with his dragon claw skill, which turned his hand into a paw. Oswald saw that Barbara was not taking part in the battle in any way. Pointing his spear at the hero, he asked him what he should understand by this. Phil replied that there was no point in the girl engaging in battle because he could handle them alone. Teresa shouted at the guy that his plans were not destined to come true. The princess also added that he was too arrogant and she wanted him to disappear. Oswald gave the order to his earth dragon to attack. The dragon approached Phil. The guy mockingly said that he had different fangs. And in a second, soaring into the sky, he shouted that he would help straighten them out. Phil used Dragon Bite, which dealt a powerful blow, and it tore off one of the dragon's fangs. The crowd gasped and began to shout that the guy had stopped the dragon single-handedly. Phil heard them talking about how strong he was. It was beyond human understanding. Teresa screamed at Oswald, ordering him to kill the boy. Oswald began to carry out the order and ran with a spear towards Phil. He ordered the dragon to carry out a cleanup. He understood that they were both tamers, so he didn't have much of an advantage. Oswald thought that he could outsmart the hero if he attacked with two skills at the same time. He was sure that Phil wouldn't be able to dodge. The dragon and Oswald hit the same place at the same time, but the hero was not there again. He had moved. Sitting on the dragon's fang, Phil asked the guy if he still thought that this would work with him. Barbara noted that the Earth Dragon's stats were quite high, but Phil was able to deal with it even with his bare hands. Teresa appeared on the battlefield. She called the servant a disgrace, that Phil hadn't even summoned the dragon yet, and Barbara was just standing there, and she began to cast a spell. She could not allow her reputation to be lost, just as she could not allow a man with such skills into her state. Phil watched closely what the princess was doing. Was she really using that skill that could turn those around her into monsters? She used her magic on the Earth Dragon. Phil realized that she was getting away from him and used it. The crowd watched the transformation. The dragon seemed to go wild. Teresa strengthened it. Barbara prepared for the onslaught and drew her epic swords. Phil blocked her way, saying that he could handle it himself and that she shouldn't forget about their agreement. The guy looked at the dragon and said that he had seen this skill before, a distortion of growth and strength. Teresa gave the order to Oswald again, telling him to grab the boy. The princess was sure that she would take Phil's dragon from him and waited for the boy to call him. The impudent girl laughed and asked if Phil had enough stats to fight this form of dragon. The hero used dragon magic, which caused a powerful gust of icy air that slowed the target. The Earth Dragon simply turned partly into a block of ice. Teresa screamed that she was frozen. Oswald told her that it was an illusion and a magical skill. The girl realized that Phil could attack not only physically, but also magically. The hero turned to the princess. He agrees that her technique increases the characteristics. But who told her that the guy couldn't handle it? Phil stabbed Teresa, asking if she, a nobody, wanted to take her dragon. Oswald shouted at the girl to be careful and ordered the dragon to activate the attack. The dragon straightened up and roared into the sky, the magic giving it a mesmerizing purple glow. The dragon attacked Phil, but he disappeared into thin air again. The guy didn't waste any time and appeared immediately behind the dragon. There he used the Blue Dragon Lord's roar, which released a booming thunder and dealt great damage. Oswald's dragon was struck by lightning. Such a blow was not compatible with life, and the dragon was eliminated. The audience became animated again, discussing that Phil used magic that only works on dragons. It seems this is the end for Oswald. The guy looked at his dragon and couldn't understand how the hero managed to do all this. Oswald knew they were both tamers, but he didn't understand why there was such a difference in strength between them. Phil walked up to the guy and the girl and said that he had been wondering from the start why he didn't use other skills besides the Earth Dragon attack. The guy took the sword in his hands and added that the dragon's spear and the fang strike were only slightly different from each other. Although the weapons were different, the skill was the same. Oswald was amazed that the high skills the guy had were his original skills. Phil held his sword out in front of him and said that Oswald's contract did not reveal all the necessary skills and ordered him to surrender, since he had no chance of winning. The guy turned away and said that was enough. His feelings were mixed, as if he was angry with himself. Phil shouted that he didn't hate him, and the guy had no reason to either. He shouldn't give in to Teresa and be her slave. Oswald turned around in a rage and shouted that Phil was preventing him from taking the title of the strongest tamer, and that he had no self-esteem. The guy turned to Teresa and asked her to use magic on him. He was ready to give his life for her. The princess laughed and began to cast a spell, adding that this was his last chance. Phil didn't understand where such devotion to Teresa came from. He doesn't know what she's like. Oswald transformed and screamed that without the princess he would be just a piece of trash. The guy stood in front of Phil and shouted that he agreed to everything and that the hero was finished. Taking out his spear, the monster ran at the hero, who stood motionless. Drawing his sword, Phil used the wind spirits, which increased his agility by a third. Phil's current technique level was 9, and he took out Oswald with one blow. The princess saw that she was left without a tamer, and tears came to her eyes. Phil approached the girl and swung. She screamed that he was too arrogant and her brother was #1 in the country, and if the guy dared to touch her with even a finger, he was done for. The guy still hit the girl on the cheek. Most likely this is what she deserved, doing this to other people. Phil turned to the girl and said at last that her brother was in his debt. The guy received a wave of condemnation from the stands, but asked himself only one question. Will this bitch be able to return home? Kate took the microphone and asked for silence in the stands. The deputy declared the competition over and announced that Phil and Barbara's team was the winner. Edward asked Kate to call Phil into his office. The deputy turned away and ordered preparations to continue. Phil came into the office. Edward said that he understood why the guy treated Teresa and her family with such hatred. He became aware of the circumstances of their relationship, but the arena is not the place to resolve disagreements. Phil replied that everyone saw what happened to Oswald. Teresa used him for her own interests. The man turned around and suggested that this conversation be stopped and handed over a tablet. They saw his speech, and the deputy advised them to refuse further participation. Phil didn't quite understand and asked again what the deputy didn't like about him. Edward smiled and said that it was the other way around. The guy had shown himself very well, so there was nothing more to prove and no one to prove, and again held out the tablet with the secret kingdoms of the highest level. And he explained that the hunters of secret kingdoms put the ones they find up for auction, and if the guy likes something, he should let them know, and they will compete. When Phil objected that the rate was too high, the deputy replied that Lund University always kept its promises. The guy didn't get confused and chose the card he needed. Edward was amazed at how quickly the guy did it. Phil showed the deputy the dragon's nest and said that he chose this kingdom. The next day, a rematch took place. Kate began to announce the teams, but Edward stopped the girl. And then he himself said into the microphone that Phil and Barbara's team was removed from the competition. Inga and Sky were sitting in the stands. Sky said that she was irritated by these gossips. Inga told her to just not listen to them. The heroes came to a giant jungle outside the city. Phil apologized that the girl had to go after him. Barbara replied that they would still have places left for them and would be paid 10,000 each. And then, she thanked the guy for bringing her to this kingdom, but asked the guy to take the rewards for himself. The experience points she had gained would be enough for her. Phil realized that the girl did not like to remain in debt. An unfamiliar guy sitting on a tree shouted at the heroes and called them to him. Jumping from the branch, the guy said that he was from the Secret Kingdom Hunters Guild, and his name was Harvey. Phil replied that they were from Lund University, and asked the guy if he was the man who was supposed to take them there. Harvey turned around and said, "Let's go since you're already here," and led the heroes to the teleportation gate, and then to rest. Harvey noted that their university was rich, and asked what level the heroes were. Phil replied that he was 25, and Barbara was 24. The guy shouted, asking if they were sick. "This is a secret kingdom of the nightmare level. People below level 55 do not go there." And he started contacting the university. He thought that there was some kind of mistake and the heroes couldn't be sent there. But Phil asked him to just not waste time. There was a strange cracking sound, and the tree behind Harvey began to fall. Phil grabbed Barbara's hand and they ran away from the tree crash site. A huge bird followed the heroes. Phil stopped and used the roar of the Blue Dragon Lord. Harvey asked what it was, and asked again if Phil was level 25 because it was a level 50 demonic winged dragon. The guy laughed and said that the level was not an indicator for them, and asked to take them to the teleport already. Harvey agreed and asked to follow him. Pushing aside the branches of the bushes, the guy said that they had arrived. This was the entrance to the cemetery. The heroes saw a huge portal. Phil laughed that the portal had been so close all this time. Harvey said that at this point his job was done and started to go back, but the hero stopped him. Phil extended his hand and offered to be friends. Since the guy was a hunter of secret kingdoms, he must have known a lot. The guy was confused and asked again if they were talking about him. Barbara had already entered the portal. Phil told Harvey that he would not be left without a reward. The guy asked again if he wanted to buy information about the exact location of the secret kingdoms. Phil replied that he was only asking for directions to where they were going at the moment. Just the right path, and that was it. The guy said that he needed 100,000. That's how much the information costs, and that's the price of friendship. Phil shook Harvey's hand and sealed their deal. The hero ran into the portal after Barbara. The girl told him that they talked too much. Phil looked around. The treasure map was at the top of the sacred tree. Something started to happen. The girl asked if the guy felt anything and suggested that it was an earthquake. The boy looked down and saw a flock of level 50 rotten dragons rushing straight towards them. Crouching down, Phil warned Barbara to be ready to attack. The girl threw her sword at the dragon that was hanging above her, using Mountain Crush. The dragons were not very large in size, and therefore very nimble, which is why the sword did not hit any of them. One of the dragons spotted Phil and flew towards him, its eyes glowing red. Without thinking, the hero called upon Zarya. His dragon was in full combat readiness. Zarya spewed out a continuous lava flame in front of her, dealing high damage. Barbara used her bloodshed blade on one of the dragons. After which, hanging in the air, she realized that she was no longer supported by anything in the air and began to fall, calling the blade back. The girl was falling quickly, and a fierce dragon was flying after her. She thought that she would not have time to summon the blade. Phil saw the whole picture and rushed down to save the girl. The boy pulled out his sword and used Dragon Bite, which absorbs dragon energy, to deliver a powerful blow. Phil flew up to Barbara and ordered her to grab his hand. The girl extended her hand and grabbed it as tightly as she could. Phil thrust his sword into the tree with all his might to stop his fall. The heroes were hanging from a tree. The guy was holding the girl tightly and was not going to let go. Looking at her, he asked her to be careful, because their goal was not on Earth. Barbara smiled back at him. He had saved her again. The heroes heard something again. The girl thought it was dragons again, but Phil said that the sound was coming from above. Something of enormous size flew past the heroes. The guy grabbed the girl and pressed her against a tree so that she wouldn't get hit. Zarya heard her master calling her for help and became alert. Someone's claws appeared near Zarya, and in front of her she saw that the dragon was still alive, although only bones remained of him. The bone dragon began to attack Zarya, who was still in her human form. He struck with his jaws, but missed and grabbed the ground. Phil picked up Barbara and lifted her up to where Zarya was. In front of them, they saw a furious bone dragon that had a lot of skills. The guy explained to the girl that everything was fine with Zarya. He would help her, and suggested that the girl go further. Phil ran towards the dragon, but Barbara tried to stop him, saying that the sight of this dragon was very dangerous. Phil ordered Zarya to take on the form of a destroyer dragon. Her pupils contracted and she began to transform. The bone dragon struck with its jaws, but Zarya managed to dissolve and only tongues of flame remained in its teeth. At this moment, the dawn grew to gigantic proportions. Barbara, seeing this, was extremely surprised that Zarya had another form, but she didn't expect anything else from the guy. Phil summoned Emerald and ordered her to use the dragon's blessing. Emerald carried out the master's order and blessed him, causing him to receive 3 effects. Heading towards the bone dragon, Phil ordered Zarya to stay close to them. Phil raised his sword, showing that he was ready to fight. The boy ordered Zarya to activate a terrifying roar and start dealing damage. Phil, in turn, began to destroy the dragon's bones by plunging his sword into them. The dragon began to defend and activated a bone storm, which stirred the bones in a circle and took away health. Phil was surprised that the dragon was still alive and wanted to try other methods, but the dragon was pierced by Barbara's sword. The black sickle passed through the bones and tore off the creature's head. Phil shouted at Barbara and asked why she was coming here. Then I saw her. The girl was flying on a sword like on a surfboard. The girl shouted back that she was fulfilling part of their agreement. The guy single-handedly defeated Oswald, and she would tell him about the secrets of her class. Phil braced himself and told the girl to get ready for impact. The bone dragon appeared in front of them again and reached out its paw towards them. Barbara continued to explain that once a swordsman reaches level 5, he receives 1 weapon. She had a fiery sickle that could switch between 2 elements and increase attack power. The girl used negative karma explosion on the bone dragon. Phil looked up and realized what swordsmen could do. They could obtain different weapons to gain new abilities. The boy launched the dragon into the sky and told Emerald that it was now their turn to attack. Emerald flew up to Zarya and blessed her with her light. Phil ordered the use of Earth Rupture, which dealt damage to everyone within a certain radius. The monster's bones began to crack from the pressure that fell upon them. The bone dragon was defeated and fell into the pit from which it had emerged. The hero levels have changed. Emerald has reached level 15 and gained the transformation skill. Phil has reached level 26. Barbara was upset. Even though she used her technique, the dragon still did the main damage. Phil told her that everything was fine and that she had worked very hard, and that it was thanks to her that Emerald had risen to a higher level. The guy added that he thought it would be difficult to achieve the transformation, but despite her young age, he was wrong and suggested trying out Emerald's new form. Barbara came closer and suggested that they move forward slowly. Suddenly, fireballs that looked like meteorites began to fly from the sky. The heroes managed to dodge. Phil realized that it was a magical attack and warned everyone. All the heroes stopped to see what was happening behind them. Phil hid behind a tree. It seemed the rabid bone dragon wasn't the main problem. Another flock of dragons appeared in the sky again, attracted by what was happening. Sitting on the ground, Phil began to study the new dragon skills, and ordered Emerald to enter the soul light form and help Zarya. The hero ran on. The guy gave the order to Zarya to cover them, and he and Barbara had to climb the sacred tree. Emerald transformed into her soul light form for the first time and immediately gained new skills. She immediately used her new skill, Soul Shelter, on Zarya, which increased her stats by 200%. Zarya became beyond competition with any of the creatures. Even though she was at level 19, her strength became more than 26,000. Barbara noted that the effect of Emerald's blessing was very powerful. Phil agreed that she had good stats. The guy analyzed the teamwork of the 2 dragons. He wanted to climb the tree as quickly as possible and transfer the dragon's inspiration to Zarya. Then her strength would increase to 30,000. The dragons began to attack, launching volleys of fire and ice balls. Phil ordered Zara not to resist and to move forward, absorbing the damage. Emerald also did not stand aside and began to absorb the remaining spheres. Having absorbed everything that was in front of her, she stopped and waited for an order from the master. Phil ordered her to use air damage to stop the enemies. Emerald rose into the sky, surrounded by other dragons, but she activated her skill and launched a 10-fold airstrike. The exhausted opponents began to fall from the air to the ground. Barbara asked in surprise what kind of skill it was. Phil replied that the soul shelter not only protects Zarya, but also accumulates damage for a counterattack. The girl thought that leveling up a dragon was similar to leveling up a weapon, but it was fundamentally different. The heroes continued to run, resisting the wind. The guy said that they were almost there. Running closer to the tree, the boy and the girl saw a dragon made of level 60 steel bones. A blow from such a dragon with its bone would deal 10,000 units of damage. Soaring into the sky, the dragon headed straight towards Zarya. Barbara screamed that the dragon looked like a rabid bone dragon, and added that they needed to help Zara, but Phil simply asked her not to worry. The guy ordered Emerald to prepare for Soul Shock. Thanks to this skill, the dragon's energy is directed at an ally, and when attacking, all the energy is released. Emerald hung over Zarya. She began to absorb all the energy, but the steel dragon was already close. Phil ordered Zarya to activate the Dragon Pulse, which increased all stats by 30%. Both dragons rushed into battle, Zarya's stats rising by tens of thousands. Having flown closer to the enemy, the dragons began to attack simultaneously. The steel dragon didn't know what to do because he couldn't fight off such a force. Seeing the people on the ground, the steel dragon decided to attack them. Barbara screamed that things were bad and he was coming here. Thinking that even if she was the weakest, she still needed to contribute. She began to summon swords. Taking her sickle sword, the girl activated a blast of negative karma and directed it at the dragon. Her attack switched between the two elements of darkness and fire. She hit the dragon in the chest and it roared. The dragon, in turn, used his skill and reduced the damage received by half. Barbara turned to Phil and said sadly that she had not caused any damage to the enemy. The guy replied that everything was fine. Turning around, he told the girl that she had helped him a lot. But behind him was already the huge mouth of the dragon. Barbara screamed at him to watch out. Phil called Emerald to him and took out his dragon sword, preparing to attack. The boy ran up and punched the dragon in the face, using his dragon bite to absorb all of its energy and deliver a powerful blow. The dragon was defeated. The heroes gathered together. Their levels increased. Zarya got the 20th and acquired a new skill. Barbara increased to the 25th level. The girl said that Emerald was already strong at her 15th level, and Zarya, at only 20, was able to cope with a dragon made of steel bones on her own. She was afraid to imagine what would happen next. The heroes continued on their way. Barbara laughed. Phil asked what was the matter. The girl answered that she simply remembered one phrase. The girl remembered Sky's words when she said that with such a strong dragon, Phil would kill everyone in his path. The guy laughed. He was surprised that Barbara could joke. It was not like her. Barbara said that he must have changed her. After all, they have been together for a long time. Phil replied that now she is more talkative and it is great. And when he first saw her, her voice seemed very pleasant to him. The girl asked again about the voice. The guy said that she was also very cute. Had no one told her that before? The heroes continued walking along the map, continuing to chat and look for that treasured tree. It was getting dark, but the heroes still hadn't reached the tree where the nest with the egg was. In the crown of the tree, there was a small blue egg, which shimmered in the rays of the setting sun. Moving on, Barbara said that after defeating the dragon, she reached level 25. Phil asked if she had unlocked a new weapon. The girl summoned a new sword and said that it increases dexterity, but so far it is only at level 1. Phil smiled and congratulated Barbara on reaching a new level. Barbara wondered that even if she upgraded all her blades, she would hardly be as strong. Would she ever be able to deal the same damage? She thought that Phil's teammates were always under pressure because they were compared to him, but she would only believe it if others did the same. Phil approached the girl and said that after the rise of the blade, she would have no equal. The girl laughed and suggested to go further, since it would soon get dark. After walking a little further, the group stopped and froze in mild shock. In front of them lay the corpses of men. Phil assumed that they were from the research camp. Barbara added that it seemed that they had been dead for a long time. Phil leaned over the corpse and thought that they were all warriors and had been killed long ago. Could it be that someone had set up an ambush for them? Feeling something, Phil took out his sword and warned the girl to be careful. He thought there were monsters here. Barbara asked if it was an ambush. At that very second, another armored dragon appeared from the bushes. Its level was even higher than the previous one. And in the sky above them hung a 3-headed elemental dragon, which possessed triple magic and was even stronger. Phil assessed the situation. There were 2 bosses in front of them at once. Barbara was shocked and said that they had been hiding all this time. The 3-headed dragon began to activate its triple magic skill. Zarya soared into the sky and flew towards one of the heads to attack. But the bronze dragon cast armor on his ally, and Barbara, seeing this, said that Zarya would not be able to strike, and she realized that she needed to deal with the bronze dragon first and rushed into the attack. Phil asked her to relax. He had an idea. He took out his sword and asked the girl to summon her new blade. The boy charged, ordering Emerald to take Soul Light form and activate Soul Shock, and Zarya to take World Destroyer form. Phil began to pierce the bronze dragon's armor while Emerald accumulated energy points thanks to the Soul Shock. The three-headed dragon began to attack with charged spheres. Zarya managed to dodge them. Phil looked at Emerald. She already had 4 points accumulated. The guy ordered Zarya to use her new pressure skill. Zarya hovered over the three-headed dragon and activated pressure, thanks to which she could immobilize and stun enemies within a certain radius. By activating 3 effects at once, stunning, fearing, and immobilizing, Zarya held back the enemy. Barbara screamed that Zari's pressure was too strong and that her head was splitting. Phil told her to be patient. It would be over soon. Phil began to attack, using his skills to drain the dragon's energy and deal heavy damage. The boy shouted that the bronze armor was broken and ordered Zarya to attack the three-headed dragon. Zarya gathered her strength and began an onslaught, holding the dragon's heads. Zarya had almost dealt with the dragon. All that was left for her to do was deliver the final fatal blow with fire. Phil grabbed Barbara's hand and pulled her towards him, telling her that there would be an eruption of fire, at which point Zarya reached level 22. Phil's level rose to 28. He said that they had worked hard and that Zarya had a lot to teach. Emerald's level rose to 17. Barbara's level rose to 27 and her new blade to 6. She thought that she was once again unable to help. Phil approached the girl and put his hand on her shoulder, saying that all the heads needed to be killed. He assigned this to Zarya and suggested that the girl take a rest. Night fell, Barbara came to their camp and offered Phil something to eat. Auntie packed some for them to take with her. But when she entered the camp, the girl saw no one. There was deafening silence all around. Barbara realized that Phil had left and thought that number 2 must not be up to the mark yet. Phil made his way through the tree canopy where his treasure lay. He mentally apologized to Barbara. Everything around started to crack and something started to happen. Phil looked up and saw everything collapsing. A level 70 Dragon King soul with a large number of skills appeared in front of the guy. Phil knew not to underestimate him and ordered his dragons to prepare for attack. The dragon spirit was getting closer and closer. Phil shouted to his dragons that they had to defeat it. Barbara saw this huge dragon in the air and froze for a moment. She remembered how Phil always saved her. Wasn't he tired yet? The girl said decisively that she could not retreat any longer. She thought that she should have surpassed the dragon tamer a long time ago. Even if she was not as strong as Phil, she would help him. Phil continued to repel the attacks. The dragon's spirit was stronger than the enemies he had previously encountered on his way. The hero realized that the 70th level of the dragon is quite difficult. It is very dangerous for everyone. The boy ordered Zarya to prepare for the lava flame, which increased all the characteristics and attack power of the owner and pet. Zarya immediately activated the skill and directed her flame at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit roared from the onslaught, and it was hit with enormous damage that was hard to contain. The spirit noticed the guy and was ready to attack him and inflict penetrating damage. Phil ordered Emerald to activate the Eternity form. Dozens of swords flew from the sky, aimed at the dragon spirit. The guy was a little confused and surprised that these were Barbara's blades. The girl screamed that she would help and activated the blade, which split into 10,000 pieces and attacked the spirit. Barbara asked the guy not to worry because she could help. Phil relaxed and let the girl show herself. He knew how important it was to her. The guy ordered Emerald to activate the life pulse. At that moment, the dragon received even new skills. Emerald blessed Zarya and cast an emerald light on her. Phil ordered Zarya to finish off the dragon spirit. Zarya delivered several precise strikes on the enemy target. The guy, in turn, activated a new skill for himself, Dragon Tongue. Soaring into the sky and channeling his power into the spirit, he used the Blue Dragon Lord's roar. Barbara looked at the sky silently. Phil said that this was the Forbidden Dragon Tongue and he was about to activate his skill. The spirit roared, raising its head to the sky. The dragon launched elemental strikes with its word magic, using forbidden elements to strike at the target. The guy called Emerald. She activated the Fall of the Sun, which, after using the forbidden language of the dragon, increased the level and health of the dragon by 2,000%. The sky rolled with a terrifying roar. The dust rose in dense clouds. Inside it was a dome. This was the skill of Emerald's eternal protection, which created a barrier capable of protecting all objects under it. Barbara's level rose to 28 and her blade's level to 10. She stood up and said that if it weren't for Emerald, they would all be dead. The levels of the other heroes also increased, so Zarya got 23rd, Phil 29th, and Emerald 18th. The guy praised Emerald. Zarya puffed out her cheeks in an offended manner, to which the guy replied that they wouldn't have managed without her either, of course. The heroes moved on. Barbara said that she always believed that if the opponents were too different in levels, they would not be able to fight. While Phil replied that when he fought the 70th level boss for the first time, it was as if he had seen the light. The guy told the girl that he actually came here for other things and not to kill the boss, Barbara replied that it didn't change the essence and everything was fine. She lowered her eyes and said that in any case she was flattered. Now she would like to say something else, and smiled. Looking at the guy with her big eyes, she repeated the phrase he had said earlier, that he was very strong, but she was not going to lag behind. After defeating the last boss, a chest with rewards appeared. Phil approached it and was extremely surprised. The first thing he found in the chest was the Dragon Lord's wing, which removed all effects imposed by the dragon. Then, the boy saw a dragon saddle, which activated the flight skill, which allowed him to use the dragon as a mount. And lastly, there was the Dragon Bone Flute, which when used would summon the soul of the Dragon Lord. The guy looked at the items again. He thought the props were good, but the number of uses was limited. Barbara called out to Phil and asked if he was finished with the awards and asked him to come and look at Emerald. The girl did not understand what was wrong with her. Emerald's chest lit up and she activated her life source skill. The entire forest was filled with the rolling of green healing waves. Barbara asked if the dragon heals trees. The guy added that the source of life heals allies. It turns out that trees are the dragon's allies. Emerald was deeply absorbed in herself and continued to heal the plants and trees around them. All the heroes watched closely the healing of nature. The guy looked at the ground. A plant blossomed in front of him, which attracted him with its uniqueness. It was the seed of a sacred tree. Barbara thought that this was the launch of a hidden task. Phil replied that Emerald is able to communicate with plants, and apparently this is some kind of additional point in completing the task. Phil took the seed and said that apparently they needed to kill one of the dragons to complete the quest, but the quest was not timed, and to complete it you had to be at least level 60 to 90. The guy stroked Emerald and said that if it weren't for her, they would never have found out about the secret mission to heal the tree. Then something interesting came into the guy's head, and he decided why not try it. Phil took out his flute and asked Emerald if it could absorb it. Anticipating questions, he added that it doesn't mean he feeds her everything indiscriminately. It's just that she has special skills that help her merge and enhance her abilities. The hero laughed and told the dragon that if he couldn't absorb it, just forget about it. Things don't always work out. The next second Phil saw that the dragon ate the flute. Barbara was shocked. It turns out the dragon is really capable of such a thing. Now Emerald can summon 2 Dragon Lords. This is now her skill, so the number of summons is not limited. The souls of the Dragon Lords appeared before the heroes. Phil explained that the size of his body had significantly decreased, and now the dragon also had his own pet. Barbara thought that now the dragon had its own pet, which meant that Phil was getting bigger and bigger. Barbara suggested that the guy go back home, because his aunt was probably worried. Phil replied that the girl should go, and he would follow. Opening the map to the dragon's nest, he knew he had unfinished business here. That same evening, the boy returned to the university and went into his house. Entering his room, he told the dragons that they had been together for so long, and it was time to clarify things. Phil began to scold the dragons that it was time for them to stop bullying each other and start acting like normal sisters, and switch their attention to caring for the new family member. The guy screamed even louder and asked if the dragons were even listening to him. Having calmed down, he concluded that the egg contained their future family member, so it was worth giving him a warm welcome. Phil brought his hands to the egg and activated his dragon tamer skill. It was a star dragon egg, and he was extremely curious whether the third dragon would be a boy or a girl. There was silence in the room because nothing had happened. Phil opened the tablet. He was surprised that his technique didn't work, but it said that to open this egg, you need a rank 2 tamer. The guy thought he had 2 dragons, but to get the third, he would have to reach level 30 and then open it. It wouldn't be easy. Phil told the dragons that it looked like they would have to go to the poisonous forest to move to the next level. And while he told everyone to sleep, the dragons whispered among themselves. The hero again ordered everyone to sleep. Morning came, and there was an insistent knock on the door of the guy's room. Sky and Inga were standing behind the door. Inga loudly asked if the guy was back and if he needed to wake up quickly. The door swung open. A guy appeared. He asked what happened. Inga shoved the tablet at him and asked him to look at the post that had already flown around the entire university. Phil took the tablet in his hands and started reading. He asked the girls. They woke him up just to show him some post. Inga said that this post is about his departure. Initially there was no pavilion, but then numbers 3 through 6 united, creating a large team, but Frank and Sam are the leaders in it. Phil replied that he was the real number 1. Sky added that this Frank said that he was ready to win back his first place and wanted to fight in a fair fight. Inga added that only the number 1 would be able to take part in the selection of players for the national tournament. The guy realized that Frank needed to win first place. Sky replied that enough empty chatter and that Barbara needed to be told everything. Phil replied that now Frank's pavilion should try to stand up to him. Phil asked to borrow the tablet for a while. He wanted to strike back. The action takes place in the VIP arena of Lundu University. Sam looks at the tablet monitor and something catches his attention. Running up to his friend, he shouted that Phil answered. The guy Sam's friend was fighting charged. The young man activated his skills and continued to attack with his eyes closed. The guys were shocked and kept asking him where he got such skills and movements from. They couldn't keep up with him. The young man defeated his opponents with a couple of moves. It was that same Frank. He took off his mask and ordered to heal the guys, and asked Sam what about Phil. Sam handed over the tablet and said that the guy had posted the message, but Frank should take a look for himself. Frank picked up the tablet and said that Phil was crazy. He thought he could take out everyone in the pavilion. Frank tossed the tablet to Sam and told Phil to come to the arena tomorrow. Sam asked if they would fight Phil. The guy turned around and replied, "Sure, let all the members of the pavilion come. He wants to defeat everyone, so be it." Frank added that he wants everyone to understand who is the real number one here. Everything is relative. At the communal table at Phil's house, Sky asked if he had heard that Frank would be competing in the semi-finals today, and if Phil would like to see his performance. Inga added that Phil is now a real celebrity on the forum. Rumors could arise if he starts watching Frank, to which Hannah suggested disguising him. The heroes were at the semi-finals. Sky asked if Frank was participating in the next round. Inga answered that he was, otherwise so many people in the pavilion wouldn't have come. Auntie turned to Phil and asked if she had dressed him well. Now no one would know. Kate announced that the semi-final was about to begin, and Phil stood up from his seat. The aunt asked where he was going, because the competition was about to start. The guy replied that he was not interested in it. The invitation to the teams to play in the semi-finals was announced. The deputy turned to the guy, as if he realized that it was Phil. Edward ran to the rector's office and started knocking, asking if the rector had seen the latest messages on the forum, what he thought about it, and said that he was talking about Phil and Frank. The rector's voice said to allow Kate to continue observing, and Edward himself not to interfere. The deputy replied that he thought Phil was too strong and shouldn't fight. He was worried that something might happen. After all, Frank was still recovering. The rector replied that he was thinking too much, and would rather worry about himself, because in a month they needed a man. It's time to decide whether Phil can handle representing them in the competition. The rector asked if Phil was ready, as the national testing was ahead of schedule. Edward replied that Phil would soon be promoted, and he thought he should contact Envoy Gordon, to which the rector replied that Envoy Alfred was now. The rector added that Alfred had previously held very high positions, but after multiple demotions, there was nothing left but to become an envoy. Edward thought about it. The rector asked why he was silent. The deputy apologized. The deputy replied that if Alfred was the envoy at the national test, he was afraid that Phil would not be able to go far. The rector replied that Phil was their candidate, and did Edward understand what he needed to do? Edward replied that he would help the boy get promoted as soon as possible to compensate for his lack of level. The deputy asked the rector again what he thought about the fight between Phil and Frank, to which he laughed and said that he would come and watch. He couldn't miss it. In the university's connection room, his teammates beat up the guy and asked how many more times he would lose. Opposite Phil's room, students would gather and ask each other whose room it was. Someone would ask not to go in there because hell awaited him. The guy stood alone in the room and waited for at least someone to dare to come in. He thought that it would be better if he went to the poisonous forest than to stay here. The door swung open. Phil looked into the opening, wondering who was there. A pretty girl came into the room and greeted him and asked if he wanted to fight her. Phil responded by saying, "Hello, sister." And the girl laughed and said that her level was much higher than his, so she asked him to be more polite and then he wouldn't get hurt. The guy replied that there was no need for that. The girl's eyes sparkled. She looked at the guy and asked again if it was true. She began to transform and said rudely that in that case she would not be nice. Phil saw the flames surrounding the girl. He thought that she was definitely not as simple as she seemed. The same girl appeared in front of him, but in a different costume. She was surrounded by flames. Her eyes were full of confidence. The girl wanted to get closer to Phil, but he disappeared right in front of her. Following him, she asserted that the guy was not like the others. Taking out her trident, she swung it and said loudly that the guy's strength should not be taken away. The girl hit Phil in the body, and he flew several meters away from her. At the moment of the blow, the guy managed to put his sword in front of him, and it saved him. Looking at the smoking sword, Phil thought that the girl was very strong. But what level was she at? This question tormented him. The girl put the trident behind herself and replied that he had blocked the blow well. His attack had not touched her. Was he really afraid of causing harm? And with a wink, she added that he had better be on his guard. Otherwise, she might teach him a lesson. Phil shouted that he understood and held his sword out in front of him again, preparing for another attack. Their eyes met. They both considered themselves the best and were not ready to give in. The heroes entered into a duel according to the old scheme. The girl attacked, and Phil blocked her blows. The onlookers standing at the door of the room shared their assumptions and argued with each other. Kate declared the competition over and Frank's battle was over. Frank and Sam's team won. The crowd chanted their names. Sam turned to Frank and said that the guys from the pavilion said that Phil secretly came to watch our battle. Frank laughed and said that he did not expect anything else. Frank raised his finger to the sky and shouted that Phil didn't have long left. The people continued to chant. The guy added that he would have no chance at tomorrow's competition and laughed loudly. Sky said it was time to leave, but she didn't see Phil anywhere. Inga was surprised that Frank knew about Phil's presence. Hannah told the girls that it seemed like the guy had left and started dialing his number. The hero continued to fight with the girl. He was exhausted. Looking at her, he wondered what was wrong with her. It was incredible power. The girl came closer and took the cap off his head, saying that after 15 minutes, she still hadn't figured out his strategy. The girl added that the guy had weak stamina. Phil did not let go of the question of why she was behaving like this and who she was. She moved away from the guy a little and said that in any case, he was a cute guy. And bending closer, she asked him why he didn't show his face. The pause in silence was interrupted by an incoming phone call. Phil picked up the phone and apologized to the girl, but he answered into the phone that he was already on his way. After hanging up, Phil turned to the girl and thanked her for the experience and asked her to leave her number before leaving. The girl laughed and said that the guy had just joined and was already asking for her number. She didn't think he was like that. The girl left the room and waved her hand, telling him to forget about this conversation, and if he wanted to meet, then let him come to this room. Phil had many questions about who she was. Besides, he almost lost. She was definitely not a simple student, maybe a teacher. He got 100 points on the card, that is. She admitted defeat. Running out of the room, Phil tried to catch up with her and shouted down the entire corridor, "Sister!" He still had a lot of questions, and the students kept nagging the guy and telling him to be careful. Gone. Was it a ghost? Phil thought when he heard someone call his name. Turning around, Phil saw his friends and aunt. The girls stood in bewilderment at who the sister was and what was happening to the guy. The guy scratched the back of his head and realized that not only had he not found the girl, but he had also let it slip. The next day, after the final certification of first-year students, the participants and students gathered in the arena. Frank asked why Phil wasn't there yet, if he was scared. Then they were ready to come to him personally. Sam asked how much longer they had to wait for him. Someone from the pavilion shouted that he had arrived and all eyes turned to the entrance of the arena. Frank ordered everyone to get ready and everyone obeyed and stood in their places. Phil appeared in the arena and waved his hand. He apologized and asked if he was late. Phil ran to the center of the arena, finishing his sandwich, and said that they could begin. He just had things to do. Running up to his rivals, the guy said that he thought he was not late and had arrived just in time. Phil smiled and said that he didn't know how big their pavilion was, but he didn't care, even though they could all attack together. The big guy shouted that Phil was brave and started asking if he could compete with Frank or if he wanted to die. Frank interrupted him and said that since the guy didn't take them seriously, they wouldn't be nice either, and he bet 7,000 points. The hero remembered that he had also forgotten about the bet and reached into his pocket for his card. Taking it out and placing it in front of his face, he clearly said that he was betting 17,000. Sam yelled at Frank that it was too much, and they didn't have enough. The guy just shut him up. Frank thought that Phil was brave, and if he could win back those 17,000 from him, he would be able to calmly continue his studies for at least 3 years. The guy shouted that his pavilion was setting everything up and it was time to get started. His partners shouted that they were listening. Phil clenched his fist and said the bets were off and they could begin. Someone from the pavilion shouted that he shouldn't have spoken to their leader like that. Frank ordered all the guys from the pavilion to get ready. Phil stood confidently and calmly watched everything that was happening. The entire pavilion was up in arms and ready to engage in battle, awaiting the order. Frank frowned and ordered an attack with all his aggression. One of the participants started casting a spell and used the copper lock curse. The chains wrapped around Phil's body, and thanks to this skill, the guy could neither move nor attack. The rest of the pavilion participants thought that the guy was unarmed and began to attack him. With one clear blow, the hero cut the chains that bound him and became free from them. Frank was impressed that Phil could still move, and the curse didn't work. The hero grabbed the guy by the clothes and pulled him towards himself. He knew that the first thing he had to do was destroy the water, and the rest would bow down behind him. Frank fell to the ground from the force of Phil's blow and was unable to get up. The pavilion participants were extremely surprised that Phil dealt with Frank with his bare hands. The same mage who had previously used the copper lock curse tried to use the curse of cruelty. The mage activated the curse and directed it at Phil. The rest of the attacks from the pavilion participants also flew there. Through the clouds of smoke, the hero's voice could be heard. He asked if they were the leaders of the freshman test. The guy raised his sword and asked if they were that weak. Frank was under Phil's foot and tried to ask Sam what was wrong with his curses. Sam looked at the leader with trembling hands and replied that this couldn't be, because he had given it his all. Phil looked at Sam and told Frank not to blame the guy because the hero had high stats, so skills of that level were useless on him. Frank broke free from Phil's leg and began to attack him. The guys from the pavilion chanted and encouraged the leader. Phil raised his hand and started calling Zarya. He said that he had to admit that Frank wasn't bad. He took first place, so now the hero would show him the difference between the two of them. Frank wondered what the hero would do now. Would he really summon a dragon? In an instant, Zarya appeared in the arena, and everyone present held their breath. Zarya brought down flames on the participants and Frank. They burned with a bright flame. The entire pavilion fell to the ground. Someone was screaming. Someone was filming what was happening on their phone, but they were all connected by the helplessness of this situation. Frank looked up into the sky and saw the dragon. He knew it was all over. Phil's dragon was much cooler than Oswald's. He was a living legend. Phil approached the guy and said that there was no point in running. The boy and the dragon attacked. Zarya used pressure to immobilize and stun the enemies. 3 effects were applied to the enemies at once: immobilization, fear, and stunning. The opponents ran around the arena and begged for mercy. Frank looked at the dragon and Phil and laughed. He didn't understand how anyone could defeat them. The guy was exhausted. There was a loud roar in his ears. He knew he had to run, but after taking a step he fell to the ground. Phil came up to him and asked who was number 1, and took out his card, summing up that now all their points were his. In total they had about 13,000. Sam was lying on the ground, continuing to film what was happening. Phil told Zara that the task was completed, and it was time to return. The guy left the arena and was near the scoring room. Inga asked him on the phone how he was. He replied that everything was fine and he had earned a lot and would definitely share it when he returned. But that same girl came out of the room, and when he saw her, he told Inga that it was time for him to go. Phil approached the girl and was glad that she was there. The girl asked if he had been waiting for her all this time. The guy answered honestly that he was looking forward to their meeting because he saw no point in fighting with others anymore. And looking at the girl again, he added that after all, her level was above 70. Phil asked her again that she was not a senior student. The girl remained silent and went out the door. The deputy entered the arena and checked Frank's pulse. Edward realized that the force of the blow was not weak. Standing unconscious in the middle of an entire pavilion, the deputy knew that their lives were not in danger. The girl asked if the guy wanted to fight her. Phil silently entered the room. The door closed, and Phil said that he didn't want to fight at all. He wanted to clarify that since the girl entered the room of the 70th level, then her level was definitely higher than the 700th, and she was definitely not a student, the girl clarified, and who she was in his opinion. The guy thought about it and said that she looked young, but her level and strength definitely didn't match the characteristics of a student. She must be a teacher. The girl laughed, replying that in any case, he could call her sister. She came closer and said that when a guy doesn't hide his face, it's much more pleasant to talk to him. And she added that if he wanted to see her here again, he shouldn't set the level higher than 70, otherwise she wouldn't come. The guy agreed. Apparently he shouldn't have set the level to 80, but he wanted it that way. The girl transformed into her battle form and said that the technique she used last time, he used it during the battle with Frank. The guy playfully replied that if she knew, it meant she was watching his game. The girl smiled and replied that the guy summoned a dragon in a few swings. This impressed her, and his attack speed was not low. She appreciated this. The guy scratched the back of his head and laughed, thanking her. He clarified that he was not very good at close combat yet. The girl unexpectedly hit the guy with a trident, and he flew back several meters. Blood gushed from his shoulder. Phil grabbed his hand and did not understand why the girl did this. The girl replied that despite the progress, he was far from perfect. The guy replied that his sister had misunderstood everything. He just wanted to learn from her. He shouted that she was very capable, and thanks to her he had won the previous battle. If his sister agreed to teach him, he would definitely achieve success and be able to learn a lot. The girl burst into laughter and asked if the boy wanted to become her apprentice, and asked him to take charge of his own training. And if he wanted to learn a couple more of her tricks, she should bring his aunt's dishes. The guy was happy, and replied that he would bring it without any problem. He knew that there would be no problems with the aunt. The girl said that since Phil had come, she wanted to see what he had learned. The guy stood up and said that he was starting. Having arranged a duel, the girl was surprised that the guy had such high speed. She soared into the sky and said that in that case, she would try her weapon on him. Soaring to the ceiling, she asked how Phil was feeling. The girl said that Phil was no longer able to control the weapon. She had changed it. The black dragon sword smoked. Phil replied that he had been using weapons for a long time, but had never seen anything like this. The girl waved her trident again and asked what the guy was going to do. The girl hit the guy, but he managed to dodge the attack. Looking at her, he said that he wanted the level elimination skill. The girl was speechless, and asked again if the guy knew what it was. She accelerated with all her might and flew at the guy, saying that this was a very rare and expensive technique. Phil took out his sword and held it in front of him. He asked his sister to wait. That evening, Hannah approached her nephew and said that he scared her. She thought that she and Frank would kill each other. But Phil replied that his whole body hurt, and the girl did not even sweat. Barbara told him that, judging by his description, she didn't think the girl taught here. Inga picked up the tablet and screamed that Phil had appeared on the forum again. Barbara looked at the recording and said that she felt that things would only calm down if Phil took over Frank's pavilion, and suggested that he become their new leader. Phil, full of frustration, replied that he had seen this before, and he thought they needed to focus on their goal. Barbara came closer and asked him to tell her what the girl was like. That same night, the heroes went to the forest of poisonous spiders. Barbara asked what this promotion was. She thought that Phil was training with his sister. Phil replied that he needed to become stronger. The heroes destroyed the spiders one by one, using the skills they had already learned. Phil felt a new sensation in his body and looked at his hands. He had managed to increase his level to 30. The guy was happy about the new level. Inga was happy too and congratulated him. Hannah, vomiting in the background, joined in the congratulations. Phil, thanks to the new level, reached the second rank of transformation. Sky asked what he was waiting for and suggested going to the hall. Coming out of the portal, Inga told Phil to hurry. She couldn't wait to see the second transformation. On the other side, they were met by students who knew who he was. A whole crowd pounced on the guy. Everyone was shouting, asking for autographs, asking to see his dragon. Sky said that Inga was right. Those guys left the pavilion. Now they became fans of Phil. Hannah looked at the girls and replied that they had no choice but to hide. 10 minutes later, the heroes were walking calmly down the street. Phil was disguised, and students who had lost him were running around. Inga exhaled. They finally broke away. Phil asked for forgiveness. He thought that if it weren't for him, everything would have ended well. Sky agreed that these people were strange. She wanted attention to herself too. Barbara added that in the entire history, not a single tamer had a second transformation. They have no data on this. Inga supported the conversation, saying that in other words, Phil would go down in history. The guy thought that he really had no one to turn to for a hint. Sky put her hand on Phil's shoulder and said they were here. While at the transformation room, the guy was ready to enter and said that he could handle everything. Hannah said that the ceremony was carried out exclusively alone, so they would wait for him at the entrance. The guy walked in and put his card on the machine. The technology notified him that he was ready for the transformation. Phil thought that it was fundamentally different from the first one, since many more opportunities would open up. The platform was ready for the ceremony, but no information about the dragon tamer was found. The hero was not surprised that the system had no data about tamers. The transition ceremony was activated, and the system wished for a successful transformation. Phil felt the transformation with every part of his soul and body. 3 species appeared before him, and the hero began to actively study them. The first was the class of the Pastor of Dragon Tamers. Here such skills as spirit and endurance of the dragon were added. You can improve the dragon in every possible way, adding this or that characteristic. The second class was the Dragon Caster. It was close to the magician. The skills become spells and techniques that will help the dragon to strengthen the characteristics. And the third class is the Dragon Warrior. The skills will be similar to the Dragon Claw, more dragon elements will appear, and the guy himself will become a dragon. The damage will increase. The additional information was interesting, but the guy was interested in the Dragon Warrior, who could also transform. Phil felt as if something had hit him in the head. He turned around and was stunned. There was also a fourth class, the Night Tamer, who gained skills that could be combined with dragons and double the damage dealt. The hero thought that this was exactly what he could try, and decided that only the 4th grade was suitable for him. The girls were waiting for their friend at the exit, and other students who had recently undergone the transformation were talking around them. Sky asked why it was taking so long. The longer she waited, the more nervous she became. Hannah asked her not to worry. Now is the most important moment for Phil. Sky looked at her aunt and realized that she was also nervous. Barbara calmly replied that she could understand their concerns, but Phil was exploring his new opportunities, and things would soon change for him. Phil left the room. Inga, not seeing him, cheerfully said that they should trust him. The 800-year decline of the Tamers was coming to an end. The girls noticed the guy and started asking questions one after the other. The guy folded his hands on his waist and smiled, offering to discuss everything that had happened to him. The heroes walked from the university to their home and discussed all the details of the transformation. Phil said that it was necessary to quickly achieve the 30th level with Zarya, and now the activation of the Star Dragon was available to him. The guy asked the girls not to think of anything. He can move on them only if the girls are in the state of a dragon. On the way he met his sister, and told him that he was finally here. Phil noticed her and asked why his sister came. The girl replied that she should have left him her contacts so as not to wait later. Sky propped the guy up with her elbow and asked why he didn't tell them that she was such a beauty. The girl laughed, since everyone already knew about her. Sister approached Hannah and said she was a lovely chef. Auntie replied that she didn't think she knew her. Sister replied that she had come mostly because of Hannah and asked her to give her Phil and take him to the city. Hannah replied that she shouldn't have even asked because Phil had achieved so much thanks to her. The girl dragged the guy along with her and said that she would return him in the evening. The guy and the girl got into the car and drove off in an unknown direction. Phil received a message saying that Inga had found out that this sister was not a teacher at all, and that he should be wary of her. The girl saw that the hero was looking at his phone, and asked what happened and what was wrong with his face. Phil didn't hesitate, and immediately asked where they were going, and why they had left the university. The girl laughed and said that they had gone to get him a present. Turning, she winked and added that they were going to eliminate the level he had been hunting for so long. The heroes arrived at the auction house. Phil asked why they needed this place. His sister replied that at this auction there was one of the magic scrolls that he wanted to buy. The guy understood that the scroll would not be cheap, and asked the girl if they could forget about it. His sister laughed and asked if he had decided to back out at the last minute, and told him not to worry because she was richer than he thought. Phil knew he had to be careful until he found out who she really was and not stay in debt, so he said he would pay her back. The auction began, the host's voice was heard. and everyone turned their attention to the stage. The host greeted those present and said that the auction for the first treasure was about to begin. A picture appeared on the screen. The presenter continued that this was a very rare magic scroll. The starting price was 95 million. Phil thought that such a sum was clearly beyond his means. The bidding began, and the price rose very quickly. Sister said she would teach him. There is always a certain pattern of actions at the auction. The girl just started to speak to place a bet, but she failed. Somewhere from behind me, a bet of 300 million was heard. The bet was made by that same Princess Teresa, already familiar to Phil. The guy turned around at the voice, and seeing Teresa asked why she needed it. The sister answered that she was a little princess from a rich family, and if you bargain with her, you won't get away with it. Phil was surprised and asked the girl how she knew Teresa. She replied that she knew a lot of things. Raising the sign, she said that today she would help him, and the scroll would be his, and put 400 million. Teresa was angry. She got up from her seat and asked the servant who this girl was. The servant replied that she had nothing to worry about. They had brought 500 million with them, and could continue to participate in the bidding. The sister paused and said that she had changed her mind, and bet 500 million. The princess stood up and shouted not to anger her. The auction was over. The host announced that the scroll would go to the sister. Teresa and the servant looked towards the heroes. The servant asked if it was Phil. The heroes were asked to go to the restroom. The princess looked at Phil again, and through her teeth said again, he. She clenched her fist and screamed that she hated him. The servant asked her not to be angry, and he would find another scroll for her. Rising from her seat, she ordered them to go, and that no one could be relied upon, and added that we would see what her brother would say about this. The heroes were in the break room when another girl came in and said that she knew it was her sister. The girl carried a scroll in her hands and said that only her sister could make such bets. The sister approached the girl and hugged her, asking for forgiveness for not saying hello earlier. Looking at Phil, the sister said that this was her brother and a gift for him. The girl approached the guy and introduced herself as Aunt Diana, and if the guy wanted to buy something unusual in the future, he could contact her. Diana laughed and said that she was her sister's sister-in-law, and that they ran the auction together with her brother. Phil understood why she had behaved so immodestly at the auction. The sister suggested that the guy look at her gift. The hero thought that he would have to pay back the money with difficulty. He only had 480 million left to save. Taking the scroll in his hands, the boy realized that he could finally remove the level 60 requirement for the Overlord's wing, and equip it right now. Diana asked if her sister had found anything useful lately, and she replied that she had found nothing at all. The girl turned to Phil and said that it was time to think about how he would return the 500 million. The guy replied that it looked more like a scam. The guy asked what the girls were talking about. The sister said that she came here for one more thing. The girl took out a tablet and said that she was selling certain things to earn coins, and they were all in the auction house collection. If she finds something that isn't already in this book, she can make money. Phil looked at the book and asked if these things were priceless. His sister answered that yes, these are the items that the house wants to receive, and if someone brings them, they get 3% of the approximate value. Roughly speaking, my sister was adding to her collection at home because Diana loves expensive things. Phil thought that if he could get 3% if he sold the rare equipment and could pay 500 million for the scroll in the near future. He asked for an appraisal of this equipment and took out the Dragon Lord's wing. Diana immediately replied that this legendary wing is the best of its kind, and its value can be estimated at a minimum of 2 billion. Her sister added that 3% of this amount is 60 million, and it is very easy to make money on the book. Phil thought it was convenient, but 500 million was still a long way off, and suggested an even rarer treasure. He took out his star dragon egg and asked how about it. The girls were stunned. Diana asked if the guy was by any chance a legendary dragon tamer. Sister asked Phil if he had another dragon besides the black one. The guy replied that if you take everyone into account, then he has about 5 of them. Diana said that the dragon's wing was a very valuable commodity, but the egg was even more valuable. She took her words back. Not all treasures can be valued. The girl came closer and asked the guy to look in the book, if it appeared in the book. Then the reputation of the auction house would increase many times over. The sister thought, owning a dragon is quite a rare occurrence in itself, and the guy also has eggs. What a valuable specimen. Diana suggested that Phil come to their house sometime. He would pay for the egg regardless of the final price at auction. The hero put the items on the table and said to put these things in the book, and asked when he could get the money. Diana replied that the benefits would come into effect from today. Phil smiled and said that was good, and in that case, he could go. Leaving the room, the sister said that she was not rushing the guy to repay the debt. Phil replied that everything was fine, and the benefits were starting from today. This month he would be able to repay everything. The sister didn't think that her daughter-in-law would be so generous and return everything, but at least she wouldn't have to pay back the interest. Coming out into the common room, Phil said that there were quite a few useful things for sale in the house, and he should pay attention to them. People nearby saw that the book was being updated. The guy walked up to the screen and wondered if his egg and wing would really appear on the list. People who saw the egg began to talk and argue, call others, and the news spread very quickly. Phil said that it looked like the house would soon be at the peak of popularity, but his sister replied that it was too early to be happy for her daughter-in-law. People were crowding like crazy to see the dragon's egg. If the heroes didn't come out, they would have to spend the night here. Going outside, the sister was glad that they finally got out. Now the popularity of the daughter-in-law is at its height. She knew that everything would lead to this. Phil thought that he shouldn't have agreed. Businessmen can't be trusted. Now she will earn more than she pays him. But he asked his sister where her car was. The girl twirled the keys on her finger and asked what car they were talking about, and pointed to a red motorcycle. Phil told her that they hadn't arrived in this one. His sister said that that car belonged to his sister-in-law, and this was her car. The guy thought about it. He thought that his sister would make him her driver, like Teresa would have done. But she was completely different. The girl sat on the motorcycle and told him to sit down and hold on to his waist. If he falls, she will not save him. The guy got on the motorcycle but didn't have time to grab it, and the girl rode off. The girl replied that after his second transformation, his agility should have increased. So what should he be afraid of? Phil told the girl that she knew a lot about him, even about the transformation. The girl replied that immediately after it 3 dragons became available to him, didn't she? The guy yelled at her and asked her to look at the road. She asked again if he had a 3rd egg. Sister said that he doesn't know anything about the blessing. The dragon is a gift from God. Others are not so lucky. The guy is lucky with 3 dragons. The guy asked her again who she was and why she was helping him. The girl remained silent. After a while, she said that it was not time yet. The guy had not yet passed the 1st stage. The guy asked what stage it was. The sister replied that a representative should be sent to the university to find out if he was suitable to represent the state in the competition. But the boy received approval even before he passed the 1st stage. The girl is afraid that if a level 70 envoy comes, he will target the guy. Phil laughed and realized that his sister was hired to help him prepare. The girl asked in confusion that if he understood everything, then why was he laughing? Phil replied that no matter how high the opponent's level was, if he could fight his sister on equal terms, this envoy would only have to pray. The girl laughed and said that the guy had too much courage, in which case he had to convince his rival of the same. The sister looked at the moon in the sky and said that it was very late. She promised to return the boy to the estate before dark. The guy reached for the girl's hand and said that he would increase the speed a little. He insisted that his sister hold on to him. With a slight movement of his hand, he equipped himself with a dragon wing and soared into the air with the girl, saying that they would spend the rest of the journey in the sky. The heroes landed softly and Phil asked if he needed to see the girl off. She replied that she would get there herself. The guy flew on. His sister looked after him and thought that he was so unusual. She wished other guys were like Phil. She walked down the street and said that she liked guys like him. And then she remembered about her motorcycle. Phil flew home and went into his room. He was very tired from the flight. But the more he flew, the more his skills improved. Taking the star dragon egg in his hands, he said that this was what interested him most now. That time it didn't work out. He reminded the girls that they all had to be in harmony. Phil activated the skill on the egg and said that the star dragon would be the 3rd in his collection. The egg began to glow and cracks appeared on it. Phil covered his face with his hands so as not to be blinded. The entire room was illuminated by a starry glow, and everyone present watched it. A dragon appeared in front of Phil. It was the young form of the star dragon. The guy picked up the dragon in his arms and said that it turned out that the baby was a real dragon warrior, and also had a strength of almost 800 units. The characteristics are the same as Emerald, but the strength is almost twice as high. Initially, the guy thought that Zarya was a battle dragon, but now she has average indicators in all parameters. Phil sat the baby on the floor and listed his skills in his head. Zarya took the eggshell from her mouth. She choked, but the baby saved her. Phil could not get away from his thoughts about improving the new dragon. The girls were looking at the baby when the boy said it was time to give the new sister a name. Since Phil called girls by diminutive and affectionate names, he had an idea. Pointing his finger at the dragon, he said that she would be called Constellation. The girls were surprised. Zarya was not happy, Emerald cried. Phil said that it was just a name. Once he comes up with a better name, he will change it. And he asked Constellation if she likes the name. The dragon didn't answer. Phil thought that this was the first time he had encountered such coldness from a dragon. But even with Zarya, there was nothing like this. A group of certain heroes are in the country of Taiki, in the zone of level 67. A group of tourists were in their camp and they lit a fire. A young man in a cloak, who was Teresa's brother, approached them, and one of the group asked what was wrong with his face. Darwin was level 60 and number 1 in Taiki country. He replied that his sister wanted him to take revenge for her. The girls sitting by the fire asked if the sister was not studying in Lungo and what had happened there. The guy replied that she constantly says that someone is offending her. Sitting by the fire, a huge worm appeared behind the heroes. The guy added that his sister was already big, but she behaved like a child. They spoiled her. One of the guys asked if he would go to Lungo. Of course, Darwin replied, and the worm behind him began to attack. Darwin added that a brother who loves his sister more than anything in the world cannot leave her in trouble. The girls told him in response that the country was currently preparing for a competition, so it would be better to sneak in. Darwin replied that he would put on a curse costume and go there. Darwin added that he would wash his sister and then find out who they had chosen as this year's candidate. His eyes grew angry and his teeth clenched. He said that the Tai Chi camp should be number 1. For a week after receiving the constellation, no one was interested in Frank's pavilion. Without Teresa, his life returned to normal, and from time to time he studied with his sister. On weekdays, the team of heroes continues to improve in the forest of poisonous spiders. The levels of all 3 dragons have become significantly higher. Barbara chose the dancing swordsman class during her transformation. Sky and Inga also achieved their second transformation. Sky happily told Inga and Hannah that they had reached level 30. They could now transform. Hannah smiled and said that it was very difficult. The guy looked at his friends. Sky was glad that soon they would be able to pass more difficult copies. Phil thought that it finally happened. All team members have reached the second transformation. Now they will be able to pass copies of the 30th level. The heroes stood near the transformation room. Barbara said that she chose the dancing blade class because it was very similar to fencing chic. She thought that they would understand everything anyway. Inga replied that she had actually thought about changing her specialization, but then realized that without her healing, she would not be very good. Phil replied that now their team had enough strength. All that was left was to walk in copies. At that moment, Sky came out. Inga asked what was wrong with her. The girl asked him to guess what she had chosen. Barbara assumed it was a hidden class, and Sky confirmed her words. She said that now she is a water swordsman. Now she can control the element of water. Barbara said that the chances were very small, to which Sky told her that she was very talented, but now she was much more useful than her. Phil suggested that she chose that transformation so as not to be left out. The guy got a call from his deputy and he picked up the phone. Sky was furious and Inga stopped her. The deputy told Phil that the deputy was arriving. The guy said he was already on his way. The guy came to the Lundu mansion, to the combat training hall, where he met Kate. She told him that the messenger's name was Boris, and that he was level 76. The deputy said that he had a couple of ideas for the boy's birth. A deputy and 2 figures in robes appeared on the stage. One of them had a staff that used to be number 1 in the book. Phil asked Kate what she knew about the man with the staff. The girl replied that he was their new director. He was appointed recently, but in fact he has been in this post for 2 years. And she added that only the deputy knows about his power. He does not attend any events. His voice is changed with the help of magic, and since he came to meet with the envoy, he is not an ordinary person. Some sounds were heard. The heroes turned their heads towards the exit and saw that a messenger was coming. Boris entered the hall and asked if everyone was here and where the dean was. Edward greeted Boris and said that he was the vice dean. The messenger replied that he was looking for a dean, and if they hadn't even bothered to choose a normal player, they were wasting their time. Boris looked at the stage and asked if all the candidates were there. The deputy replied that they had no candidates and had already chosen Phil. Phil told Kate that Boris is not that simple. He will do anything to achieve his goal. Kate replied that the dean and the deputy believe in him, since they did not choose anyone else. Boris started to say that since they had already chosen a candidate, the envoy's opinion would mean nothing to them. Edward replied that they were confident in Phil, and that he could check him. Boris said he read about him. Looks promising. Level 32, Knight Tamer, champion of the southern province. He came from another city, and not alone, and looked at the guy. Boris asked him if he could hold out, if his 32nd level could compete with the 50-60th. Phil immediately realized that the messenger hated him from the start. Boris said that since Lund University believed in him so much, it was worth seeing what he was capable of, and took out his sword. Saying that he would see if the boy was worthy, he swung his sword and began to attack him. Kate screamed that this kind of thing was unacceptable. The deputy added that wasn't the gap between their levels too big. The messenger told them that he didn't care what level the guy was. It wasn't him who forced him to take part. His job was to select people who were strong enough to compete with others. If a guy couldn't handle him, then he wasn't worthy of representing the country. Phil knew he was no match for him in close combat, but there was too little room to summon what he should do. The man shouted, "Come on, Phil, use all your strength," and asked to let him see what he could do. Knocking the sword out of the boy's hand, he shouted that it was time to release the dragons and show them to the light. He screamed louder and louder about why Phil was making him wait. The dean struck the floor with his staff and said that since the messenger was in high spirits, it would be better to move to another place. Everything around was filled with red color and mysterious symbols. In the blink of an eye, all the participants disappeared from the stage. The rest were left wondering where the dean had taken them. The heroes were transported to the university arena. The dean said that there was much more space for testing here. Boris laughed. He didn't care where. It wouldn't give him any strength. Hiding was useless. The dean wouldn't protect him. Now Boris understood the reason for Teresa's bad behavior. It's no wonder she has such a low self-esteem. Phil appeared riding on Zarya and said that there was enough room here, so it was time to give it his all. Boris was shocked by the size of the dragon. He realized that this was the same dragon that had made Mrs. Teresa jealous. It was exactly like the one in the video. But he added that it was a pity that the dragons were powerless against him and began to activate his shield. The shield was huge. Boris added that it was not so easy to stand up to a level 76 shield knight. Phil was not talkative and asked him to simply continue watching. The guy ordered Zara to activate the pressure. The dragon began to affect Boris, who defended himself with a shield. The man laughed and said that he expected nothing less from a huge dragon, but the level would be low. The deputy said that last time Phil's black dragon had destroyed Frank's entire pavilion with this technique. The dean asked if he thought he was no longer good for anything. Boris said that intimidation was quite useful in such a situation. But his face suddenly changed. He felt unwell. The man was affected by the knight's skills, but he didn't understand how this was possible. The messenger fell to his knees. Phil came closer and laughed, asking if he had passed the test. The man became aggressive, asked if the guy was laughing at him, and activated the knight's stability skill, which removed all effects from him. Boris rose from his knees and swung at the boy, asking if he thought he could stand up to him. Phil began to summon the rest of the dragons and, smiling, replied that he could. Boris tensed up and wondered if the guy really still had dragons. Phil responded sarcastically that he would have to use all his strength. Having summoned all the dragons, the guy said that he would be more serious, since that was what the messenger wanted. Boris looked at all the dragons and couldn't believe that a guy like Phil had 3 of them. The deputy also couldn't believe his eyes. His head couldn't comprehend how he had managed to do it. Phil asked Boris loudly if he was sure the answer was 3, but immediately replied that unfortunately, this answer was not correct. The boy ordered Emerald to summon the twin lords of the bone dragons, and 2 more dragons appeared in front of everyone. The man began to sweat at the thought of Phil being so powerful. He carefully examined the dragons that appeared. These were the souls of the king, which Boris had clearly not encountered before. The deputy spoke again. He asked the dean if he knew that the guy had 5 dragons. It was indescribable. The dean was brief and said it was amazing. All the dragons surrounded their master and were ready to attack, Phil replied. Good sir messenger. By putting his hand forward, the guy indicated that the onslaught was about to begin. The dragons began to attack Boris. Phil added that it was time now, but it was still not enough. The man was very close to the dragon's claws. He did not know what to do because he could not cope with them. At the last moment, he managed to activate his skill, Sanctuary of Light. It became difficult for Zara to move, and she began to fall. It was obvious that a strong effect had been cast on her. Edward screamed that the messenger had captured the creature. Zarya fell to the ground, and the messenger soared into the air on his creature, laughing. He said that the guy could not kill him. This angered the guy. The deputy saw that the envoy had escaped and said that it was better this way than to die at the dragon's claws. The dean replied that who would have thought that the great envoy would escape. Phil shouted after him that he was worthy of being called a messenger. He was so fast. The man didn't like this. He hovered in the air and asked if the guy thought he could defeat him with the help of some dragons. Heading towards the guy, Boris understood that there were still 4 seconds left before the end of the Sanctuary of Light. Finally, he's coming back, the boy thought. The man was very close and shouted that no matter how many dragons the guy had, they were no match for him. There were 2 seconds left before the effect ended. Boris had to hurry. He took the sword and flew at Phil, shouting at him to die. Boris was sure that he would kill him, but there was a dome between them that the messenger could not even penetrate. Phil shouted to him that he had used emerald light against ordinary light. Now let's see whose confrontation would be more effective. Boris was extremely impressed. He thought that the light could not be completely destroyed. How come? Why didn't it work against the dragon? Phil began to activate the Dragon Lord's roar skill and asked if the messenger wanted to escape again. Then it was not his fault. The man looked at this from the air and did not understand what else the guy had come up with. The constellation hit Boris's creature, and he could no longer hold on to it. Phil took advantage of the moment and fired his skill directly at the messenger. The man fell to the ground with a crash, his heavy body unable to make it any quieter. Phil approached him and asked where the messenger who wanted to teach him a lesson had gone. The man understood that this was the end, and any further onslaught from Phil would be his last. He asked to wait. But the guy no longer listened to his words. He struck the man's body with a lightning discharge, and everything around was filled with purple light. In the cloud of smoke and dust that was created, it was impossible for the dean and the deputy to see anything. The clouds of dust cleared. Boris was alive, but his animal was gone. Phil looked at the man and said that he was very sorry, and that he regretted the health of his mount. Coming closer, the guy said that killing an animal was not prohibited in national testing, and he wanted everything to be exactly as it happens there. Edward shouted that the test was over. It was time to give a verdict that Phil was worthy of being a candidate. The man screamed in agony and ordered him to shut up. He would decide when the test was over. The deputy and the dean were outraged and stunned by such statements from the envoy. Edward tried to object, but the dean stopped him and told him to let him go, because he wouldn't last long anyway. Boris sat on the ground and thought that the guy had a lot of high skills, but in any case, he would make the final decision about him. Phil looked at the messenger with interest and waited for his further actions. The man got up from his knees and ran at the guy, shouting that he wouldn't let him and that it wouldn't end that easily. Emerald was ready to join the fight. but Phil stopped her and watched what Boris would do. The man waved his sword wildly, shouting that the guy was the reason Teresa's family left him, and he ruined his career. Boris raised the sword above his head and swung it. He said that he would punish the guy. Running towards the guy, Phil put his leg in front of him and kicked the man in the stomach. Boris flew back several meters. He still remained powerless in the current situation. Phil came closer to him and said that this battle was pointless from the start, because Boris was crazy. If he did not think that the guy passed the test, then it was worth continuing. The guy leaned even closer and looked the man in the eye and said that if he believed that his feud with Teresa had ruined his career, then he would expect revenge. All the dragons formed a wall behind the owner, and he added that he hoped the man remembered everything. And looking haughtily at Boris, he added that next time he would not stop. It seemed like the man wanted to add something, but he couldn't get a word out. Boris lost consciousness. For his age, such fights were no longer within his capabilities. The deputy, seeing this, ran to Boris and said that he would immediately call a healer. The dean turned to the boy and said that who would have thought that he had as many as 5 dragons, and asked how much true power he had shown them. Phil turned around and said that he hadn't shown even 10% of his dragon's power. The dean replied that choosing the guy was the right decision and began to cast his spell. Having struck the ground with his staff, he, as before, disappeared into thin air. The dragons switched from their combat form and pressed closer to Phil. The guy looked at this. It seemed to him that such a disappearance was very familiar. Heavy snow fell again in the uncharted areas of the far north of Lungo. In front of the man lay Phil's papers signed by Boris. He laughed and said that it was not bad. The man said that Phil would be their candidate after all. Boris must have cried when he signed those papers. The man ordered the deputy to come in. The guy turned to Mr. Alfred and asked if he needed anything. Alfred ordered the lion to be prepared to go to the Lund University. The deputy told him that several researchers had recently been attacked. The man replied that he was not leaving forever, and that all research could continue as before. He added that he needed to meet with the other researchers and Phil, and they would see each other in a couple of days. That same evening, Phil was at his location. Opening a map showing a tidal bay, he was surprised to find it was 3,000 kilometers away, too far. He understood that Boris recognized his qualifications, and he felt calmer. But their further destination was too far away, and this was a mid-ranking card. On the phone, the guy answered that it would be better next time. Harvey asked if he definitely didn't need the card. He could contact the magician, but the price would be appropriate. The guy was distracted by some message on the tablet, and he decided to open it. Phil saw a greeting in front of him, which said that a treasure chest was available to him. He was glad. He finally managed to get to the god-level treasure. Harvey was still hanging on the phone and asking if the guy was there. Phil asked for a minute. He wanted to clarify something. A certain fireball was flying straight towards Phil's estate at great speed. Phil managed to answer Harvey that this place was in the far north. The next second, the ball hit the estate, completely wiping it off the ground. A figure in a dark robe hung in the air above the destruction. In his hand was some kind of stone, which obviously gave him strength. Suddenly, Zarya flew out of the house. The dark silhouette was shocked that the heroes survived. All the heroes and dragons soared into the sky to the man who took the roof over their heads. Phil flew up close to him and asked if he wanted to teleport. Swinging with all his might, the boy hit the stranger in the face and the hood of his robe flew off. Phil felt as if he had been scalded with boiling water. He already knew this man. The man was a teacher who stood next to the dean. People came out of their houses asking what was going on, and fire alarms were blaring everywhere. Inga loudly announced to everyone that this was an attack, and the man was going to kill other people. Scarlet chains appeared in the man's hands. He told the boy that since he saw him, he had no choice. With a sharp movement, the man threw chains on the guy. It was a flaming lock, which tied the target and did not allow him to receive any positive effects. The man tied himself with the same chains and took out a red crystal, which activated the extreme flame. Burning his health, it formed the core of the flame. Phil guessed that this was the core of flame, and that the man was the most powerful fire mage. The man looked at the boy with crazy eyes and said that they would die together. Inga and Barbara were on the ground. The girls shouted at the guy to hold on. They were already on their way to help. Hannah was scared to death. She could lose her only nephew. The man grew bigger with each passing second and shouted that the boy could no longer escape anywhere. The core was already 72% complete. The man continued to scream at Phil to die. Phil ordered the Emerald to activate the Eternal Protection and protect everyone so that no one would get hurt. Emerald immediately activated the protective barrier. All people and dragons were now safe. The guy realized that the man was going to blow up the flame core. He took out his sword and tried to do something, but his attempts were unsuccessful. The man screamed that it was time to die, but Phil was not going to give up. He gripped the sword tighter and flew towards the man. Out of nowhere, a staff appeared and pierced the man, and his skill was interrupted. Phil, looking at this, understood that this was the dean's staff. But how did it appear here? The staff passed right through. The man was covered in blood. Such an injury was incompatible with life. The last thing the man managed to say was that it was time for Phil to die, and he fell into his own fire. Phil was haunted by the staff and looked at it as if enchanted. Another figure in a robe appeared in the sky. It was the dean, who silently took the staff. Phil couldn't say a word. He was waiting for some answers to all his questions, but the dean was not going to talk to him. Having landed on the ground, Hannah ran up to the guy and said that he scared her to death. Phil replied that everything was fine and she shouldn't worry. The hero's friends ran up to him and asked him what kind of magician he thought he was. Phil replied that he saw him near the examiner. Turning around, Phil added that he was standing with the dean, and the deputy and the dean were examining the man's charred body. Edward said that they didn't think that anyone would want to attack the guy. Moreover, he was a respected university professor, an 81st level fire mage, very strong. Phil asked what the motives were, whether the man was really under Boris. Hannah asked to find out everything, because they almost died. Inga added that they would come for Phil as soon as they found out that he survived. The deputy asked everyone to calm down and said that they would look into the matter and give an answer. Early the next morning in the office, the dean said that the assassination attempt would definitely be repeated. The professor was a respected man, and it was unclear how many followers he had. Despite the fact that the dean controls the entire university, if he misses even one thing, the consequences will be irreversible, and he loudly asked if they were listening to him. Alfred, sitting in the chair, replied that they should learn how to make drinks, and that even their tea wasn't tasty. And he asked the dean not to be angry. They hadn't seen each other for so long, and the dean didn't even ask anything about him. The dean asked how things were in the far north. Alfred replied that he had not decided everything, but offered his help to investigate Phil's case. It was not safe for him to stay here. Smiling, he told the dean that he would take the boy with him to the far north. A trip to the far north with Alfred can ensure not only the boy's safety, but also prevent him from causing harm to others. The dean asked if Alfred would have time for the guy. He replied that he was not his assistant, but he hoped that the guy would want to come and help with the investigation from afar. The dean replied that he understood everything, but the guy had to be completely safe. Alfred, finishing the bottle, replied that he would return him safe and sound. Early in the morning, an expensive foreign car pulled up to the main entrance of Lund University. A guy came out of it. Teresa ran into his arms, saying that she knew that her brother had nothing more important than her. Darwin replied that he had nothing more important than the princess, and he had to prepare for her arrival. Teresa looked up at her brother and asked if he would help her. Darwin asked to tell him who offended his sister. He will teach anyone a lesson. While Phil and the team had nowhere to live, they stayed at Barbara's. The guy talked to Harvey. He asked if he received it. The guy replied that he received it and would transfer the money now. Barbara put a glass of water in front of Phil. Harvey said that he had suddenly cut off the connection last night, but this card was secret, and no one except the guy dared to buy it. Phil said that he was hanging up. Barbara saw the map and asked if he wanted to go. Phil replied that the place was very strange, so he didn't have time to think about a strategy before he was attacked. The girl said that everyone was very tired yesterday, and the girls were still resting, and if he wanted to go, it would be better to wait for the others. Phil replied that he wasn't going to, and thanked her for her help. There was a knock at the door. Phil assumed it was Deputy Edward. Opening the door and asking how things were going, the guy saw an unfamiliar man in front of him. Alfred laughed and said that he had nothing to do with the results, but he could guarantee that he was a good person. He added that there was a small misunderstanding, so the security was out of action. They did not let the man in, and this could be considered self-defense. The guy thought that the deputy could no longer be trusted, and this was another attack. Taking out his sword, Phil asked who the man was. Inga appeared from behind Phil and called out to Uncle Alfred, asking what brought him here. The girls saw what was happening in front of their house and asked what was going on, and Phil began to think about how they were connected. Entering the house, Phil said that Alfred was the same teacher that Robert had spoken about. Inga confirmed his words. Alfred replied that Inga had come just in time, otherwise this guy would have attacked him. Phil asked for forgiveness. He thought the man would attack him, but in fact he himself wanted to thank him for a long time, especially for helping to deal with Teresa. Alfred replied that even though Gordon had been removed from office, he could still seek revenge, and the guy had only himself to thank. Inga did not expect that the great man who fought monsters alone would come down to them. Phil realized that it was Alfred's portrait that hung on the walls at school. The man laughed and said that these were the things of a long-gone era. Alfred sat down more comfortably and said seriously that right now he was most interested in only Phil. Putting his hand on the guy's shoulder, he added that he had come especially for him. He wanted to take the guy to the far north. Phil was surprised. All roads led there. Alfred said that he had already discussed everything with the dean, and that going with him would help the boy prepare for the next tests and avoid the next attack. Inga said it was uncharted territory, and Barbara added that Phil represented the country and needed to be safe and sound. Alfred said that the conditions there were extremely difficult, but it was a great place to gain strength. If the boy left, the others would not be touched. Phil thought, his treasure map points to the far north, where he wants to go. But is it sure that the others won't suffer after he leaves? Barbara asked Phil to just say if he wanted to leave. She added that they had already had a second transformation, and if they were attacked, they would be able to stand up for themselves. Inga added that they would also protect their aunt. Phil thanked the girls and said that he would really like to go to the far north. Alfred was pleased with the guy's answer and said that he was not mistaken in it, and suggested that they all have dinner together. The guy replied that he would buy some groceries now, and then his aunt would cook, and they would all be able to say goodbye together. The evening continued. The heroes chatted among themselves. Phil told everyone that he was thinking of leaving Emerald with them. Phil came to the university battle arena. He thought that Alfred was a hero. But why should he take him to the far north? Then he saw his sister. His sister waved her hand at him and asked what he was doing here so late. Was he really waiting for her? The girl said that she had been busy lately, and if he wanted to practice, Phil replied that he came to say goodbye. His sister didn't quite understand what he was talking about, and asked again if he wanted to say goodbye. Phil replied that he was going north. He would be gone for a whole month and would only come back for the competition, and he would miss the girl. The girl reached out and grabbed the guy by the cheek. She replied that in the far north, he would become much stronger than her. It was very dangerous there, so there would be no time to get bored. The guy pressed his hand to the girl's face and said that he knew. Phil ran back and shouted to his sister that it was time for him to go, and that he still needed to say goodbye to the others. The girl shouted to wait for her and ran up to the guy and hugged him tightly from behind. The girl closed her eyes, not letting go, and told him to hurry up. She would not see him out. The sister put a red bracelet on the boy's hand and told him to take care of it and always carry it with him. She stepped back and said that there were competitions going on all over the country, so he should take care of himself. She asked him to bring her a piece of non-melting ice and laughed. Phil ran after her, but she had already left. Her hair remained in his hand, and he looked at it with warmth in his soul. The guy was returning home with groceries, but some shadow was following him. Phil turned his head and asked how long he would continue to pursue him. Darwin realized that Phil had noticed him and said that the guy was not easy to find. Phil turned to face him and asked who he was and why he was following him. The guy replied that they didn't know each other personally, but he had definitely heard about him. Darwin gritted his teeth and gave his name, adding that the boy had cared very much about his sister, so he wanted to thank him. Phil angrily threw the bags on the ground and asked if he was the strongest in Taiki. Taking out his sword, the guy said that he knew Teresa was here too, and let her come out. The girl, coming out of the bushes, asked the boy where such anger came from. The princess folded her hands and said that she could not miss her brother teaching the boy a lesson. Darwin said seriously that whether he would teach a lesson or not depended only on the guy himself. He gave him the opportunity to return to his sister everything that he had taken. Phil looked at Darwin and asked if their whole family had memory problems. The guy didn't understand what he was talking about. The hero laughed and told Teresa that she had not told her brother the full story of their last meeting. The princess told her brother that the guy was talking nonsense and encouraged him to attack. Darwin told the guy that life teaches him nothing, and if Phil doesn't stop defiling their family, before he can finish speaking, he starts casting spells, and there are special marks on his palms. Phil realized that this was a call, and that this was who his sister took after. Darwin summoned a monster and said he would kill the guy. At the last moment, the hero managed to jump and avoid the attack. Stopping at an inaccessible distance, Phil began to examine the monster. The guy realized that Darwin and his monster had disgustingly powerful attacks. He had to dodge. Phil looked at the monster again. It had the same face as Darwin. Darwin ordered his cave explorer to grab the guy. The monster doused the space with a roar. The guy raised his head to the sky and saw a griffin, which surprised him greatly. The Arctic Griffin Lord attacked Darwin's monster. The brother and sister did not understand what was happening. Teresa screamed. Alfred appeared from behind Phil and turned to them, asking if they thought they were on their family's lands. And he landed right in front of the guy, covering his body and protecting him. Darwin was taken aback. He knew the voice and the skill of the Griffin Lord. Looking at the man, he realized that Alfred himself was standing in front of him. The man told them that they were brave. Darwin warned his sister that he was very dangerous. Alfred impaled the boy on his long sword and suspended him above the ground. The guy started coughing, his eyes were wild, and blood started pouring out of his mouth. Alfred asked seriously if Darwin recognized him. The boy replied that he was the elder. The man ordered the boy to surrender, because his researcher was no longer of any help to him, since no one had ever escaped the clutches of his griffin. The griffin was in full combat readiness and held the monster back with its powerful paws. Teresa fell to the ground in shock and began to cry, continuing to call for her brother. Darwin looked at the man and calmly said that he did not doubt his words. He tried to say something else, but his body was pierced through and he lost consciousness. Teresa let out a pitiful cry as her brother remained hanging on Alfred's sword. Phil, watching the events unfold, thought that Alfred had killed Darwin. The man said that the skill of the third transformation is a symbiosis with darkness. It allows the summoner to swap bodies with his subject, if he is alive, of course. Darwin's body, hanging in the air, began to dissolve. Phil realized that it meant the guy wasn't dead. Alfred turned around and ordered everyone to get out of here. If they don't leave, he's ready to kill the researcher guy. Teresa ran up to the monster that was grabbed by the griffin and screamed at him. The boy was reborn in the body of a monster. His eyes were white, and his teeth were clenched in pain. The guy used symbiosis with darkness, and told Alfred that he couldn't kill him because he was Taiki's heir. And if anyone dares to attack a representative of Taiki, all 23 participating countries will rise up against that person. Phil watched the transformation. Who would have thought that the summoner would survive, he thought. Alfred brought the sword to the guy and said that he knew everything. But there was another rule. Anyone who killed the attacker on the candidate would not be killed. The man said that he was not going to kill anyone. And besides, there was a competition this year. He would spare the guy and not make the situation worse. Darwin said he understood him. Now he knew that Phil was also a candidate. Alfred was angry, his eyes filled with anger. He said that he did not love their entire family. Throwing down his sword, he ordered that they not come here again. The sword stuck into one of the tentacles of darkness, and Darwin was pierced by hellish pain again. Darwin hugged Teresa and said that they were leaving. The little sister agreed to everything. The guy, without turning around, told Phil that since they were both candidates, they would not fight before the competition, and he was looking forward to their meeting. With a sharp glance, he added that the boy should pray, because in the future there would be no one to stand up for him. Phil approached Alfred and said that this Darwin was amazing. First he almost died himself, and then he throws around such words. The heroes went to the house. Alfred asked where the food for dinner was. The guy realized that they were destroyed by a monster. In the evening, the heroes threw a small party to relax. Some of the heroes relaxed, while others could not contain their emotions. Now Phil understood even more that it was time for him to leave. He was an important figure in the political world, and if he stayed, he would put his friends in danger. There was only a month left before the competition. The secrets of the far north were waiting for him to solve them, and he and Alfred flew out. The next day of the flight, the man told the boy that the main thing here was that he didn't freeze. The boy looked down and saw an unknown land. This is where the divine level weapon was hidden. A huge bloody moon appeared in front of the heroes. Alfred said that this was why he called the guy. After landing at the base, the man showed the boy where his squad of griffin riders was. At the moment, his people had discovered about 114 routes to explore. The man pointed to the map and said that this was their goal. Phil asked again if he was talking about the blood moon. The man answered yes, they can't get close to her, and they can't figure her out either. In conversation, they just call her a thing. But now that Phil has landed with them, they will be able to advance their research in person. Phil looked at the map again. Everything was as the elder said. Their research and his interests coincided. The guy wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, find a divine weapon, and kill monsters. Phil spotted 2 routes that were closest to the treasure. He pointed at the map and asked the elder if he could join one of the squads. The man replied that the route was teeming with monsters, and if something happened to him, the dean would kill him. Phil replied that he had come to become stronger, and that if he only traveled along the safe route, there would be little benefit from the trip. Alfred's eyes lit up and he said that he saw himself in his youth in the boy. And he took out a beautiful sports bow from his inventory. The elder gave the bow to the boy, he took it and asked what it was. It was a legendary weapon, a bow. Now Phil can use 2 weapons at the same time. Such a weapon is very expensive. Phil said in amazement that it was a very cool bow. The man replied that he could have it. The boy was delighted and thanked the elder. With this bow, he would definitely be safe until the start of the competition. The deputy approached the heroes and reported that the military uniform was ready. The elder told Phil to get dressed. He wanted to show him that thing closer. If after returning he still had the desire, then tomorrow he would set out along the route he had chosen. The guy grabbed the cape and said seriously that he was ready to go. Putting on thick clothes, he added that he couldn't wait for the departure. The man took a flask of liquor with him, and the heroes set off. Alfred was flying on a griffin, and Phil was equipped with wings. The elder asked why Phil wouldn't fly on a dragon. He was a knight after all. The boy replied that his dragons were too low level to ride. The man said that when he could ride a dragon, he would accept him into the ranks of the griffin riders. Suddenly, Phil saw something in front of him and stopped. Right in front of him was a flock of high-level demon owls. The owl pounced on the man. Phil shouted at him to be careful. "Why be careful?" the man shouted, and his sword appeared in his hands. The griffin's claws sharpened and were ready to attack. Alfred asked Phil if he needed to be careful. If the guy goes that route, the confusion will cost him his life. Turning around, Alfred saw 2 more owls above him. The boy looked at the owls and thought that all members of the elite Griffin Rider squad were above level 70. He thought that the elder was not very pleased with him. Phil pulled himself together and realized that this was no longer an academy. He needed to be collected. The man signaled that they had arrived at the scene and called on the boy to pay attention. Phil looked down and was extremely shocked by what he saw. Among the icy mountains, a huge red eye appeared. Alfred assumed that it was the corpse of some kind of monster, but they didn't know what kind. The guy replied that the eye and the mountains surrounding it reminded him of a dragon. The man said it was amazing. When he was here for the first time, even the griffin was scared. It was discovered completely by accident. Phil tried to activate the all-seeing eye. Even the system couldn't recognize what it was. The man said that in this world, People only have control over small pieces of territory. They still have many expeditions to make. He still remembered the day he came across the eye. The man then began clearing the sky of demons to open access to the mines. An avalanche occurred and the monsters retreated. Alfred ordered to stop the pursuit and help the miners. They tried to save the miners from the avalanche, who found themselves at the epicenter of the disaster. Someone from the team shouted to pay attention to the mountain. And then the eye opened. It was a giant red eye. People were insignificant compared to it. It's been a year, and they still haven't figured anything out. But he knows it's alive because it's looking right at them. The boy saw movement on the horizon, and told his elder that it seemed they had guests. Alfred shouted that these were horsemen. They used to be people, but now they are not. These were fallen corpses. A whole horde of corpses was moving towards the hero, where each one increased the defense of its comrade by a quarter. Phil was attacked by one of the corpses. The guy wondered if they had once been griffin riders. The boy tried to appeal to the elder, but he decided to ignore him. Alfred pulled the griffin up and said that they were nothing but trouble. The man added that he didn't want to kill them and unleashed his skill on them. It was a net of cold that lasted for 5 seconds, and the target caught in the net received constant ice damage and was frozen. Phil managed to dodge and fly away from the net, only corpses got caught in it. The guy asked again if these corpses had previously been his charges. The man turned his head away and again left the guy without an answer. He only said that it was time to leave. "We need to go back," Alfred added, and Phil continued to watch the falling corpses. The net fell quickly and with a loud bang, leaving a large crater in the ground. One of the corpses stood up and looked after the flying heroes. It seemed as if his eye sockets were full of disappointment. The next morning, the boy came to Alfred's office and voiced his need. He said he didn't care about his dead soldiers and that thing under the mountain. He wanted to fight. The man ordered his deputy to call a group of people. 3 characters followed the deputy into the office, and the deputy reported that they had arrived. A man named Rick, who was the leader of the squad and a knight of punishment, reported that all members of the 78th squad had arrived. The second member of the squad, named Chuck, said that who would have thought that they would be called back from the front lines and press the order. The third member of the squad was Jasmine, who remained silent on the sidelines and waited for further orders. Alfred told Rick that they now had one more team member and introduced him to Phil. The guy said hello to everyone. Chuck said he had the same last name and extended his hand. Phil called him Elder. Rick had a few questions for Alfred, and Chuck told the guy not to worry, and he would look after him. Phil asked Chuck what kind of badge his commander had. The guy replied that badges denote military merit and symbolize the rank of captain. Rick asked Alfred why he brought them a student for practice. Their squad is fighting in the thick of things and they have no time to mess around with him. Alfred replied that Phil is aware of all the danger. If he dies, no one will be held responsible. And he added that if they communicate in an informal setting, it does not mean that you can argue with him. From this moment, Phil is a member of the team, and you need to treat him like any private. Rick walked up to the guys and they noticed him. The commander ordered Chuck to take Phil to the briefing room. The guys went to the conference room and Jasmine said that the new dick was a pain in the ass. In the conference room, the commander announced that according to the information received, in 4 days, they would be overtaken by a powerful storm, which meant that they needed to speed up. It takes them 2 days to reach the front lines, and once they leave this area, they have only 2 days to explore the route. With the new guy coming, the mission will be a success if they can clear the area for the next 100 kilometers. Jasmine replied that the territory was quite large, and they had also thrown in a student. It would be difficult. Phil knew he had to cross uncharted territory to reach his intended goal. The captain said they were leaving in 15 minutes. Jasmine said loudly that the captain didn't care about them. Chuck interrupted her and asked where they would be if it weren't for the captain. Rick told Phil that he could leave his pet in the pen, feeding him the best varieties. The guy replied that his pet's level was too low for him to do this. Jasmine, hearing this, said that she would not take him with her and let the captain deal with him. Chuck asked how he was going to move. Phil clearly answered that no one would have to drive him and asked not to worry about it. Having flown off towards the route, Chuck approved of Phil's equipment. Jasmine, having compared the factors, decided that the guy had rich parents. Phil flew closer to Jasmine and asked if her eagle was followed by 2 smaller ones, if they were scouts. The girl replied that now was not the time to chat. The heroes were in front of the storm clouds and were about to enter them. The commander shouted that the visibility radius was decreasing. We had to be careful. Chuck asked Phil not to go too far. It was hard for the guy to make his way through the storm clouds, but he had to rely only on himself. In 1 second, the guy realized that he couldn't see anyone else and started shouting the names of the squad. A sharp sound pierced the silence. Something was quickly approaching the guy from behind. This something was a huge animal, akin to a lion, but possessing the technique of flight. It was the corpse of a heavenly lion, possessing many skills and a very high level. Phil fought him. He thought it was a corpse again. It seems the blood moon affects more than just humans. This monster was not like the others, and the guy decided not to call the dragons. Chuck's voice was heard in the distance, warning to stay away. The eagles began to attack. Turning around, the hero saw that it was an eagle scout, Jasmine's pet. The girl screamed that the lion couldn't be allowed to create more copies. She had already lost one eagle. Chuck asked the guy not to slow down. Flying closer, Chuck said that he would wash with protection. Phil thanked him, but said that he would not sit idly by. The lion merged with the fog and clouds and created illusions. Jasmine told the guy that newcomers cannot act arbitrarily and must follow the plan. Chuck shouted that they would sort it out themselves. They had been sitting behind the commander for too long. It was time to do something themselves. The heroes heard a strange sound and hung in the sky. Phil pointed out that it did not sound like a lion's roar. The boy and the girl got scared and recoiled. Chuck shouted that it was a sky eater and they had to retreat. Phil didn't understand what was going on and turned around to look at this monster. A corpse of an even higher level heaven devourer appeared in front of the boy. It was a whale. Phil realized that this whale was even bigger than Zaria in the state of destroyer of worlds. The captain flew up to the guy and asked why he was standing there. He needed to fly. Chuck screamed that they were finished. Then the Sky Eater showed up. Rick ordered to be quiet and fly. Inside the Stormfront there are plenty of creatures. Near the Blood Moon, everyone is dead. This giant has almost no life energy, but this does not prevent him from dominating the battlefield. The whale activated the skill of devouring the sky. It absorbed any target that fell into its mouth. Phil knew they couldn't escape. He wasn't sure the dragons could stand up to the Blood Moon monsters, but there was no other way out. The captain ordered the guy to stay close and they would get out of here. Jasmine said that a little more, and they would fly out. The whale's skill was interrupted. The heroes managed to escape. The danger passed. Phil asked if he would pursue them anymore. Rick replied that as soon as the Devourer leaves the Stormfront, it immediately falls. It turns out that all dead monsters have their own strengths and weaknesses, each requiring a special approach. The whale fell from the sky with a loud crash, creating a cloud of dust and smoke around it. Keith used his skill. For him, the sky is like water. As soon as he flew down, he dealt 10,000 damage to everyone within the radius of action and himself. The commander ordered the crew to prepare for landing. Chuck said that the captain was in such a hurry that he dragged the newbie into the thick of things. But he could have gone around it another way. Phil apologized for not being able to help. The guy asked why he was apologizing. He himself had only recently learned about all the subtleties. But on the first day, everyone was like that. Jasmine told Rick that if they continued at the same pace, they would not have time to complete the task. Rick replied that they were slowed down because of the newbie, but they would soon catch up. The girl stood up and screamed that she thought he and Chuck didn't care at all, and she was afraid that they wouldn't be able to do it in 4 days. Jasmine turned to Phil and said that he wouldn't get any bonuses for being here. He should think about how he could help on the rest of the journey. She continued that if that thing under their feet woke up, it would be the end not only of the country, but of the whole world. She advised her to return to the barracks. The boy calmly answered her that he knew a lot about this place from the stories of the Elder, and asked her to trust him that he would be useful. Chuck stood between the heroes and asked them to stop swearing. The commander gave the order to stop complaining, and he added that if the gentleman did this, there were reasons for it. The man gave the order to go and rest. They had a long and difficult journey ahead of them. Rick approached the girl and asked her not to be so nervous. The guy would not get underfoot. Jasmine said that the main thing here is that because of him, she doesn't get hemorrhoids. A huge bomb flew through the sky. Jasmine shouted to pay attention. They were under attack. Huge chunks of ice began to fall from the mountain, and the commander ordered everyone to dodge. Rick ordered Chuck to give him his shield while continuing to dodge along with Jasmine. Chuck activated a defensive shield that gave all allies protection. Chuck shouted that he was wounded. Phil wondered if there would be another corpse. Reese said that he and Jasmine were okay, but where was Phil? Looking forward, the boy saw the huge legs of a monster in front of him. Seeing this, he was at a loss. Rick continued to shout at Phil to answer. Raising his head up, he saw a large number of monsters. These were elite monsters of the 80th level. The heroes asked Phil to answer if he was still alive. Rick saw the monsters and said that this is the end and the guy will not survive. They cannot fight so many monsters. Jasmine said that they can use her eagle. Rick began to give orders to the girl and explain the strategy, but Jasmine no longer heard him, staring at one point. A huge yeti appeared behind the captain. The monster fell to the ground with a crash, and the heroes were thrown back by the shockwave. Rick took out his sword and said that plans had changed. He would hold off the yeti, and the girl had to run after Chuck and not look back. The monster started to attack. The girl ran in the other direction. Rick ordered her to move faster. Jasmine, in order to shorten the path, moved along blocks of ice, jumping over them. Turning to look at the captain, she saw that he was having a hard time fighting and was in danger. Several more monsters emerged beneath her feet, ready to attack the girl. She had no choice but to reveal herself to show Chuck where they were. The girl folded her fingers and whistled loudly. The eagle heard it and flew towards her, and the monsters paid special attention to them. The entire Yeti colony looked at Jasmine, sitting alone on the ice. The girl took out her swords and couldn't understand where Chuck had gone. Phil ran up to the wounded Chuck. The guy asked if everything was okay. Phil asked him not to chat and said that he would help now. He added that he would now deal with these three and come back for the guy and took out his sword. Chuck shouted that he couldn't be healed and asked not to be a hero. He was sure that Phil couldn't defeat a level 80 Yeti. The monsters ran straight towards the hero. Phil managed to activate an ice throw. Using the dragon's claw, he began to attack the big guys and deal them powerful attacks. Phil bonded with Zarya and consumed her energy to deal damage. Chuck, chained to the ice, did not understand what was happening in front of him and how it was possible. Phil clearly shouted that nothing was impossible, even in a fight with such monsters. After all, he is a dragon tamer knight from the southern province. The Yeti grabbed a huge block of ice and threw it into the air, pointing it at the guy. Phil changed the energy used to the star dragon. Thanks to his skills, he was able to accumulate energy and cut a block of ice in half with his sword. Chuck didn't understand anything. The guy was a low-level knight tamer but could fight the 80s, and he had said before that his pets were too low-level to ride. Rick and Jasmine appeared on the horizon. The girl shouted to Chuck that they had finally found him. The girl saw Chuck's injury, and Rick was surprised that Phil was alive. Chuck said that he was holding up. The new guy found him and protected him from these monsters. Suddenly, another Yeti appeared behind Phil, and it was larger than the previous ones. The captain ran towards him and told him to watch out. The man threw his victory blade at the monster, which pierced the Yeti right through. Rick ordered the guy to listen carefully and not to be so impulsive. Jasmine said that the griffins were not responding, and the eagle could only take 2. Phil thought that there were no problems. The guy suggested just taking and destroying all the Yetis, then there would be no threats. Jasmine emotionally told him that it was better to get to the nearest camp as soon as possible. Phil told her that he was not joking and could help her heal, but there were too many monsters here. The girl screamed again. Does he think he can save everyone? Rather, he is stalling for time. Phil made it clear that they did not have time for chatter, and began to summon a bow. A bow appeared in his hand, and he ordered Jasmine to take the wounded and leave. Rick realized that this was the bow of the serpent from hell, the weapon of the master. At one time, with its help, it was possible to force the king to retreat. How could he give this bow to the guy? Jasmine thought that the master used the bow to defend himself from attacks from other countries. But why did he give it to Phil? Is he really that capable? Phil turned around and asked the captain not to worry. As soon as they got out, everything would be fine, and there was no need to worry about the monsters. He would figure it out. An eagle flew up to the heroes. The captain told Phil to take care of himself, and they would not detain him any longer. The eagle soared into the sky and hoped that they would reach the camp safe and sound. His team flew away, and Phil thought he had a great chance to test the bow. Jasmine, flying towards the camp, said that she couldn't stop thinking about Phil's words, and asked the others if they did the right thing. Chuck replied that there would be no problem because he had seen the guy fight. The hero activated the bow. It emitted a bright red glow. The monster's eyes also lit up red. It was unclear what was happening to them. Chuck added that they were a burden to him, since he was a dragon tamer knight from the southern province. The Yetis began to use their skills and throw blocks of ice, causing massive damage. The guy came up with a strategy and aimed not at the monsters' bodies, but the ice and arrows flew past them. Phil hit more and more ice targets, damaging the monsters with their own ice. The guy asked them if they were still holding on. They were quite stubborn. "Then try this," the boy shouted, and the center of his bow began to spin and emit light. He released a hell snake arrow at his enemies, which when launched created 12 magical arrows. The monsters slowed down. Their end was almost near. The guy needed to deal with these creatures, and he released Zarya and Constellation. New effects were imposed on the Yeti. When he was not alone, it was much more difficult to defeat him. Phil saw this in time and ordered Constellation to get ready and use his skill. The guy ordered to activate the destroyed star, and the Constellation soared high into the sky. She began to create a star, then destroy it and cause massive damage over an area. The star was ready, and the Constellation flew away from it. The monsters felt the danger, and also began to retreat. A mind-blowing idea appeared in the guy's head. He ordered the Constellation to retreat, and was ready to blow up the star himself, using the snake's arrow. The charging time began. The Yetis froze in horror near the star and did not understand what was happening. The arrow charged, and Phil released the arrow of the snake from hell, which summoned a star fragment and detonated it. Having reached its destination, the snake swallowed the star, and the entire space around was illuminated by a wave. There was a loud explosion, which even affected the team, which was already flying far from the scene of the events. The eagle flipped over in midair and the entire team fell off it. After some time, the eagle came to his senses and began to get the heroes out of the snow. He pulled out the commander, who was unharmed, but in slight shock. Jasmine ran up to Chuck. The guy was having a hard time resisting due to the injuries he had received. The commander saw something in front of him, and it was as if he had been doused with boiling water. As he got closer, he saw a gap in the snow and wondered if this was Phil's true power. In this crevice, there was a guy with dragons. The guy praised Constellation and said that she could rest, and Sister Zarya would deal with the rest. Phil ordered Zara to scout the area for corpses. If she didn't find anyone, she would return to the others. At that moment, Rick shouted at the guy. The guy asked why they returned. The commander immediately asked if he had created such a powerful explosion. Coming closer, Rick looked at Zarya and asked who it was. Phil explained that it was Zarya and ordered her to change form. In an instant, the dragon changed into the form of the Destroyer of Worlds. Phil told her that he didn't like it here and asked her to clean up. Zarya activated her fire skill and flapped her wings, beginning to release burning flames. The team looked at the dragon in surprise. Jasmine said that it turns out that the guy really is the same dragon tamer from the southern province. Phil asked them what they had heard about him. Rick replied that the gentleman had always talked about the young tamer and said that he was their best candidate to represent the state. Jasmine added that she wasn't particularly interested in anyone. But there were a lot of rumors about Phil. Chuck added that apparently his brother had been hiding his power all this time. Phil replied that they were overestimating him, as he knew too little about these parts and had become a burden to them many times. The commander thanked the guy for his help and said that the guy was not like everyone else, but calmer and smarter. Jasmine admitted that she underestimated the guy and his abilities. Chuck added that now they are connected and will act together. Phil thanked the entire squad for their understanding. In an instant, Zarya's level rose to 30. Her contract became her second, and a new skill was activated. The heroes, seeing this, asked Phil what was happening to his dragon. The guy replied that Zarya had reached level 30. Chuck reminded him that earlier he had talked about the dragon having a low level in order to become a rider, and whether he understood correctly that it was now possible. Phil confirmed his guess and said that everything was correct. Now he could call himself a full-fledged knight and took out the dragon saddle. Zarya was filled with tongues of flame and her chest glowed. Jasmine urged everyone to look up at the sky. Chuck added that her flame was so powerful that it even rose into the sky. Phil didn't understand what was wrong with Zarya. He was very worried about these thoughts. Zarya became much more powerful. She went into her second dragon form in the state of a destroyer. Phil suggested that this was somehow connected with Zarya's transition to the second rank. Now she could be considered an adult. Rick shouted that in order to control such an animal, he needed the right equipment and he would prepare it now. Phil replied that nothing was needed and he had everything. The heroes did not understand why the guy refused, because their saddles were specially created for battle and gave a 10% increase in characteristics. Phil replied that his saddle was designed specifically for dragons. It could combine Zarya's power with his attacks. In other words, he could use her power. Jasmine asked what kind of wonder of the world this was. Rick replied that his brother never ceases to amaze him. Zarya descended to the ground. Phil began to install the saddle. Everyone was eager to see him in the saddle on the dragon. Jasmine said that she used to think that Phil was a burden, but now she wants such a saddle for herself. Rick answered her that such saddles are intended exclusively for dragons. The guy approached Zara and thanked her with all his heart for everything she had done for him and helped him out every time, and suggested that they continue to be together. Jasmine continued to argue with Rick. Chuck asked her not to argue and to look at Phil. They were witnesses to the rise of the night. The guy equipped Zarya with a saddle in her chest, and her eyes lit up. The guy paid attention to his hands. He felt how he was filled with strength, and it seemed that with one hand he could destroy the whole world. The saddle gave him the ability to control the dragon's power, and his characteristics increased several thousand times. Rick said that Phil is the first true knight and the only one of his kind. Chuck added that when his brother saved him, it became clear that he was much stronger than him. Chuck thought about the past. He trained for 10 years to become a griffin rider. Back then he thought the power couldn't get any better, and then he met Phil. The guy confidently sat in the saddle, and Zarya became active. The dragon soared into the sky and rose a little higher. The heroes on the ground did not understand what was going on. Phil asked Zarya what she was feeling and asked her to use her premonition skill. The dragon's eyes flickered with light, and she used a skill that could detect hidden enemies. Through the snowstorm, the outlines of some monsters unknown to Phil could be seen. The heroes sat on the eagle, and Chuck assumed that there were hidden monsters ahead. Jasmine also tried to see at least something. The commander compared the data and realized that these were snow butterflies. He ordered no one to approach them, as they were very dangerous. Level 85 snow butterflies appeared in front of the heroes, using their stealth. Rick shouted that it was a night creature that hid in the blizzard and snowfall, and by the time they realized that it was here, they would be almost exhausted. The guy flew closer and asked again how dangerous she was. Phil and Zarya suddenly soared into the sky, and the guy said that this is what he needed. The hero ordered the dragon to prepare for an attack. Thanks to the saddle now all attacks were accompanied by the dragon's energy. Phil and Zarya flew into the busiest cluster of butterflies. The guy took out his sword and began to attack. Chuck noted that these butterflies had killed countless of their comrades, but Phil didn't care about them. It was as if he was playing with them. Chuck turned to the captain and said that Phil had no problem killing butterflies, and maybe they should stop worrying. But the butterflies were already on top of them. The heroes only noticed them, and Phil had already destroyed those individuals that flew up to them. Chuck looked at the guy and the dragon and said that the guy could do ranged attacks too. The hero warned everyone to be careful and said that Zarya would drop the stealth effect. The dragon doused everything around with stunning flames, and the butterflies that were caught under it began to squeak. After landing, Phil said that the others were finished too. Chuck said that the guy saved them again. Chuck was delighted and told his partners that now they had nothing to fear. The dragon could throw off their stealth, and Phil could attack from a distance. The boy turned to the captain and said that he had figured out how to ride a horse. He assumed that the snowstorm would no longer be an obstacle, and that they should continue. Rick knew Phil was ready, but there were no stars in the sky due to the approaching snowstorm, so he assumed the forecast was wrong, and the storm would hit them much sooner. Everyone looked up to the sky. Jasmine said that she was afraid of this. Now they wouldn't have time to return to camp. Chuck said that he would slow everyone down, since he was still wounded. Phil clenched his fist and said that the butterflies would no longer be a hindrance to them. They had better continue killing monsters and exploring the area. This was a great chance to complete the task and get a reward. The guy extended his hand and said that they could all rely on him. He would be able to lead them out and successfully complete the mission. The captain approached the guy and shook his hand, replying that as long as the guy was with them, they would not retreat, and they had to continue. The heroes continued along the route and found themselves 100 miles from the camp. Phil continued to fight with the butterflies. Having defeated the last one, an attractive crystal fell out of it. Phil was delighted and picked him up from the ground. To get the ice crystal, he had to destroy a large number of butterflies. But he did all this for his sister. The guy turned around and told the team to get out. It was safe around now. Rick asked if he understood correctly that the guy had killed more than 1,000 enemies single-handedly. The guy replied that he himself didn't know how many. Chuck said that elite monsters of such a high level weren't that easy to kill, being at 32nd. The commander told Phil that they had advanced more than 100 miles along the route, and that supplies were running low, and that it might be time for them to turn back. Rick asked Phil to go home because he couldn't take it anymore. Jasmine confirmed that neither of them had had any rest at all the last time. Phil looked at Zarya and said that she agreed with them. It was too cold for her here, and it was time to go back. The commander ordered Jasmine to set the mark and head back. The girls stuck special equipment into the ground and activated it. A beam of light pierced the sky. It was a beacon for transmitting a signal, and it is used to transmit a signal. Phil asked Rick what it was. The man explained that it was a poppy to confirm their location. When the weather calmed down, another squad would arrive here and set up camp. The heroes flew towards the camp. The guy asked the captain where his dragons had gone. Rick replied that perhaps they had returned to the camp. After the hero's departure, the corpse of a rider with his griffin approached the lighthouse. His eyes lit up with the light of a lighthouse. It was obvious that he was up to something. A few days later, at the far north camp, Rick was talking with the other riders. Phil caught up with Jasmine and asked her if she knew anyone who could help him with the crystal processing. The girl asked if they were talking about an ice crystal. Jasmine saw a red bracelet on the guy's hand and said that Old Man Rex would help. He was from the supply squad, and she asked if he wanted to give a gift to his girlfriend. The guy started making excuses. Jasmine said not to explain to her. She understood everything. Phil thanked her and headed to the blacksmith, at the same time showing Zara where she could eat. The girl was left alone with her feelings. She was sad. She pulled out a similar piece of jewelry from under her clothes. It was a necklace with an ice crystal. With all her love and positive thoughts, she kissed him. And clutching it tightly in her hand, she went on about her business. Phil came to the blacksmith's workshop. The man told him that in 2 days he would make a new wonder of the world out of him and his girlfriend would be delighted. Phil thanked Rex. Suddenly someone came up from behind and put a hand on the guy's shoulder. Phil turned around and saw Alfred and asked what happened. The man replied that old Rick had told him everything, about how the boy had saved the entire squad despite the blizzard, and if it had not been for his faith in his abilities, he might have thought that everyone had perished. He added that the guy had done well and deserved the bronze badge, and Phil thanked him for the recognition. The man continued that when others discovered Rick's griffins, they were dying, and it was good that the guy's pet was not harmed in any way. Alfred turned his attention to Zarya. She did not stop eating. The man laughed and told Phil that as soon as he saw the speed with which his dragon devoured the supplies, he immediately realized that she was very strong. The man left the dragon alone and said that he would now show the boy something. He took some papers out of his pocket and handed them over, adding that his people had recently obtained them and asked Phil to take a look. Phil began to guess what was going on and could not refuse his elder. Alfred showed a photo of a huge skeleton and said that one of the tournament participants went to study the ruins, and his people followed him. A little later, they discovered these photos. Phil understood that this was a giant skeleton, and here in the north there was a giant eye. It was probably connected. Alfred called Phil to come with him and said that his people had also obtained a video. The guy understood that the video could understand everything, and they would definitely find out everything. The heroes proceeded to the office, and Alfred turned on the video. It showed a huge skeleton and 2 participants. The man said that they were there, and the woman claimed that outwardly it looked like the skeleton of a 6-winged angel. The woman pointed to the castle behind her and said that Mr. Charles had gone there. Phil assumed it was the temple. The man said that they lost contact with the expedition team, which included the 4th Awakening Master, after they went to explore the temple. The woman assumed that the light emanating from the temple was changing the creatures nearby, transforming them into stronger and more violent beasts. the man saw someone approaching them. The woman asked if this was their fourth awakening master, and was glad that the group had returned. But the man asked her to look at the wings. There was something wrong with them. The next moment, the winged man pounced on the woman. The man screamed that it was time to run, and the guy became a slave to the sacred mountain. And that's where the video ends, Alfred said. His scout managed to escape from there alive, so they were able to watch this recording. As far as the man could tell, the slave was something stronger and more advanced than the puppet, but both had been mutated by the giant skeleton. Phil clarified that this is exactly the same as how the corpses of the fallen mutate near the blood moon. Terrible processes are happening around both. It seems these are signs of awakening. Alfred confirmed his suspicions and said that the scientists should work on it. Phil thought about all the events he had learned about. He looked at the photo and thought where they came from. Nothing was clear. Something told him that calling them gods was quite acceptable. Alfred opened the bottle and said that he knew what the boy was thinking about, but too little was known about the ancient gods. What confused him was that these monsters that the sacred mountain spawned were divided into two categories, slaves and puppets, while the blood moon only created desecrated corpses. The guy continued that, following logic, they should also divide the defiled creatures into two categories. The man also thought that the desecrated corpses were nothing more than puppets, which meant that there must be slaves somewhere. Phil agreed with the elder and asked what he knew about what happened to the people after the attack of the slave of the sacred mountain. The elder said that the slave killed all of Charles's family members and spared only him. Phil clarified that Charles was a participant in the international tournament from the Star Country. The man confirmed this and said that after his scouts escaped death at the hands of the slave, they noticed Charles meeting with the slave opposite the temple, and he did not attack Charles himself. After some conversation between them, he gave him a certain substance, which they called the essence of the sacred mountain. Charles was already very strong as a fighting priest. Having accepted this thing, he immediately began to transform, and changed his class to a hidden one, which they had never heard of. There was no evidence of such a class, and now it is impossible to get close to him, because his family is now in an uproar. Alfred said that at the competition, the guy will have to be wary of him. He has gained the power of one of the ancient gods, and will be the most difficult opponent. Phil assured the elder that he would not be afraid of anyone. No matter their strength, he would be the first. 2 days later, Phil returned to the forge and picked up the decoration. Mr. Rex's craftsmanship was unmatched. The guy got him a bottle of liquor and asked him to accept it as a gesture of his gratitude. The man clearly liked the gift. Phil was approached by his team members and told that it was time for them to go. They had received a new assignment. Uncle Rex wished the boys good luck, and if there was any more work they could come to him. Phil said that they had agreed. Chuck saw that Phil was given a bronze badge, and he worked hard for it for a year, and they didn't give it to him. The guy replied that it was incredible, and in a couple of days on the front line he became higher in rank than them. Early in the morning the squad set out. Rick said that they had taken supplies for 15 days, and this time they needed to go as far as they could. Phil saw that they had arrived exactly at the signal coordinates, but there was no signal device. Jasmine called the guy and showed him the device. She thought it had broken in just 2 days. The guy thought that something was wrong here. It was too quiet around. He had the feeling that they were being waited for here. Chuck stepped onto the ground and suggested they start. Phil ran after him and said it was a trap. The guy turned around to confirm Phil's guess, but there were already monsters swarming behind him. Chuck yelled that they were surrounded. Jasmine said that last time they counted all the monsters. Why are there so many of them here now? Phil turned to the captain and said that most likely they were puppets. There must be a higher-ranking slave who controlled them. Out of nowhere, a voice was heard saying that everything was correct, and the desecrated corpses' slaves were the faithful servants of the gods. Phil looked fearlessly into the crowd of monsters and asked him who he was. The other heroes also looked for the speaker with their eyes. He stepped forward and took off his hood. Rick asked Luca. The guy took off his hood and Luca's face appeared. He was previously a knight of the Third Awakening, and he told Rick that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Phil didn't understand anything and asked his comrades if they knew him. Rick replied that he was an officer, a silver badge holder, and Jasmine's fiancé. After they got engaged, Luca went missing on a mission, and now they've discovered that he's become a corrupted slave. Jasmine fell to the ground and began to cry bitter tears. She turned to Luca and said that she missed him very much. She suggested going back home together. The guy came up to her and said that he missed her too. He is glad to have the opportunity to see her again. Jasmine threw herself into his arms. It was indeed Luca. She asked him to come back together. He can't imagine how happy everyone will be to know that he is still alive. Luke said that he would not return, but the girl could stay with him. The boy said languidly that they should all stay here and serve the gods who were about to awaken. The girl screamed in agony and asked Luca what he was doing. Luke replied that if they behaved as required, he would give them the essence of the gods, and they would become slaves and dedicate their lives to their resurrection. But if they refuse, then there can be only one outcome. The puppets will tear them apart, and they will join their ranks with their bodies. Phil hugged the girl very tightly and tried to reason with her so that she would wake up. Luke asked Jasmine to give him an answer whether she wanted to stay and serve the gods with him. Rick said there were too many puppets around. He began to doubt that they would be able to get out. Chuck replied that if Phil went for a breakthrough and they followed him, they would still be eaten. Rick suggested that the guy break through to the sensor and try to restore the signal. Phil did say he thought they were going to have to fight. Chuck asked if he was going to, but the guy interrupted him and said that he was going to. He really believed that they should not miss such a great chance to significantly increase their contribution to the cause. Luke asked if this was their answer. He felt sorry, because for those who renounce the gods, there can only be one outcome. Soaring into the sky, he ordered the puppets to attack, and the entire army ran towards the heroes. Phil politely asked Chuck to put a shield on everyone, and he himself began to load the arrow of the Dark Serpent. Chuck activated his shield, which gave protection to all allies, and asked what to do next. The guy shouted that there was nothing else to do, the rest was his concern. And then he shot a charged arrow at Luca, which dealt him 500% damage. Chuck screamed that the shield was only up for 10 seconds, but Phil assured him that those seconds were more than enough for him. Luke was confused and did not know what to do, but the Tamer's firm strategy intervened in the battle. Phil abruptly ordered Zara to assume her World Destroyer form. With one clear action, the guys saddled the dragon, and now they were much stronger. The commander calmly told Phil that they were all counting on him. Chuck continued to protect all heroes, but there were 4 seconds left before the defensive shield expired. Phil ordered Zarya to launch a combined attack to further increase their damage output. The boy and the dragon used the Skybreak skill at the same time, and everything around was covered in flames. The heroes on the ground were shocked by the guy's skills. Jasmine explained to Rick that Phil used a combined dragon and rider skill. Luke was defeated and fell down to the ground, but he did not understand how this was possible. Phil and Zarya went down to the team. The guy asked if Jasmine was okay. She replied that, thanks to them, she was now normal. Chuck suggested using the holy light chains on Luke to keep him from escaping, but Phil responded that there was no need for that, as he wouldn't be able to escape as long as Phil was around. Jasmine walked up to Luke's body and said that he didn't look like his old self, as if his consciousness had changed. Luca screamed and doused everything around with his scream and light. The guy understood that people like him had the energy of a desecrated corpse. Luca looked at Jasmine and told her to run. The girl saw that the guy had returned and told him to hold on. Luca managed to warn that he was not the only slave, and that there were a lot of them. They were all in the depths, and asked not to let them wake up. The girl screamed the guy's name. Her scream was filled with pain and despair. She said that it was only for a few seconds that Luca came back. Phil told her that she was right. It really was him. Rick approached the guy and said that they all survived only thanks to him and Zara, and that they needed to urgently report this to their superiors. Energy burst out of the corpse in front of everyone. The captain asked what was going on and how she did it. Phil realized that the energy from the desecrated corpse was giving Luca power, and without a doubt, it was heading towards the blood moon. Phil went after her. This clot was the key. The guy couldn't let her return to her owner. The guy still managed to capture the essence of the desecrated corpse. The hero looked at it and remembered that Charles had obtained a similar thing after visiting the sacred mountain. But could this entity have the same properties? The heroes ran to their creatures. Rick asked Phil if it was safe to hold the thing without protection. The guy assumed that she was not capable of harming him now, but they should hand her over to Alfred as soon as possible. The commander completely agreed, but turning to Jasmine, he added that they would have to stay here a little longer. Phil exhaled and bowed his head and invited Rick to come with him and help the girl. All the heroes approached the girl. She looked at her dead husband and said that she sincerely wished that his last words were sincere. Jasmine clutched her necklace in her hands and added that it was nothing more than a dream that she wanted to believe in. Phil came closer to her and convincingly told her that the guy was telling the truth, and they all heard it. The girl took off her glasses and wiped away her tears. She thanked Phil. And at that very moment, turning around, she again became Phil's strong older sister, and asked the captain what his instructions would be. The rest of the group acted tactfully, treating her as if nothing had happened, and Rick ordered her to prepare to return to camp. That day, Jasmine realized that she had to say her last words to her lover and move on. A day later at noon, Phil was in Alfred's office. He put the essence in front of the man. The man listened to him, and now he had the whole picture of how it was. The guy told him that based on all the information he had come to one hypothesis, and the man was ready to listen to it. Phil believed that in order to become a servant, one had to fulfill certain conditions, but animals were only capable of becoming ordinary puppets. This fact indicates that they do not have enough intelligence to become slaves. The same applies to the people who died in that area. But the servants of the ancient gods retain their consciousness and the ability to control themselves. With Luke it was not so. He was completely controlled by the corrupted entity. Alfred looked at the entity again and asked if he thought that one entity was not enough for this. In other words, it was necessary to receive confirmation from God. Phil confirmed the elders' speculations and said that Luke also mentioned that slaves were able to leave the place where God lived. Alfred said that the guy's hypothesis reminded him of some rumors. Several dozen countries shared information with them that some strange cults had been spotted on their territory, whose members claimed that they were blessed by the gods. They were extremely aggressive in developing their church and claimed that the gods would soon awaken. And if Luke told the truth, then it turns out that these bodybuilders are the servants and followers of the gods. Phil thought about the number of countries. He realized that it meant there were more than 10 gods, too. The guy asked Alfred if this camp was the only inhabited place in the far north. The man replied that yes. The guy asked again how many members of the team were listed as missing. The man felt as if he had been doused with boiling water. He asked the guy again if he wanted to say that they all became slaves of the ancient gods. Phil replied that it was highly likely that they must all be slaves of the gods. Alfred understood everything. It would be far-sighted of him to send a squad to liquidate them in their tracks. The man bowed his head and added that his brothers would suffer a hard fate. They had served the country faithfully and truly, and now they would be wanted. The guy added that they had no other choice. He thought they would forgive them for it. The older one said that Phil was right. Having placed the entity on the table, he already understood what he could do with it. The guy suggested conducting a small experiment to confirm his hypothesis. Alfred asked how Phil planned to do this. They weren't going to test it on people. The hero asked to let his dragon try to do this. Alfred told the boy that his idea was absurd and they couldn't experiment on living beings. Phil calmed the man down and said that he had misunderstood when he suggested feeding the entity to the dragon. He did not mean his pet. The man was surprised and did not understand anything at all. And what other dragon were they talking about then? The heroes went outside. Alfred said that he saw that he had 5 dragons. Phil replied that only 3 of them were his pets. But the remaining 2 are servants of one of his dragons. The man clarified that Phil has a dragon that summons other dragons. The boy summoned Emerald and ordered her to summon the Dragon Kings. The dragon used her natural assimilation and summoned her servants. Alfred was shocked. He realized that these 2 were also summoned creatures. That is, the final boss of the dungeon is just a pet of one of Phil's dragons. The guy is clearly not looking for easy ways, the elder thought. This dragon was the weakest of his 5. The guy thought to feed the essence to him, and if he transformed, then he and the eldest would cope with him. Phil looked at Alfred, who nodded his head and suggested they begin. The guy turned to Emerald and told her that they needed to eat the essence and showed it to her. With one precise throw, the guy landed right in the mouth of a large dragon. The spirit swallowed the stone and for a few seconds everything was quiet, and nothing happened. But then, the dragon suddenly turned black and his eyes glowed. A purple cloud gathered around the dragon and he roared with a deafening cry. The other participants recoiled. Emerald was frightened. Alfred was ready to attack, but the boy asked him to wait a little longer. There was no point in killing the dragon now. The man noticed that the second dragon had also begun to transform, and if they waited now, it would be too late. Phil ordered Emerald to try to seize control over them, pulling them out of the clutches of the ancient god. Emerald rose to the dragons and activated the jade light to remove all negative effects. The boy explained to the elder that she had to constantly conjure jade light, so that the twins could resist the control of the ancient god. The twin dragons were still shrouded in darkness, but thanks to Emerald, there were some gaps. Emerald flew closer and illuminated the twins with all her strength. Alfred, watching this, asked Phil what she was doing. The hero replied that it seemed that the dragons had gained the power that Luke had without becoming slaves. They did not become slaves, but they gained his power, and Emerald was able to take control over them. Alfred agreed that the guy's hypothesis was correct. Phil was shocked that the changes of one dragon caused another to mutate. Alfred laughed and said that now they had 2 dragons with the power of an ancient god. The guy said that he couldn't wait to test them in action. The man added that Phil could now return to the interrupted mission. But there was one more thing left, and that was the temple. Phil turned his attention to the elder and realized that they were talking about ruins. The next morning the squad flew out on a mission. Chuck asked if they were looking for the remains of the temple. Phil replied that Luke mentioned ruins. They need to find that place to figure out the story of the awakening of the gods. Jasmine noticed something, and called everyone to look in front of her. She added that the heroes almost got out of the storm, and at the end, a bright glow awaited them. Having overcome the storm, a beautiful place opened up before the heroes. It was an ordinary sunny day outside, as if they were not in the far north. Chuck noticed a large lake below them, but Rick suggested that they first find a place to land. The heroes landed and looked down. They could not guess where the giant chain led under the ice. Phil received a notification that he had arrived at the location of the treasure map. The guy turned around, and he ran in the opposite direction from the team. He found his treasure. Judging by the shape, it was a dragon egg. The boy sat closer to the egg and began to clear it of snow. And it really was a very beautiful egg. Phil was glad that it became the 4th in his collection.